We will now go to the regular council meeting.
Mayor,
I'm sorry, what do we have anything else?
We have the convocation so that we can,
What's that?
are you reconvening the regular
Well,
meeting?
reconvening for the regular meeting, we need to call.
We need prayer.
No, we definitely have that. That's the invocation that comes after the pledge. So can you call the roll, please?
yes, absolutely. Mayor Davey,
Here.
Councilmember Kaplan,
Here.
Councilmember Laredo,
Here?
Vice Mayor London,
Here.
Councilmember McCormick,
Here.
Vice Mayor Moss,
Here. Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Segurola.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a quorum.
Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Pledge allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And please stay standing for the invocation.
Reverend Juan Carlos Paguagua, St. Agnes Catholic Church.
Heavenly Father, we thank you and we bless you for the gift of life and also for the talents that you have given us to put to service to the community, all the gift that we have received from you. Help us to open our minds and heart to act always with courage, wisdom, and peace. We ask this in faith. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Father.
Next item, brief comments by council.
Right. I'll try and be brief. Very quickly, we had success with the Rickenbacker RFP. So congratulations to everybody. I mean, this was a community effort. I think we did a heck of a job in getting this done. Now, as you know, I have an item so that we can direct staff to take the next steps. Also, the manager and I were up at Dade Days, and I think they went well. We met with Mayor Cavo, we met with our senator, our representative. The manager was up there an extra day, and he had a couple extra meetings that he can talk about either now or later, probably later. But it was effective, and I strongly recommend that anybody next year that can, go up, because it really is worthwhile to cultivate the relationships that are important across the bridge, and working with our fellow legislators and government folks on the other side of the bridge, it always goes farther. Next item, the Children's Business Fair is this coming Sunday. Todd, is that on the Village Green again? Yes, it's on the Village Green. Thank you, Chief. So I encourage everybody to go, show up, give your support. These kids work really hard. It's a great event. I'm always impressed by the different products and ideas that these people come up with. So I strongly recommend just go and hang out. It's one of those events that it makes me appreciate this community even more. Finally, we just learned today, we had a meeting with Commissioner Regalado on Friday. And there are some building recertification changes coming down the pipe. And so she would like to host a town hall. And I believe the town hall is scheduled tentatively for March 1st. Is that correct?
That's correct. 6:30.
Okay. 6:30 on March 1st. We'll be putting out more information about that, but just so everybody knows. Anybody else? Brief comments?
I have a few.
Councilmember Kaplan, Councilmember Laredo.
Well, first, I was sad to learn that Merrill Ham had passed, I believe, Tuesday. So wanted to mention that.
Absolutely.
And express condolences to his family, which I think are few, and his great many friends. Right. It also occurred to me just to muse about, we've had some opportunities of late to appreciate the virtue of constructive civic engagement and, you know, the power that we all potentially bring to building community. The Cliff Brody event Friday was just fabulous. Rabbi Caroline's invocation alluding to constancy and change and the need to have capacity to deal with both was beautiful. You know, residents weighing in with knowledge and concern about a whole variety of topics might remind us all to reinforce in each other that kind of civic engagement that links to healthy, better communities.
Agreed.
Last, I have a family health issue that I may not be able to make the next meeting, March 8th. I can't seem to schedule what's going on, and I'll let everybody know, but if there's something important on the agenda for that night, I may not be able to make it. And so if it's possible and doesn't interfere with the business of the council, and I can't be here, if we could push it till April.
Of course.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Laredo?
Yeah, just briefly on the I don't want to call it a victory, but the success of working together with the county on Rickenbacker. I know a lot of people have been congratulated, but I wanted to highlight three different entities. First of all, congratulations to each one of you, us 7. It was a lesson on how to work together, on having a focused policy as per the charter, to stay very disciplined in our message, to be very focused in our message, to have enormous respect in our exchanges with the county commission, and show enormous, usually unprecedented humility before those in the county commission that gave us across-the-board support. And that it's a very, very great accomplishment as we move to the next stages of working together with these entities. And may I say, because we congratulate the commissioners, but I want to particularly congratulate the residents of each of the other districts that they represented. This was not a victory for Key Biscayne. It was a great success for all of the people of Dade County. And it showed that if we approach things intelligently, we get support from Hialeah, from Miami Lakes, and everything else. So we should temper our enthusiasm by thanking us as an institution and the seven of us. And 2 other individuals who made this possible. The absolute professional capacities and managing of the message by the village manager and Steve Williamson and our city attorney, Chad Friedman, was absolutely perfect, exactly how we wanted this government to work. And it reinforces to me, now that we're celebrating 30th year and revising the charter, Madam Chairperson, that is exactly what we wanted 30 years ago. Set the policy, have the discipline, and have professional do the leading. It was just absolutely the biggest pleasure I've had since I've been here.
Agreed.
Congratulations to both of you, and all of the citizens who are watching and those who are not should be grateful for the great staff we have and for the work site. It's wonderful to celebrate the village of Key Biscayne, and now we have to move on.
Yes.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say something very similar, so thank you very much. That was very well put. I think we have to thank all of our residents. They came out, they spoke, they gave that emotion, especially at that early on, and that made a big impact that helped a lot of us up here go down there and help negotiate. I know that the mayor, the village manager, the attorney spend countless hours working with other commissioners on top of our commissioners, including the county mayor and staff members at the county. I mean, you guys worked really, really hard. Every time I called, you either were down there working, talking to them, strategically planning, putting us in a very good situation, and we succeeded. And every council member as well. I know that many council members put a lot of their time into also meeting with elected officials down at the commission and showing up to meetings and speaking, as well as many of our citizens. So this was a great success village-wide, everything together. So everything that you said, Councilmember Laredo, agree 100%. Thank you for saying that. One other thing that I do want to mention is that next week will be our vision board workshop for the public. Is very important. It starts on Tuesday and will end on Saturday. So there's many different times that people can come and participate if you can't show up on one day. Typically, I think they run from 11 to 1:30. Jeremy, I think it's correct, but I think it's 11 to 1:30 every day, and in the evenings from 5:30 to 7, including a ending ceremony on Saturday at 3. So please,
Ceremonies?
what's that?
Closing ceremonies?
Closing ceremonies. Yeah, what did I call it? Ending. 11:30 to 1, sorry. So please participate. As many people can come out, talk about different things that you envision in the village, so we can put all this together and put our plan together. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Let's move on.
Next item is public comments.
Right, I have a number of speakers signed up. The first one, Servando Parapar.
May I take my mask?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. That way I can speak. Thank you so much
Sorry, Servando,
for
your
having me.
name and address, please, for the record.
Yes, yes. Servando Parapar, and the address is 240 Cypress Drive, Key Biscayne, Florida. Good evening, council members, and thank you for hearing me out. I'm simply gonna read the email that I sent to you guys yesterday. And my issue is about the curbs installed by the administration at the subject lots, the subject lot, and the subjects are at 210 and 220 Cypress Drive. Those curbs were short-sighted. In order to remedy a minor ponding problem, they have created and/or exacerbated major ones. Among them, storm drainage, underground utilities, streetscape, etc. For some of these, you have consultants working on them. They are due to report to you alternative approaches for the village to remedy them. Besides, the curves present a major traffic issue as well. They are not mountable curves, therefore no vehicle should go by over them. That means that more than 2 vehicles at the lots will have to park in the streets on Cypress Drive. Cypress has only 20 feet of pavement. A truck and its mirrors is 10 plus feet wide. It barely leaves space for a car to pass by. It also negates the recovery swell necessary for any incident. I think that that's a very important issue from the traffic point of view and for the liability of this village. You know, the administration has dealt with micro issues, ignoring macro consequences. Please ask them to think holistically in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Next, Joanne Young. What's that? No? Oh, because it was, all right, got it. Eduardo Sanchez.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Ed Sanchez, 260 Cypress Drive. I objected to the curbing at 210 and 220 Cypress Drive on two issues. First, it, like Servando says, it impedes traffic and impedes parking. And second, when I objected to the staff, this is the response I got. Actually, my wife got. Thank you for your opinion. As new stormwater project come into place, one of the major components will be providing curb and gutter along all roads to create positive conveyance. There will be segments where these curbs get depressed to allow surcharge in the swales. I believe that this decision should not be to staff. It should be to our elected officials. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Fausto Gomez.
Fausto Gomez, 765 Crandon Boulevard, Penthouse 10, Key Biscayne, Florida. Mr. Mayor, council members, I'm here to support agenda item 13A. It is similar to what Servando Parapar and I proposed to the mayor in 2019, and he brought to council then. At that time, council did not take any action, but I trust it will be better received this evening.
It's all the way in the back.
Before suggesting enhancements to the proposed resolution, I want to make some brief general comments. A resident-driven process united Key Biscayne in opposition to the privatization of the Rickenbacker, and the results showed that with knowledge, skill, diplomacy, and strength, we can prevail at County Hall. Bravo to all, the council and the community. I'm also here to state that we cannot rest. The last 3 mayors of Miami-Dade have sought to divest the county of the Rickenbacker, and we can be sure that future efforts are already on someone's drawing board. The Causeway is our driveway, and the recent articles in the Miami Herald exposing the real toll rates on the Rickenbacker and the additional public subsidy being sought for the monorail to Miami Beach shows the perils that we avoided. Now, my suggestions to enhance the resolution. 1, establish the goal, and the goal should be mobility focused that must be multimodal and safe for all users. 2, establish the purpose. Create a template for improvements on the Rickenbacker that enjoy broad public support, both in Key Biscayne and by other users. 3, establish the parameters. Examine all aspects of the Causeway, including amenities like Crandon Park and concepts like an overpass and such. 4, establish the implementer, Key Biscayne itself, Miami-Dade, the Miami-Dade Expressway Authority, or the state of Florida, possibly a combination of all. 5, establish a task force of residents knowledgeable of transportation and involved intimately in the Rickenbacker issue to help shepherd the process. 6, establish the funding mechanism. I trust you will accept these suggestions in the helpful spirit in which they are offered. Thank you for your time and hearing me out.
Thank you. Cecile Sanchez.
Cecile Sanchez, 260 Cypress Drive. I don't know if these pictures, if they can zero in on them and put them so other people can see about the curbing that we're concerned about. So thank you for letting me come and speak. I come before you this evening concerning the village construction, a curb in front of these 2 homes, 210, 260 Cypress Drive, down my street. There was no public notice of this to the neighbors, and it just appeared. To the best of my knowledge, there was no public discussion or council action about constructing curb and gutters in our community. This unilateral action by village staff changes the character of our neighborhood. I think changes of this nature merit approval by you, our elected officials. I want to acknowledge that Steve, our manager, called us after we voiced a concern to village officials and others, and he told us he had been informed of the presence of ponding at the site, and this is a way to solve it. We have lived on Cypress Drive for over 30 years, and I can assure you that our street is maybe the best or one of the best drained streets after a downpour. There is no ponding on Cypress Drive. This does not change the question we have for you. Does a change in character of our community necessitate council action, or it can be done by the administration alone? This is what we're facing, and we hope that you give us an answer. The village contracted a firm that is supposed to be giving us today the recommended, what is a study, and the recommended strategies for stormwater. We're paying a consultant for the best recommendation, and it is inconceivable to have acted prior to hearing their recommendations. Why was this done? On behalf of some of the neighbors and myself, I ask you to return our neighborhood to the condition prior to the curb. We further request that you establish a policy that any changes to the look and character of our community be implemented on the basis of council action rather than administrative discretion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Louisa Conway.
Can I take this down?
Yes.
Thanks. Good evening, Council. Louisa Conway, 151 Crandon Boulevard. First of all, thank you very much. Thank you, Manager Williamson and everyone here. And actually would like to take this opportunity to also thank all the residents that turned out, all the residents that read the emails that we sent them. I wanted to thank especially Fausto Gomez, Nina Wallen, and Alex Serrano for helping us to galvanize people to attend the October Commissioners meeting. I think it did make a difference, and I think it demonstrated to Key Biscayne, just when we unite on an issue, how much this island means to us and how much we mean to each other as a community, and we should never forget that. I'm here this evening because I think that the council is taking a very good positive step in the right direction, and that's with this resolution this evening. I think this is a great opportunity for us to think about putting together a task force, according to this bullet point, identifying key stakeholders. I think it's important. We have people here in the community that can add a lot and help us come up with that plan that we can pass on to the county. We should not rest on our laurels. The county could move on without us. And we have to remember, Mayor Davey did come here 2019. He did warn us this was coming. So this is our opportunity to act. And I hope that this evening that you all will take a decisive action and set up a task force and think about people that you think would be very beneficial for our community, and to hold those meetings so you can hear from us, because that causeway means as much to us, to all of us, and it's our only way home, and you need to hear from us. Because one thing you should all know, I did speak to Bernie Zeiskovich after the last meeting, and he did say he came here and he thought that he had the okay of this village. I was taken aback by that, because I don't know how that was possible. So, and he saw the response. So it's okay, we go forward. We're Key Biscayne, we're resilient. So let's come up this evening. I hope you will be decisive tonight and you will put that task force together. And I really thank all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's a motion. We'll talk about the motion. That's it. Pete, do we have anybody signed up online? I'm sorry. Oh, Ken Cotto? Absolutely.
Hi, my name is Kenneth Cotto. I reside at 635 Harbor Drive, and I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak tonight. My wife and I owned 599 Harbor Drive. That was later combined with 571 Harbor Drive, and we sold our property to the village. There were two conditions that sale that needed to be met in order for that sale to go through. One was that the village would go ahead and successfully acquire 571 Harbor Drive. That was on the market for sale. Our property was not. And number two, that it would be used as a public park in perpetuity. The language is as clear as day. Public park in perpetuity. Later at closing, an addendum was made, so that language was changed from public park in perpetuity to public purposes. I figured I worked with the then manager at the time. I didn't think much of the change in the language, but I want you to all know that the intention was for that land, those two properties, to be combined as a public park in perpetuity. Village records will show that we were in the process of building a house. We had permits that easily, you can easily find the BCP records. And as a lifelong, not lifelong, but a long time Key Biscayne resident, that was really our goal, was to pause that process, allow the village time to pursue 571 Harbor Drive, and then combine the two to make it a park. So I want you, and again, whether it becomes GU with restrictions, or I think perhaps we stick to PROS zoning for both properties, the Hampton Park or the Harbor Park. I want you to know that the intention was always to combine them and make it a public park. I also knew that there would be infrastructure added underneath. That was also part of the deal. But I just want my intention, our intention, my wife and I's intention to be known to all of you tonight. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else in the room who would like to speak? Okay, Pete, have we got anybody signed up online?
No, Mr. Mayor, no one has signed up.
All right, can you read the instructions, please? We haven't done that yet, I realized.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you watching DKB TV on Channel 77 on Comcast, Channel 99 on AT&T, or streaming us live via our website. If you wish to speak to council, make any comments, please dial the following phone number: 305-365-7569. Then please enter the meeting ID of 231-627-8415. For those of you currently in the meeting via the Zoom app, please either dial *9 on your telephones or just simply raise your hand in the app.
There's somebody.
Mr. Mayor, we do have one caller with the telephone number ending in 396.
Perfect.
Caller, if you would please dial *6 on your telephone to unmute yourself. Caller, you are live.
Hi, this is Jennifer Stearns Buttrick, 180 Cape Florida Drive. I'm just calling to thank our village government for two things. First, I want to thank the staff for the incredible access to COVID testing that we have had, especially during the holidays with the Omicron variant that was spreading rapidly. Having two testing locations, one with a rapid test, was really critical for our family and our community, and I want to thank the staff for, even when COVID numbers were waning in the fall, they kept those two sites open, which turned out to be really critical. So thank you. I also want to thank the staff for what they did with regard to the Causeway RFP. I know they worked countless hours, as did the council, and we got a great result, but it would not have happened without the time and energy that our staff and council devoted to making sure that we got a do-over. So thank you all, and we live in a wonderful place, and it's really, we're very fortunate to have Manager Williamson and the incredible staff behind him and all of you working to better our community. So thank you.
Anybody else? Pete?
Mr. Mayor, no one else has signed up.
Okay. Let's move on to the next item.
Next item, Mr. Mayor, is the agenda. Approval, deferrals, additions, deletions, substitutions, withdrawals.
Okay, I have a couple I'll add. I wanted to defer 9A2. I'd like to defer 9A1 and 9A2. That's the two ordinances on the rezoning.
Okay.
I would like to move up 13A so we can have a conversation. It's sort of at the very end, and I think that's really, I don't know how you want to handle it. We can put it under B1, which is next steps for the Rickenbacker Causeway, or we can move it even further up, but that's the call of the council. And then I would like, Mr. Manager, are we going to have a discussion from staff about the swales and the curbs, or should I put that on as a discussion item?
Mr. Mayor, we'll be prepared to answer questions.
You would. Okay, so why don't we do that? Why don't we put that in manager's report so that they can answer questions from us? I think that's the best place. So that would probably be under resilient and sustainable environment and infrastructure. So let's put that at 5C. So
that we put that under mayor and council members.
You want to put it under mayor and council members?
That's more appropriate.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll prepare to answer questions.
Fine. Then we'll do that as 8. B. It'll be 12B8.
Mm-hmm. You want to put 13A before public comments?
Yeah, can we do that? That'd be all right. It's a motion, so it's an action item, and I'd like to, yeah, if we could put that, so put it as sort of a 10C or 10.5A, 10C.
Yeah, we've heard from the only question is if you want to give people another shot to express their wishes on this topic before we take an action, but we've heard from them already. Just a choice.
I mean, that's fine. If we want to have public comments and then have it as 11B, I'm fine with that as too.
Why don't we do that?
Why don't we do it? Let's have it right after, Madam Clerk. We'll do it right after the next set of public comments. So 11B will be the motion. Will be my motion item, which was 13A.
Second.
Mayor, I'd like to add
Vice Mayor?
one discussion item, traffic control.
Okay.
I guess that will be B.
Oh, shoot.
13B.
All right, and I'm going to,
13B8.
I apologize. I also have another deferral, B2, because I have a bunch of people that I wanted to put, but I haven't spoken to each and every one of them. So I need to, B2 has to be deferred until March 8th. I apologize. It's just been with travel and everything else, I wasn't able to get to people. So I would defer B2 until the next meeting. I'm sorry, for 12B2, which is appointments. I wasn't able to get to everybody. Councilmember London?
I'd like to add a moratorium on construction on bayfront lots.
As a discussion item?
Yes.
On bayfront construction?
Just bayfront.
Okay.
Front lots.
That's 10. 8 is swales, 9 is traffic control, 10 is moratorium on construction, on bayfront lot construction.
Move that too.
I would like to defer.
Are there any other council members that want to add or remove anything? Councilmember Laredo, hold on.
I would like to move with, if possible, it would be best to do it together and early. The item which is 12B2, which are the appointments specifically on the pension board, since we're going to discuss tonight.
Oh, yeah, I don't do the pension board, so that's why those people, I mean, we have that item, and there's only 2 people, so I'm happy to have that conversation
at the beginning,
so
that we can quote together and holistically, because I think we can talk about staggered terms for the appointment.
Yeah, that's a good, well, that's a great.
We do it early.
Fine. That would be.
I'm sorry, can you clarify?
I think it's.
It's already 9A3, really.
9A. Yeah, 9A3, but the item with your appointment is on 12.
No, but that, sir, that's, we all do pension boards. Like, I don't appoint anybody, I don't recommend.
No, I know. I'm just saying moving it up on the agenda so we can consider it together.
Okay.
And we could probably move on it fast.
I thought we weren't doing.
No, I'm not doing the appointments to the boards. B2 is out. I'm moving to defer. I haven't had time to contact all the people.
And that has nothing to do with the pension board.
And that has nothing to do with the pension board. The pension board is ours. So I have nothing, the mayor has no individual authority over the pension board.
I'm sorry, I thought we could at least discuss appointments there. I made one and there's another sitting member.
Correct. No, I think that's right. Let's put that in that.
I just want to talk about it together. That's
for
all.
the pension board, right?
Pension
we'll
board.
do it in that item.
Yeah,
I think the confusion might be, Mayor, is that under 12B2, on the last item does say Board of Trustees, which might have been.
Does it?
Oh,
it does. I apologize. So yeah, I missed that. Because
Councilmember
that's
Laredo
not my
is just to
purview.
keep,
I have
just
no-
Put it together. That
Fine.
way we could probably
That's absolutely
move
fine.
it up.
Because yeah, that was the one, I was actually going to bring that
Are
up when
you
we talked about the
separating
meetings.
12B2, the appointment to Board of Trustees?
No, the Board of Trustees, I don't have the authority to appoint the Board of Trustees. So that's a
We
typo.
can appoint it
But
tonight.
we can tonight as a board.
I just want to discuss the item.
Yeah, that's fine.
Together.
And where would you
put it
like
on
that?
the 9-3,
9A3.
yeah.
Huh? We're moving the board, we're including Board of Trustees appointments under 9A3.
Why not?
I think that's the way
That way
to.
it's more intense.
Right.
And only so that we can have a more clear mind with this presentation that is
I think
very
it's good.
important.
Okay.
I know that she's going to request deferring for, typographical errors or something, January 18th.
Yes, please.
And if you do that, I'd like to move the consent so that we can clear.
And I'm sorry, so you want to remove that from consent?
She wants to remove it.
Okay.
You want to defer it, right?
Defer, I mean.
And
Which
you
ones are
sent
they?
us pages today?
Yes.
There was one, I had one that I had not had an ability to reconfirm the language. I know you had Councilmember Laredo had 2 changes in one of them, and one I fully recalled, the other one I wasn't clear on, so I just.
She's the one who requesting the referral, right?
Right.
To clear-
I was requesting the deferral of January 18th minutes,
Yes.
not
Okay.
the other two.
And what were the other two that you sent us today?
November 16th, regular council meeting, and December 7th.
I think
the-
December 7th was the one with the 2 changes in it.
Yes.
Okay,
They both have, I think, 2 changes.
All right, let me take a look and I'll tell you exactly which one I would like to defer as well to the next meeting, just so I have a chance. Hold on, I apologize. I'll get this. Discussion at the time. Shoot. Oh, maybe this is it. To distribute the advance of council. Oh, there was a change that's in that wasn't. There's a change that was in the minutes today that you sent us today that wasn't in here.
Would you like to wait on that one?
Yeah, I'd like to wait on December 7th because this one, Councilmember Laredo addressed the manager requesting that for future council meetings to distribute the agenda in advance to council. There were no objections to this request. There was something else that was added, and I just wanted to go through, and I didn't have time.
But it's very confusing language.
Yeah.
Because what I meant to say, so that you know, is when we talk about agenda, they talk about the book.
No, I have no objection to that.
The table of contents. So I get a sense
of what's going to happen.
The issues are, and that doesn't come across clear.
Okay. So I would like to
asking for this agenda. You see what I'm saying?
No, I do. I understand. I had no objection to that whatsoever.
For example, Mr. Kaplan requested if something comes up that is significant before all the backup stuff, is say, hey, it's too important. He's not going to be here. Right. That gives us another couple of days because we all.
No, I agree with you. No, that one I'm not objecting to. It's the other, and I'm not objecting even to the other one. I just wanted to go through it.
Agenda. I didn't mean agenda.
So let's pull December 7th, please.
Agenda content.
Table of content.
Yeah, table of content.
I would like to defer. I'd like to defer December 7th as well.
Okay, December 7th and.
Does B and C?
Yes.
What I wanted to do is after is to then quickly move the consent.
Yeah, we'll do that.
To concentrate on the report.
Correct.
So I move the agenda as amended.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I move the consent.
Well, we have special presentations.
Yeah, but I wanted.
Oh, you wanted to move it up to the? That's
so
fine.
We can then concentrate on the.
Fine. So can we let's re-amend to move the consent agenda up. I'll move the consent agenda up to ahead of special presentations.
That eliminates that.
Yes.
Second.
Yes. All those in favor?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay.
Motion carries.
Now we vote on the consent agenda?
Yes, the consent agenda.
Aye.
We just did.
Well, no, we just move it, second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Perfect.
Motion carries. The next item is a special presentation, K8 Stormwater System Design Criteria Presentation presented by AECom.
All right.
Good evening.
Presented by our distinguished.
Introduced.
It's a very big difference to me.
Introduced by.
Yeah, which one is it? Open up. That's stormwater. This one.
And then I just give you presentation.
This one. And then open up Zoom, and you know what it is. You gotta help me. So is this opening up? So while Peter. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Sets this up. I'd just like to briefly introduce AECom. They're the village's stormwater design engineer. They're going to be presenting summary information from the first task order that they completed that was authorized about a year ago. This is an important next step in a process that gets us towards a redesign of our stormwater system village-wide. In order to better manage stormwater, which we all know is a growing problem that is only going to get worse over time. Fernando Vasquez, Vice President of AECom for the Southeast Water Section, is here. He'll be presenting this information. As well, Eric Alcantara, who's a Senior Project Manager, working very closely with us on all of these details, is here as well. Some of this information you are already familiar with. You've seen details of it along the way. We also provided some of this information at 2 town halls that happened at the end of the summer and also this past fall. And so this is an opportunity for AECOM to present the findings to council as a whole for discussion, as well as for the general public. It's an important step towards the redesign, the next step, the redesign of incrementally the entire system. And so with that said, I'll pass it on to Fernando, and then we'll be available to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you.
With the caveat that we've seen this already.
Sorry.
No, you just
Excuse
you
me,
just
question.
tab through it.
Do we ask questions as you go along, or do we wait till the end?
However you feel comfortable.
As we go along.
I'm flexible either way.
Thank you.
I can walk through some. Thank you so much, appreciate it. Well, Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Fernando Vasquez. I'm with AECOM. I'm a principal for this specific project. This is pretty near and dear to my heart since I've been living here for 20 years. So I experienced the flooding as well.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that is great news.
So I just wanted to relay that because of particular, personal issues as well. I get flooded and my home gets flooded and we have to wait to go out and get the car out sometimes. So it's good that we're, engaging in further solutions. So what I was hoping to do during this presentation is as we, in the past, there were questions about how, the overall condition of the system and should we move forward with 1 DCP, 2 DCPs, et cetera. And the idea was to give you a sense of where the village is as it relates to their current drainage system. What is the gap related to future storm, or not future storm events, what I mean to say is adopted storm events by, respective municipalities to surround us, including the county, common practice, for lack of a better word. Take a look at the sea level rise projections that were done and make some form of a recommendation based on what we have right now and the projections that the compact has developing through time. And talk about a little bit about the design storm events that generally are used as a common practice within the Miami-Dade area. And when we speak about a level of service, we speak about what is comfortable to all of us here in the island and what we can live with. So, and with that, establish the level of service. So a little bit by way of background, after the village incorporation, there was a stormwater master plan. I'll go through this really quick. In 2015, the stormwater master plan was conducted by another consultant, and there was a tier 1 improvements, which are the tight flex valves, and the tier 2 improvements, identified the critical basins and proposed new drainage wells, as well as recommended infrastructure improvements. 2019, AECOM was retained to evaluate these conditions, and one of the things that came up to our attention, and normally it was really normal at that point because at that time, not too many consultants in there, by practice throughout, that were not taking into consideration sea level rise. It was really a discussion that started kicking in after Miami Beach went into the 2010 master plan, and it became a discussion. So it's absolutely normal that at that point in time that would not be considered since those studies were ongoing, as well as developing the boundary conditions that we see as what we call threshold points within the island. So we're here today to provide you with our findings, and I'll just go really brief through this, the AECOM agreement, and then we did the task order number 1, which came out to you, and the questions were related to the DCP. There was a subsequent briefing to the council members related to that, and then we did a couple of town halls where we got input from the community as to how they envision the level of service to be. So why upgrade the stormwater system right now? Well, the way we're looking at it right now, and as we're all experience substantial street flooding, even we experience sunny day flooding during, doesn't have to be raining. Sometimes we just get water backed up directly from the ocean, from the bay, excuse me. And we're also here looking at how we can streamline and maximize the storm system capacity. Currently, the storm system that we have here is, I don't want to use the word inadequate or fully inadequate, but really does not meet the requirements that are set out there by a long shot. And so we need to talk about that, and we need to understand how we can get there and how we can make the system meet the level of service and be resilient as well. And on that note, on resiliency, we want to look at the strategies for sea level rise. As everybody knows, we're in ground zero. Miami Beach is right there, we're here, and the water is rising. And little by little, we're confronting that tailwater, what we call the tailwater condition, but it's basically a wall of water that needs to be pressured out. And you can't really do it strictly by gravity. Unfortunately, it would be ideal if we could. Water will eventually find its way back into the bay, but the question is for how long and how much of a, imposition that would be on the residents. So we're trying to get there. Our current inventory of stormwater systems is at 35 gravity shallow drainage wells, which their condition is, it's not a full assessment of it that I know of, but I would beg to think that likely as the groundwater is rising, the gravity conditions diminish and degradation of the wells starts increasing. We do have some shallow injection wells. They're just pressurized. Same thing, you're asking further demand from the pumps. We have 17 gravity outfalls that are depending on how we can discharge the system, as well as collection pipes, collection system, which I'll talk a little bit more about that.
Just an observation.
Yes, sir.
If you see this too, pick a well, look in it, and the water level is high.
Yes.
You would agree with that?
Yeah, we're not only talking about sea level rise, we're also talking about ground level rise. And that is a contour that is below. We don't see it, but it's the water that's rising. Capillary effect, it's coming up.
Yeah.
So you will see that in the wells. You will see that. And your pipes might as well be flooded also because they have cracks, on the joints. So likely your system could be also flooded. So that it's not that it does decrease. It does have to force water out, but eventually it'll go by the strict capacity of the system. That'll be the limitation of the outflow.
So that's on sunny days. When rainy days,
yeah,
it backs up.
Exactly. The rain backs up, and sometimes it may not be raining, but the water's coming in from the side. It's not coming in from the top.
Yes, you say shallow well. What's the average depth of our shallow wells?
I think we're about, I don't know where they go here.
Between 100 and 150 feet.
And how far do we case them?
About 80, I would say, right? I didn't do your well, so I don't know. I would have to look at that.
How would the groundwater rise affect it?
Well, we're not talking specifically about the wells. We're talking, he's noticed potentially, I don't know if they open a well, but we're talking also the catch basins and your groundwater. I haven't looked at your wells to see how deep the water is, but that would be water for your superficial wells. And I don't have that specific data, but your superficial wells are wells that are not really going to significant depth to any aquifers or anything like that. They're just meant to discharge within the bubble of water that you have. So you have that back pressure as well from that. We could take a look at that. And
I'm just curious. I mean, normally I've built some disposal wells and basically case them, and they seem to function real fine, even with the rising sea level rise, etc. I didn't understand how that would really affect it, and that's why I understand why possibly not more you call them shallow gravity wells, disposal wells, wouldn't be an advantage to the community. But again, you're saying that they're not as working as well as they did before because of a rising sea level. That's why I'm just not an engineer, so I don't understand everything.
Why don't you define terms? Because what I was referring to is simply the graded area that simply collects water.
You were talking about the inlets, the graded inlets?
Well, let me ask you to define the terms.
No. I mean, a superficial well, that's a discharge that goes directly in a way that's called superficial, or superficial in the way that it's above.
That's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, that's right. Those are, for the most part, those are gravity wells or injection wells, depending on what you have to discharge. I don't have a specific on those wells. We just know that through time, if they're not being sent out way deep in the aquifer, they are going to be within the area where the water and the groundwater is rising. It all depends on where they're being discharged.
I assume to the aquifers. I assume the wells
not necessarily,
are going
not
down
necessarily.
to the
aquifers. Aquifers, yes, but these are shallow aquifers, and they're not contained aquifers. That's what yes.
Okay.
Well, the visual impression is that they're not draining anywhere because the water level is, I don't know, 10 inches from the drain.
That's your storm source.
That's the catch basin that you're looking at.
Storm source.
You're talking about
two different things.
You engaged well. I jumped on wells, but then I started to understand you were talking about the catch basins And as you open up the catch basin, which is the grate, you look below and you see water.
Right.
That's your pipes are flooded and it's backing up into the system and potentially coming out of that as well, likely. So your wells, whether they're superficial, whether they're, deep, they only have a limited capacity and they also have to be permitted. The gist that that I think I'm hoping to bring up is the fact that currently right now, based on the information that we have, you're looking at approximately your existing capacity is 210 CFS, cubic feet per second. When you're looking at the demand that you get into the system by a 5-year storm event, can your system meet that demand? Well, you're looking at almost 2,000 CFS when you hit a 5-year storm event. And when you're looking at a 10-year storm event, you're looking in excess of 2,000 CFS. So gravity wells or superficial wells or deep wells won't meet that capacity. You gotta get the water out. You need a good plumbing system that gets the water out as quickly as possible.
Now that's based on 6 to 12 hours of ponding swales to get to that number.
There are
the criteria used.
Well, yeah, right now what I need to make an important point. All these are variables that eventually go into some form of.
I'm reading your report. I'm talking.
Yeah, it is, and they're all variables that need to be taken into consideration to derive different options. For the most part, what's adequate? Yes, you want to have some storage, whether it be a half a foot or a foot may be a bit too much, but you want to have some storage in your street that takes about half of the lane. It allows for cars and emergency cars to drive through the crown, if possible, in an ideal roadway situation. You don't want that water to stay there too long, because if it stays too long, then you start creating potential environment for mosquitoes and other nuisances. So 12 hours is adequate. Maybe if you want to do a little more, that's fine. But the important is, you're going from a system that has a capacity of discharging 210 CFS and having to increase that system significantly by that gap that is shown.
So the only reason I brought that up is because it's at 6 to 12 hours for disposal of the system. And obviously, depending on how long it takes to dispose, depends how big your pumps, number of pumps, et cetera, is going to be. So my question is, we have an estimates which you put in there, which is great. But could we have, in the future, estimates, if we're going to have it for 6 hours, is it going to cost us this much? 12 hours, this much? In other words, different things, so we can make a financial decision based on how long the water will remain in the swale.
That is the ideal approach, and yes, I agree with you 100% that would need to be done in a way that we could evaluate all those different alternatives.
And not just duration, but also the magnitude of ponding is a popular word tonight.
Right. And that we would work alongside with your LIDAR and all your survey information, and we would incorporate that. The important thing is to really get as close as we can to science, right? And the respective variations that we anticipate that sea level rise will have, and also incorporating the best storm event that we can live with.
Then the last thing would be that your whole system is based on the roads being passable, no more than 6 inches of water. Is that correct?
We want to keep, preferably we want to keep the crown clear. We want to keep enough
crown
room
clear,
for,
but 6 inches on both sides going to the swales.
If it allows, if it doesn't go into people's properties too, depending on, the village is very flat. So in this particular case, we're kind of have a demand to, get the water out as quickly as possible. So when we're looking at how do we mitigate that gap? Well, there's some big decisions that need to be made as far as that, because the gap is big. So we got to get to that point, to that level of service. So, larger diameter pipes would be ideal, and preferably, my professional opinion, interconnected to the degree that you can have the system. Right now you have divided systems. So you have this portion right here. And if you had a different topology, if you had, more elevations, et cetera, I would see that. But it's so flat that the system can work cohesively and homogeneously. So if you're, right now with your pipes not interconnected, it would be ideal if the pipes, if we could find areas, I'm not saying interconnect the whole system, but improve the interconnection in order to achieve, to streamline the flow out. By providing larger diameter pipes, we also allow for additional storage. The pipe may be half full or not, but it still allows for storage during the storm event, which allows us to control the peak. flatten out the curb. You'll see that when we show it.
Again,
No pun intended, but.
The cost of bigger pipes versus the cost of other methods of storage. Because larger pipes go up not arithmetically, but probably geometrically for cost.
They allow, I want to understand your question well.
I'm saying, you mentioned that to have pipes, larger pipes for storage, which is great. And I'm saying to consider that versus other means of water storage on site, on lands, the cost benefit of the two things. That's all. So
yes,
when you
that would be
do that,
ideal.
would be great. So when we make a decision, we say, okay, it costs us to do this, it costs us to do that. What's the most beneficial, economical thing for the village? That's all.
Yeah.
As you move forward.
And that would be ideal if we can maximize the storage underground in the pipes, as opposed to having to take into consideration other more costly infrastructure solutions. The pump stations, and we'll discuss a little bit further into the slides, we'll kind of show you a little bit of what we've seen, but right now the way the system was originally kind of looked at was based on availability and availability of space, and it accommodates smaller pump stations. So when you're dealing with small pump stations, you really, and especially in a system that is attenuating the flow and it's actively working, you're starting with, it becomes an operational nightmare because these pumps are manifolded, they're all getting into fighting each other, can't get the run times. So it's a problem and they're not guaranteed. The more pumps you have, the more risk you are submitted to. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. We also talked about storage structures. Storage structures, depending on the size, depending on the volume that's needed, depending on, how much you've put a little bit more on larger pipes. You can always do a give and take, some sort of a slide rule type thing where you can just, it's a give and take and size those structures and see where you can put them in a public setting if allowed. And the green infrastructure, that is a great idea if we can manage to remove most of the water out. If not, the swales have only enough capacity before water tries to find itself eventually to another low point or somebody's property. So
it's ironic that we were speaking of curbing and green infrastructure on the same evening. They don't seem to be the same thing, but we'll come to.
We're talking about surface treatment, I guess. Yeah, more of the surface treatment that we do to allow for storage along the streets, which from experience in Miami Beach, I noticed they really don't offer as much a capacity as one wishes they would, because again, the elevations and the flatness of it all. So this is more of a sense to give you that, originally we were looking at since 1992 when we first got I'm just gonna have to move this over here. The mean sea level rise was at about minus 0.89 feet. That's in an AVD elevation from benchmark, and we estimate that by 2020, based on a series of factors, projections, as well as give some factors for meteorological effects, we'll be looking close to about 2.07 feet for an estimated sea level rise along that condition. This is just to give you more perspective of how the road lays in respect to the drainage system and the seawall. So we don't really want the sea to go beyond that sea level cap, right? Because then you're eventually just the water will topple over. And okay, so in the projections that we did for the boundary conditions to understand what we're looking at in the 50-year horizon, there are all these curves that were developed through Southeast Compact that include NOAA, high, extreme high, the median curve, and we wanted to talk about these two, the ones that we feel that, it's like when you look at a hurricane, what's coming, you got a cone of uncertainty. We want to kind of stay tight to that, to the most certain that we can on science and not further expand. In addition to that, we want to set, I think it would be a good idea to consider, is to set up a benchmark to reevaluate this on a recurrent basis, because we don't really know where these curves are going to go. These are curves that are done in the best interest by scientists and engineers, but at the end of the day, we're dealing with nature, and we don't know. And we have to really understand that from the beginning. So the best way that we can know.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
The data used for, was it the data based on the 88 datum, that was minus not 0.9 and plus 0.28 or something?
1.56 is the conversion that I understand, right? Or
no, I don't think it was. look at the numbers in your book there. I think it was like plus 2 point something.
Yeah,
And minus 9 or something, wasn't it?
It was 2.07 for sea
I
level
don't have it in
rise.
front of me, but.
No, it's
it
right.
was.
No, it's right on this.
No, that's not it. There's two numbers from, I think, 2002 to, or 2020 or something. And the reason I brought that up, it looked like that basically the average or over that period of time was less than the numbers they're using here going forward. And that's why but that's my curiosity. I mean, when I don't have your presentation in front of me, but when I had your presentation, that just stuck out to me and I wondered why that some of these things were now going to grow slower than they were before for the last 20 years.
Are you referring to the presentation that we were all briefed on?
Yes.
Is that where you saw that?
That's what I was talking about. And,
want
you know,
Roland?
maybe just a typo or maybe my math isn't very
Hey,
good.
hold on.
Come on
Roland,
up,
you got to
Roland.
come up to the mic because people at home need to hear you.
Yeah, the numbers that we are showing here are
Into the mic.
consistent. The numbers that we're showing here are consistent with the presentation that we gave earlier. What you saw was that in 1992, NAVD 88 sea level was negative 0.89.
Yeah.
In 2020, when you factor in tides and sea level and all that, it's now 2.07.
2.07 or
And
2.87?
2.07.
2.07.
And then in the future, depending on which projection you
We go with.
use,
So basically
2050
you're saying
sea
we'll
level
have
will be
about
at 2.84 or 3.11.
So what about 36 inches in about 20 years?
14 to 25 inches, depending on which
No,
projection
20
you're using.
No, you just told me 2 point something and it was minus 9. Minus a 9 to it. So it's
Negative
1.1
0.89 was where it was
1992.
in 1992.
Exactly. So
2.07 is where it is about
you have to
now.
add the two together.
Moving forward from now till 2050, we're anticipating 14 to 25 inches of sea level rise, which gets you to 2.84 or 3.11. Those are
That's
the.
not what I'm saying, Roy. What I'm saying is you had 2.0 something from minus 9.
Minus 0.89 is
Right,
about
so it's like 2.9.
1.18.
No, one's a negative, so you have to add a negative to get the sea level
Subtract
to get a positive.
2.07 plus negative 0.89
Yeah.
should be 1.18.
No, it
No, you
shouldn't
add
be.
it. You do
It's
the other way.
2.9.
If you'd
You
like,
add
we
them
can
together?
run through,
Yes.
if you'd like, we
Oh,
can run
because
through
I
this in
see.
detail.
Right, I
above.
apologize.
So
So
we got
you're
30
adding, it's the absolutes going to the
36.
difference. Right, I get you.
No, you still- yeah.
Understood.
Okay, and you look at the period of years, and it looks like it was just more then. So I'm just curious why now they're not accelerating, since we talked about sea level rise, why it's not accelerating faster per year.
It is gradually. It's not a linear rise.
mind.
It's an
But
exponential rise.
I mean, I'm happy to walk you through all the numbers in detail. You know, if you'd
We'll do
like,
it later.
as a sidebar. I mean, happily to.
So, in looking at the projections for 2050, as you know, the curve is slowly before it becomes highly exponential. We want to stay within that environment, making a projection for an infrastructure investment, and that was really where I was going at. Is that, you know, every 30 years or so, by the time you're done with this, you will have a better projection, a better cone of uncertainty, I guess, for lack of a better word. So now I think you may have been referring to this, if I understand you correctly, and I hope I did. The projection that we have right now for 2050 is it will be about 2.84 on an NAVD 88 benchmark. In looking at some of the plans that were shown there, it appeared that the island, the previous plans we looked at were done on NGVD 27. So we have that differential, so we have to add the 1.56 to this. So that gives us this potential flooding, and it's consistent with what the former consultant had done as relating to areas that would be prominently affected by sea level rise.
Which brings up the next question.
Yes.
Looking at the first page where you talk about your project and what you're looking at, you're not looking at the Grand Bay, the Key Colony, the Ocean Club, from the Ocean Club down to Cape Bill Baggs Park. Where is that water going to go? Crandon Boulevard, you're not looking, I think, on the, would be the
We're going
west
to look
side
at
of
everything. I mean, what we're looking for this particular, in order to keep consistent with the science that we have right now, again, please, because we have not done a model for this, and we have not been able to model with all these variables that are here.
I'm just saying, where's that water from all those major projects going to go if they're not, I mean, they're not, are they going to self-contain on their properties? Is that the idea?
No. Well, I mean, if they have, if they're, we take care of the water in the right-of-way. Any private property that it's beyond 1 acre has to provide, according to current rates, then it needs to have their own disposal system. So we can't really show how those areas flood. We can certainly look at the streets and the rights-of-way.
So we're assuming that there will be no, according to your
Well,
plan.
no, we're not going to assume because we're going to take with us the LiDAR. If we can go ahead and proceed with some form of better analysis, we're going to take with us the LiDAR and all that information and model it based on the contours that you have right now.
No, I'm just thinking, maybe you have even more water, you know, that 2,000, well, what it was per second, water coming.
The 250 feet, yeah.
Yeah,
cubic
whatever
feet
it
per
was,
second,
add
yeah.
that on top of it. So maybe we even need more stuff or more means to get rid of that water.
Yeah, just to be clear, the 250 CFS I was indicating is the actual capacity of the system, to withstand the demand. Call the demand the rainfall. Bam, it's raining now. You got a demand of, all that you can handle is a demand of 250 CFS. That's what your system has. So if that demand is bigger through a storm event that is larger, and now it's going to 2,000, now you need a bigger system. So we're dealing with another thing that
an illustration of what Ed is talking about occurs to me commonly on Ocean Lane Drive. It's a condominium.
Yeah, I live there.
Street.
He's in the
That's where I live.
The water flows out from the individual building.
Become Venice every once in a while.
Yeah.
I take my dogs to go out swimming there.
It's not part of your study
here.
area. That's what I'm saying, it's not part of your study area. and
It
should
is,
be.
Ed. If you look at
No, it's
Ocean
not.
Lane
Look at
Drive, it's like a river.
Yeah, go look at the study area, and that's not included.
It's a problematic area, and we need to look at that.
That's what I'm saying. that-
It's not
we should
being looked
include
at,
that.
because
No,
my
it's not
understanding
in
in
the
looking at
study
the
area.
drawings,
Clearly,
Yeah.
yeah, it's there.
Believe me, it's not, I studied it.
Those are projections that are based on, that we had from NOAA, I think, that we just put in there, but those are not projections that we did. That is not our model. We have to come back with a model. We're giving you the information based on what is currently the information that is currently available. For AECOM to come to you with formal recommendations, it's very important that we assess that.
But those formal
So this-
recommendations are going to include pooled water on the east side of Crandon.
Yes.
Yes.
It will have to include Crandon because it obviously stands out as a problematic area by looking at these plans. So obviously the condition becomes more exacerbated, as you're looking at a 10-year storm event. And you can see clearly that it's grown further and on the intermediate high, it floods further. All right, so when we're talking about a 5-year, 24-hour storm event, we expect that will pour down about 7 inches when it's total. And when we're talking about a 10-year storm, a 24-hour storm event, we're talking about 8 inches. Not that much difference. That's why you can see a lot of folks in the county, they've gone from a 5 to a 10. Miami Beach has gone from 5 to a 10. Because, going back to that gap, as you saw the gap is from 250 to 1,900, but then you got 1,900 to 2,300. So it's an additional level of service that you're saying, we really need to make our system more resilient, so we're going to go with a 10-year storm event. And again, going back to what is adequate common practice in the area. There's a street. There's my street. So level of service. The level of service, what we mean by that is what are the certain performances by the that we want the system to have and to respond to, how we want it to perform by the expectations of the public. And this is an example, which is adopted usually throughout, is to have passable roadways, as I was saying, have some adequate stream and storage, and that could be in areas that we define, and that's a question of design and planning more than anything else. A timely discharge. We don't want to keep the water too much ponding and make a haven for mosquitoes. And the infrastructure design life, which we added here to make, pardon me. I got this little window that keeps on popping up, about 30 years. So why are we going 50 years? Because we're not really going to have the system activated and fully running until, when you look at 8 years in construction times, it's really a short time. There's still projects throughout that are 20 years old and they probably haven't even started yet. So we have to give ourselves enough time to have the system build, to have the system in line, and then, when the system becomes activated and operational, then from then on starts the clock. Okay. That's the way we look at it. So here's the ponding tolerances that we were talking about. Common practice, again, is going between 0 to 1 foot, and that depends on the tolerance level of the community or residents, and ponding duration as well. Do you want to, have 0, 6 to 12 inches, or 6 to 12 hours, or go all the way to 24 hours? And then when you look at the ponding location, we want our surface storage, we want it to be on the roads and the swales as much and as possible as we can, meaning to say that we don't want that water to overflow. We want to keep that water within the limits of the right-of-way. And again, going to the flatness of the topography. So we, in the surveys that we did when we conducted with the community, and I don't know if you had an opportunity to take a look at these, but what we saw that folks were, when it comes down to water quantity, which items concern you the most? And you can see that about 31% was concerned about the roadway flooding depth. Normally so. And then the roadway flooding recovery time. How long is the water going to stay there? Sometimes I have to wait about a couple of hours before I can get out of the Commodore and go into, Ocean Lane. It's tough. So, and building property, because of the water being stored, how long, are you concerned about that damage? So you can see that there was a substantial interest in that and concern about that. And ponding and roadways and swales and yards, I think that's by virtue of this being the flood depth, that's not really an impact, I guess, or less of an impact, because I think the primary concern is within the roadway. So as it relates to tolerance of flooding, no tolerance on the roads. I think people understand that eventually, because we live in a flat island, we were going to get roadway flooding. So I think that's understandable. 0 to 5 feet, 0.5 feet of flooding up to 12 hours. 1 feet, those were all pretty low. And for the most part, people didn't really want to have any flooding on the road. But that's a condition that it's almost, I don't want to say impossible. Everything can be designed, but it's a very difficult, challenging condition to sustain. So when we're looking at the projection curve that we were presenting to the public, then for the most part, obviously I can see the sentiment of going high on the extreme high in order to create more of a resilient set of mind. Let's make the island really resilient. Let's go as best as we can, just like having no flooding on the road. Adopt the highest curve and make it strong for that. I can understand that being perfectly normal. On the higher and medium-sized curves, that's where you got most of your average deviation on that. And on the IPCC median, that probably got the lowest percentage on it. So we're looking between the NOAA intermediate high, the NOAA high, and that's a question of investment, and the IPCC median. So really we're looking between the NOAA high and the NOAA intermediate high. So what does that give us when we look at it? Going back again to what we've seen throughout the county, and how we get the sense of the residents is that we should do some adequate ponding depth along the right-of-way, provide for adequate ponding duration, because that helps attenuate the peak of the storm as best as it can. It does help that, but you want to get it out quick, and also provide the roadway, the swales as areas for ponding. And when I mean swale, I also want to underscore the fact that, when you're looking at a storm event like this, half of the road is okay to store water, just as long as you get a car through, and an ambulance or, vehicles, or God forbid in some event, we just really want to get people out. On the stormwater system, okay, so the challenges I indicated are sea level rise, and with that, groundwater rise, which will diminish the discharge capacity of both of the gravity system and your wells as well as your pipes, right? Recommendations. We are recommending that the system would be streamlined, connected to increase capacity, allow it to work together, allow the water to move. You find a bottleneck here, let the water back up, get somewhere, pump it out. We want to get all the water out as fast and as efficiently as we can. Shift from gravity to pressurized. We already know we can put the system under gravity, but it's only going to be very limited by your tailwater conditions. Call the tailwater conditions a wall of water that you face, and that's going to keep growing. Enhance our outfalls, increase the size of our outfalls to provide for additional capacity of discharge, and implement green and gray infrastructure to allow for improved water quality and quantity. So that's a best management practice, what we call. Okay. And there are different variations of what those options may be. You can have, you can look at areas where you can have cellular concrete paver that allows for some percolation through the pavement. You can look at a vegetative swale, although I'm not sure if it can be that deep, but it certainly provides for some cleaning of the water, provides for water quality, storage. A landscape tree well is also another condition, but that's also limited. That depends on your right-of-way and how long you're extending that, and where you can do it from the standpoint of landscape architecture. Right. Now you get into kind of the landscape architecture field here. Pervious asphalt, which is good for parking lots. I wouldn't consider to put on the roads, more for static loads. And vegetative stone swales. That helps out, not a common practice so much here in Florida that I've seen it, but it does provide for some, depending on how the homeowners may want to have that, and rain gardens, which is really just allowing for just having vegetative conditions and allowing for the water to percolate. So those are the conditions, and this is another slide that shows how these systems would work. Generally, we would not locate a pipe, and unfortunately that's shown there, but we would really work on that condition would allow the swale to discharge into a catch basin by surface. Because we don't want it to go directly into a pipe. If we have grass there, we want to make sure that it's cleaned out. We want to use that best management practice. We want to be able to filter any type of pollutants before they go into the bay. So grass does help out to a certain degree. I would not recommend putting a pipe on that. I know we showed it, but.
Well, let me just throw this. Suppose one of my hopes is that we are able to filter this water before we pump it out. Yeah. So what, rather than just relying on natural filtration, would that impact anyway?
Yeah, most pump stations have some primary treatment, allow for storage and overtop in the weir to contain that first flush that we call, where all the cigarette butts go there, the oils and all those things that go into.
I'm even talking about I know there's filtration systems now that can, you put cartridges, I don't know what they're called, if they're carbon based or whatever they are. Roland's coming up, I guess, to talk at me about this.
I just want to add to that effect. What you're talking about are gray solutions,
Right.
inline solutions, and we just recently got a grant to test out some different
Yeah,
technologies.
no, I remember. Yeah, that's awesome.
And those are things, depending on the results, that may be considered in the design.
I guess my question was, you were saying we want it to filter rather than putting it into the pipes, but if we've got the filtration at the end before pumping out into the bay, could we utilize pipes or catch basins and more readily along our swales?
We could use catch basins with, to allow for the
I
water
like-
to go in and overtop. They're bigger structures.
I
by
like the
way.
rain gardens along the swales. There's a lot of ideas where we could make it aesthetically nice, but at the same time catch the water and help with those things.
It's a combination of solutions.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Softer and harder solutions, yeah. And, when you get to your pump station, obviously, you got to clean as much as you can before it goes into the pumping system, starts pumping out. So you got to have some primary treatment, some chambers where you keep the water in, it overtops, and it contains the contaminants that we really want to avoid going into the bay, as well as the bigger stuff that goes into
Correct.
the road and ends up in the catch basins.
What happens to those over time?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Going back to your gravity system. Right now, we require a 2-inch disposal well for anybody who has a swimming pool. So they use it only once when they drain their pools. Going forward, would you think it make any kind of sense for us to put in our building code that people have to basically drain the water on their property, maybe with a 4-inch diameter shallow well or disposal well? Mine only goes down 90 feet. I have 2 of them. I pump all the water there. I have no problem. At my house, the lower level is below the crown of the road, so I get flooded. But then I have a catch basin and a pump that goes into the into my disposal well. And my question
Yeah,
is.
you have to have your own disposal well. and-
We all have disposal wells.
Right.
The question is going forward, instead of requiring a 2-inch disposal well, which like I say, maybe is used once a year, maybe not used at all, to have a larger disposal well and have the water contained on the individual properties, not dumping it into the street, and worrying about dumping into the bay? Or do you think that with a sea level rise, even these local small disposal wells would become meaningless?
I would venture to, I mean, I think it's a logic, as sea level rise increases and you've got more of an impact to get this water out of the property. But also, remember one quick thing I want to make sure I had, for properties that exceed 1 acre, and I want to check, I think it's the 25-year 3-day storm, I hope I'm correct on that, but it's a larger storm event that will dictate the flow, that will dictate the size of your well. So it's not really just, I mean, you may have to deal with a bigger well,
Well, I said like a 4-inch well.
Yeah.
Versus a 2-inch.
You got to handle, beyond 1
family,
acre,
right?
you got to handle a storm event that, for your own area. And I think back then, I have to check that out, but you're looking at a higher storm event. And obviously, I don't believe these are deep wells.
80, 90
so
feet.
so they're going to be subject to impacts associated to that, to the groundwater rise. Elevated streets, and I wanted to talk a little bit about this because this has been a discussion that's been ongoing, and it was the buzz in Miami Beach for a while about elevating roads. And I'm a firm believer that it's important to, while it's important to look at the contours and make sure that we maintain the crown of the road, for the most part, when you're looking at a drainage system, I think your plumbing is really what's going to get the water out. Does that make sense? It's going to get the water
not
out.
raising the roads. That's not going to assist. It's more.
Yes, it will do it. It will do it because you raised the road. But what happens? You've also encroached into the floodplain.
Right.
So it's like pushing a wall in a bathtub. The water's going to come out somewhere else. Water's always going to find the lowest point. So by raising the roads, there's a risk, and I have to say this, a risk that potentially affects other property owners that are in lower spots. So that has to be a very cautious, very careful design. And I do agree that in some areas you have to modify contours to a degree of raising the roads 3 feet or going to that direction. I just think that it could create more adverse conditions than actually sustainable. And plus, you're designing with a horizon of 30 years. Right. You know, you may be obsolete by the time you get sea level.
Are you considering one-way streets then?
I think that could be an option. That's more of a traffic response. But I mean, as far as drainage is concerned, as far as allowing for additional pervious areas, it's definitely positive. When we're talking about swales, it's definitely a potential. So we can expand the swale capacity. We can add for additional storage. We can do additional treatment and all that. It is a traffic, has to be looked at.
Well, I think also for us, it's a concern, as we heard earlier, that our swales are used for parking. So trying to perhaps making where we develop swales to capture rainwater, we may need to make one-way streets to allow for parking and these kinds of swales, because that's obviously, I mean, we heard about it earlier this meeting, but it's something that we all know.
Right.
Swales have been a hot item, and especially with respect to parking.
Yeah. It's an option that was looked at back in the days when I was on the beach, Miami Beach. We looked at that hard, and some areas, especially around Bayshore and places like that, where we're looking at one-ways, trying to increase the maximum green capacity of the road. It always helps. Pump stations, this is the real fun part here. When you're talking about a 5-year storm event, depends on obviously on the size of the pump station, and this matrix is really just meant to kind of give you a perspective of the capacity that we can generate through some pump stations, some of them being very large, some of them being medium-sized, and some of them being small.
Let me ask you this, just for my own perspective. Yeah. The pump station on Ocean Lane Drive, is that a pump station or no?
That is we have a stormwater, and it's a, I don't know.
The one, okay, I'm just, for my edification, what's the size of, do you have any idea what the size of that pump station is as opposed?
It's like about 2,500 gallons a minute.
No, but is it the 5,100 one?
That's a very shallow one. It is a pump. It's not a pump station. It's a shallow well that we lift the water to dump into the well. It's really,
Okay, so it's not relevant for our
it's not,
conversations.
It's not pump station
Okay.
that we're discussing.
I'm just trying, well, okay, so the size of that pump, how big is a 50 as compared to that pump
I
site?
think
How
that's a
big is it?
10,000 gallon, that's divided by.
It's 20,000
I'll do the
gallons
math
in it.
real
Yeah, but
quick.
it doesn't tell me. I just want to know the size of
Physical
the space that we need. If we're talking about putting in these pumps around the island,
Well, give a perspective, I think, Eric, you took a number on
trying
that.
to figure
Was
out
it
the size
60
for
by
me.
100 or something? Miami
Thank
Beach
you,
right now
thank
on the
you,
blood
big.
pumps.
I understand, but you still have to find.
The electrical, the whole thing.
I understand that. So how big would the, sorry, does anybody have an answer? I was listening, I was being told by Ed that they're big, which, is, you know.
Well, that's what I heard in my briefing too, like one of the sizes, I can't remember which one, was like the size of the room I was sitting in.
Yeah.
Well,
I think the other
okay.
question,
But
regarding
is that
the
a
pumps-
250? Is that a 50?
It's about like 22.
22?
Yeah.
And these are 50s, that's over twice, 2.8, yeah, okay.
That one's a 22, you said the one that's
So
on the.
10,000 gallon per minute, it's about 22, 23 CFS.
And then how many pumps do we have again? It was 2 pumps that we have?
But yeah,
For the
it's
outfalls?
duplex pumps, so there's one, they're working one given at a time, and then total two pump stations that we have in the village, one at Ocean Lane Drive, one East Center Drive.
Okay, and they're both 22?
They're the same size, 10,000 gallon per minute.
Thank you. Just to give myself perspective so that I
Yeah,
understand.
it's very, I mean, that's on the smallest scale.
That's a
what we have on
small,
Ocean
that's a
Drive.
small
Correct.
pump and it's not a,
That's just for, yeah.
Yeah.
And you can see that by that size, that's even more, that would probably double that number.
Correct.
right.
When you're looking at it just as a straight out,
Okay.
linear
That's
curve
that's
on
all I
it.
needed. Thank you.
So yes, this is not, I would love to bring you better news as far as the pump stations and their sizes, but you're looking at about, I think we took a quick takeoff of the current pump station that is being built in West Avenue on the beach. It's massive, and it's taking about 60 to 100 feet, 60 in width, I think 100 feet altogether for access, et cetera. They're large pump
So
stations.
6,000
The
square
size-
feet of
they're the
area?
size- I mean, the vaults are probably the size of this room, the way I've seen them. They're big. I mean, and they are because they need to get all the water
And how
out.
big is the power source structure that you need for that? Because I
don't
mean, we
have
can
the
put,
number.
we can put the
Yeah.
pumps probably
Yes,
underground,
I
right? But
don't
the,
have, I
okay,
don't
I'm just,
have that
okay.
specific number, but I will come back to you. with
Yeah,
that
because I think
number
that's
and
important
more
too, so we can get some
understanding. Yes, sir.
perspective around the village.
Yes.
I
Yes.
noticed on Miami Beach, on the Venetian Islands, it appears to be about 10 to 15 feet wide, the area they've taken from the street to the bay for their pumps, their electrical and everything else. So I estimate that's probably, 1,000, 1,500 feet, does that sound about right?
Of width? Or
The width
length?
is
Yeah,
only 10,
60
15 feet
about 50
wide.
to 60 feet we want to have, like a normal street right away, because we want to accommodate, it's not just the pump station, it's all the instrumentation, the access to it.
Yeah, they have
around
all
and-
that stuff on the side and everything running down the side. I just didn't know if that was what size pumps they were putting in there.
That specific area, I
Venetian
don't
Island.
exactly know, but I can go back because I remember I was there when we did the design. I can certainly go
Okay.
back and come back with that information as well as the energy question. So we have to get really creative on this. I believe there's been discussions, and we have to, and again, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself on this, but I believe there's been, there are areas within the right-of-way. I mean, when you look at Sunset Islands, I think it is right by Maurice Gibb Park, where that whole area where they raised the road, you see a major pump station right across the Publix. It's located pretty much in the right-of-way when you look at it.
Yeah.
So we don't necessarily, we want to investigate that a little more. We want to talk to folks that are looking at this in greater detail. And possibly, I think, and it all depends really, but it's a public area, it's public right away. And if it can be room to accommodate some of these systems, that would be ideal.
But how many do we need? I mean,
Well, I mean, when you're looking at massive pump stations and you're looking in the range between 150 to 250, you're in the average between 11 to 10 pump stations you're going to need throughout. We can engineer the system, but you're going to be within that range, as opposed to looking at 36 pump stations or
Yeah, that's
24,
just-
because
that
then
doesn't
you
seem
got a
to-
nightmare.
Right.
You may reduce the cost on the capital, but then you got to deal with your ops costs
Right.
and maintaining those systems working all the time. So we feel that for that particular component, it's better to go bigger and be able to manage that. But we would like to do a little bit more of research as to the locations, because we understand that there are
That's gonna be
space
critical.
space constraints, and we would be aiming in that direction if possible. So what do the pump stations and some of the added storage, and when I say I took it underground purposely because I just want to make sure that we're not just talking about these major underground structures. There are opportunities to look at potentially above ground storage, and the Dutch are really good at this stuff. I was in Amsterdam, took a look at what they've done. You know, they use parking locations to put it. They've been stored adjacent to the walls. You know, they're very creative in how they do this, and I'm not suggesting to go in that direction. But what I'm saying is that not everything has to be underground, and not everything has to be a massive tank. It all depends on how we design the system, how we design the pumps to react to that system, how we can contain that flow, that peak flow. And all that will dictate what excess volume we need to maintain an adequate peak to manage, because that's critical. And, you know, I feel like I'm going back to early 2020s here, but you got to flatten that curve.
Heard it before.
We heard that many times. But we got to flatten that curve. And how we do that is going to be a combination of, we got to get into some sophisticated engineering to figure out how we want to do that with all the variables that we have in place. So this was, we discussed this with the administration. It was just kind of to give an idea of where we're at. If you would consider maybe like a slide rule condition where you have a lesser storm event, but when you're looking at the level of service that you need to provide and lower dollars, you're really sacrificing more of the, the ponding depth. You're going up to a higher level. We don't mean to be specific, but just kind of give you perspective. These are perspective numbers. And more storage, more impacts to the yards, swales, and roads. That's when you go into a less expensive system. And using, 5-year event, obviously the event increases, the intensity increases, the volume increases. So now you're looking at investing more, but you still have some issues related to your water and your ponding more on the swales and the roads. And if we want to dedicate more of the water on the swales and between the swales and the roads, and the swales using half of the road, then you're looking at an investment. And we have not, and we would rather really have an adequate. We have run some numbers, but I want to be able to come to you with a better grasp of this.
But the ballpark numbers you gave presentation, $100 to $200 million, basically should cover it.
Ed's got it. Just call Ed. He'll write a check.
I think I would be comfortable being able to. I have to give you a number. Those were the number that was. Those were. I just want to clarify. The number that was initially discussed, that we were tossing around, was a number that was just based on, compounded impact, growth, construction, the economy, of stuff that we learned, lessons learned. What do we need to add? Relocation of utilities and other contingencies that we add on it, general contingencies that we add to a contract. But it can't be, we have to consider much more, other things to it as well. And I think also from the standpoint of, if we bring a solid number like that, we're not talking about this is the investment that has to be today.
No, I'm just
we anticipate that the system will be done in stages, and as such, the funding would be in tranches and stuff like that. Yeah. So we walk our way into a resilient system.
Right. One thing I think that you could do, which really would help us, and sooner the better, and it's up to the council and decide whether you want to do it. I don't know if it's in their assignment. We should change their assignment. But based on your layout, where approximately in the areas of the village you would think to put these pumps? Right. So therefore, when we find lots for sale that might work for us, we acquire them when we don't need them, not when all of a sudden we need them and we're held up.
We would have to identify that and work closely with staff on that. Yeah. There's some parks, I guess.
I'm just saying, just
some agreements that
general
may be
idea there. Here.
Yeah, I mean, certainly not everywhere. There would have to be very selective places that work alongside with the system. But I can't really, I would love to tell you where ideally, yes, if you say put it here, but you're going to design the system based on that location. I think you want to design the system first and then identify where the preferable locations would be and try to locate the pump there.
And then the guy has a $10 million house and we're stuck for $10 million to buy his house. The other thing is we have roundabouts. Any possibility of putting the pumps with the roundabouts?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I'm not sure if it could be a very big pump station, but it could certainly be a pump station. we can put an adequate sized pump station there. And the closer we can get it to the
Water.
to the water, the better.
Okay.
Because then it allows us to use the pump station too as primary treatment. And also we want to dispose. Another thing too is that as we dispose of the water, we want to attenuate that flow as well, because the water wants to rush out, and we don't want to do that because that was a big issue as well.
Scouring and the.
Scouring, changes in temperature.
No, agreed. It's bad for the bay.
So, yeah, so we need to, the more we look at these pumps, the more we're going to be, our preferred options will be to get as close as we can to the seawall, as close as we can. Maybe street ends or whatever, to try to locate him there so we can get the water in and disperse it through. So we're not impacted.
Mr. Vasquez, I'm sorry to interrupt you because I know we have a long day today, but
I'll go quick.
But I wanted to just jump on something which I communicated in the meetings, which we've been very thoroughly brief on this, which is great, and I know this is for the public. But we don't need to reinvent the wheel, and one of the things is sometimes we are become very isolated here, and I've been doing a lot of things throughout the state, and I just share with him, sharing good experiences. I give you one quick example. It came to mind because you mentioned Amsterdam, where I recently was, but very close to home. A1A, particularly in the north, between Daytona Beach and San Agustin, which is right parallel to the water, right parallel. You should see. We should take our time. I think that perhaps the manager will approve the travel to see what other communities are doing. It's astonishing what they're doing. I call to mind Flagler Beach, for example, which, already has a lot of waves, a lot of surfing, but it's right, A1A is right there, and they're doing a lot of interesting things, including in the middle, split up A1A very narrowly and put some of the thing with the landscaping. So, I'm not into micromanaging. I'm just telling you, I learn a lot about parks, even though Todd does not care some of the pictures I send him, and about what other people are doing.
I think
you don't have to necessarily go to Amsterdam or Venice. Yeah. Here in this state, they are incredible. I know your experience in Miami Beach is very relevant. And by the way, I'm so happy that we finally have a professional that we hire that is our resident. I'm into buy local.
It's a work of love. I was telling him this is a work
so it's just wonderful to have you, Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you.
And so I just throw that out to you.
Yeah.
That there may be other places that you can call, and we have the Florida Legal Cities and other contacts. They'll be happy to see you.
That's a very important point that you make, Councilmember Laredo. And the figure that is up on the screen right now speaks to that. And since there's a lot of different options, there's a lot of different solutions in order to maximize and optimize the system as they go into the design phase. But prior to getting to the design phase, there's some foundational things that need to be decided, which is basically what he's been articulating.
No.
Yeah.
Doctor, I know exactly. I was trying to ask that question. I'm just telling you, it's an additional free resource.
Yeah.
I'm learning, but I cannot translate it into technical. I can only, as a policymaker, tell you, by the way, go look at this city and this city. Because, they may just tell you, you learn the most incredible things in the weirdest places.
We can only learn
and you got a
from
great
each other.
idea, and all of a sudden they tell, well, we tried that.
We're all,
and we get it for free, by the way. Free advice.
Well, the American Flood Coalition has a whole bunch of different resources.
Some of
these cities are doing incredible stuff.
Absolutely.
It's a very interesting state. Anyway, sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I say we can all learn from each other, and we can all learn. It's really relatively a new application in South Florida. Before we used to just, there were smaller pipes and discharge by gravity, even use French drains, which was just exfiltrate, But, we're evolving, and we can learn from each other. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Fernando, I have one other...
Just one more slide, and I think we will be...
I have another question or comment. So one of the things that you said in the presentation that I think is very important is what type of storm event can we live with? And I think that's one criteria that we need to understand. And what you're presenting is the 2-year 24, the 5-year 24, the 10-year 24. I doubt any of us really know what that means, right? So what we want to understand, and I spoke to Jake and Roland about this, is historically, what are we talking about? Is a 10-year storm happen once a year for the last, how many have we had in the last 10 years? How many 5-year storms have we had? How many 2-year storms have we had? So that people understand we can spend $200 million on this so we can deal with that one storm that comes every 2 years that has, we've had 5 of them in the last 10 years. But we can spend this amount that will, protect us from storms that we get 3 times a year. So that way we can better understand what we're really talking about between what these storms are and what the frequencies have been and what we're projecting what they will be.
So Councilmember Moss, that's a great question, and we actually did look into that. We have a rain gauge out on Mashta Bridge that has been measuring rainfall, precipitation events, I guess, since 2018. And so it's not just a matter of how many inches in 24 hours, but it's also how many inches come in like 2 or 3 hours, because that creates all sorts of havoc as well. And so when we're talking about a heavy rainfall, we're talking about anywhere between 0.4 inches and 1.57 inches, say like 1.6 inches per hour. That's a heavy rainfall. A severe rainfall is 1.6 or more inches in an hour. So in total, there's been 75 different occasions since 2018 till now that we've seen severe rain events, okay? 5 events we've experienced in the last 4 years, 2018 to 22, 4 years. 5 events that have been 4 inches of rain in 4 hours. Okay, so 7 inches in 24 hours is a lot of rain, but manageable, more manageable, I'd say, than getting 4 inches in 4 hours. We've also had 11 events in that 4-year period where we've seen 3 inches of rain in 4 hours. So what's the challenge that we're facing is not just how much we're getting in 24 hours, it's how much are we getting in like 3 or 4 hours, and then is it 3 or 4 hours once a week? Or is it 3 or 4 hours of intense rainfall today, and then another event tomorrow, and then another event tomorrow? So what the Mashta gauge has been showing over the last 4 years is that we've actually been getting a lot of these little intense events that are only going to become more intense and more frequent. So sometimes it's a tricky debate as to whether you should just go with, I'm going to design a system for a certain volume over 24 hours, when you know that the types of events that you're going to be getting, or the types of events that you're experiencing, are dropping 5 inches in 4 hours. Like in October, when we had that intense rainfall on Friday where everything flooded out really bad, we got 5.2 inches of rain in 3 hours. And that was at low tide. If it had been high tide, the inundation that we would have seen would be even worse. But the fact of the matter is 5.2 inches in 3 hours as opposed to 7 inches in 24, so you have to be careful when you decide, okay, well, maybe we shouldn't design to 5-year 24, we should go 2-year 24 or 1-year 24, because you could be setting yourself up for a trap when you're dealing with managing volumes of water that come in very short periods of time in sequential days in a row when the ground is really saturated and there's no place for the water to go.
Yeah, I think the idea of what I'm talking about is that if we had put this storm system in 10 years ago, what would have been the difference over the last 10 years from what we have and what we would have? So what's the real physical effect that people would see? Because there's storms, like you're saying, that still would flood the streets even with this system, right? Because it comes out and it might get drained faster, but you'd still have a significant flood event that would happen because it can't handle that much rain that quick.
It's almost impossible to keep your feet dry all the time under all storm events.
Yeah.
So what you're trying to do is find that optimal balance between what you're able to invest financially and what the expectations are of the service relative to keeping your roads dry in a reasonable way.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is that we're going to a pressurized system. It seems that we're using machines and we're forcing water into wells, out the outfall. Right now it's gravity. So now we have an issue of power as well, right? So if a storm comes in and knocks out power, nothing's working now because it's not even gravity fed anymore. It's just sitting, right? And now it's even worse.
You're absolutely right. And that may mean that some of these pump stations have backup generators, which ends up becoming a space constraint issue, and you don't want to end up turning the village into an industrial zone.
Yes.
Right.
So yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
That's an ongoing dilemma all throughout South Florida. Is what do you do with these? How do you provide that energy supply when you're dealing with some black swan event where,
Yeah.
God
I mean, I'm
forbid,
sure hurricanes,
or
everybody's
even a
done
regular
anyway,
storm
so.
event where your power goes out.
But the manager and Jake and I are working on undergrounding all the utilities on the island, so we're not going to have any of these blackouts because trees take down the power lines,
Yeah.
and so
It's
we'll
more
have
important.
power.
Or a balloon hits one of the power lines.
Roland, I think your tape is a
And we
little.
can put that water through the undergrounding gables too. What the heck?
Win-win.
Yeah.
Doctor, can you take us to a decision or?
Yeah, I think
so-
that
Okay,
the last
so
slide
that we
here.
can
The last slide here is sort of a
It
recommendation.
just really shows what we discussed. We're recommending, based on the data we observed, we're recommending that you go with a 10-year storm event, 10-year 24-hour storm event, because the gap being so small allows you for that additional coverage. Go for the intermediate high. I think that's a good projection to have at this point, because we're only looking into, and every 25 to 30 years, let's revisit that. You know, I'm going to still be here. So we want to revisit that.
That'll be back on council.
So. And, you know, you want to look at your ponding depth to stay about a half a foot and keep that within 6 to 12 hours so you don't get a lot of stuff. So
that'll be pushing me around
That,
the wheelchair.
you know, my experience or bad experience, as a banker, a lot of developers, you know, or on infrastructure, sometimes get to be penny wise and dollar stupid, you know, to try to. And what I'm trying to say in layman's terms is this projection, I'd rather overbuild.
Once, correct.
Yes.
No, I think that's right.
And that is something that is in your, should I say, analytical mind, because I've seen it happen much too often. And then, yes, we saved $20 and then we paid $150.
It's obsolete before we turn the power on.
So,
yeah.
So that's our concern.
I'm just telling you philosophically from bad experience that I hope you're looking at these recommendations. Is that be fair to say that you thought that through when recommending that?
to create additional infrastructure to.
Well, to make it last longer.
For it to be robust.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, it's,
Look,
yeah, of course. This is the robust
let me
solution right here. This
put
is
it
the
to you in
robust
layman's
solution.
term. The voters and taxpayers of this community had a very significant election, as you know, last year. And at the end of the day, everybody's for, resources. Differences were in question on how to do it. So that is a big commitment in terms of their pocketbook. And at least one of us, I would like them to reward them with a real A+ system.
Absolutely.
And that's all I'm trying to say. I think that's what they also are demanding, because we demanded a lot of them by saying, put up $100 million.
Right.
So I hope that philosophy goes through. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, Commissioner.
So is that appropriate to
the way
move
we're
those
looking at
recommendations?
this? It would be an appropriate
Yeah,
design.
I'll move that.
I'll second him.
One
Directing
maybe omission.
administration and staff to work toward these. These are our goals at this time.
Should we now include making this place less impermeable starting right now? You mentioned in several slides that being the green and gray infrastructure being a significant variable that could help the overall capacity of the system.
It would currently the green infrastructure as it is, as we have it under the conditions that are here, they won't be able to handle the amount of drainage that is there. But there was also a discussion potentially of making them a one-way. That's where I said that I think if you can increase the swale capacity and you can allow for that area to be somewhat depressed and do some storage within that with a one-way street, now you've converted the area of pavement into grass.
I'm not just talking about, I think what we might want to do is visit this in a zoning conversation. If the shopping centers re-asphalt, using asphalt, that'd be really dumb in terms of our overall policy.
Looking to make things more
in terms of, instead of having something that is permeable.
Correct. Well, I think that's the larger conversation we're going to get into.
And that's one thing too, that when you're looking at the permeable pavement, it just not only goes down, it also offers an option for the water to go up.
Yeah.
It's a balance. It's really a balance, to be honest. I mean, you can compensate some green for some other pervious area. I'm not much of a fan for pervious pavement. I don't mean to. It's just I feel that in an area like this, unless you have a nice differential head where you can discharge it, you know, you're going to eventually, it's the capillary effect, right? The water goes up.
Correct.
And, you know, you have something, you have a solution that ends up being a problem afterwards. So I would say that as it relates to pervious and impervious ratios, that's something that we would need to look at, and from there establish some recommendations of treatments or limitations, policy, you know, suggestions.
And look, I think that goes to the larger scope of the vision board and how we redevelop, frankly, a lot of our commercial spaces and what we want to do, because I think some of this could be, when we're doing these things, we can be implementing some of, you know, you're talking about vaults and you're talking about pump stations. And I think there are some ways to get creative on this moving forward. I think swales are another issue.
Well, what's interesting though, and slightly different from the vision board, is the use of science, sort of, right? Like not just what do you want it to look like, but you just said something that really intrigued me, this idea of incorporating it sort of into this whole plan as you develop it, to keep in mind that we have the ability to set policy and to change zoning things, and that we wouldn't want to be working against your efforts by putting in everything has to be, you know, water has to pass through everything, and then all of a sudden we have groundwater coming up. But if, you know, if you include those recommendations as part of your plan, then we can go ahead and incorporate them into the zoning, what percentage we need to be aiming for and that kind of thing.
Absolutely, because we can make projections based on that. That's what I'm saying. Once we get all these elements and we can toy around with them and put them against different scenarios, we can come back with solutions that you don't have to necessarily implement now, like policy decisions. You know, we can look at what the preferable ratio between pervious and impervious should be in the next 10 years. You know, kind of like that, and perhaps even drive, I don't want to get too far in a study, I understand, but perhaps even drive somewhat of an economic assessment of what that would mean, or probably adopted policies. Yeah.
Ultimately, to be able to do that, they do need to have some sort of guidance as to, is it a 10-year storm or a 5-year storm? Is it NOAA intermediate high or IPCC median? And is it acceptable to have 6 inches of inundation in certain areas over a 6 to 12 hour period of time or not? Those are the main things that they need to know from us in order to be able to look at scenarios and do design criteria and things like that.
Well, we have a motion.
We have a motion to that effect.
One more unpopular suggestion.
You're going to just say, what more of mine?
Again, I like the idea of gravity as much as possible. I understand the problems we have. But we also have property lines, we have easements on side for utility easements, et cetera. We talk about raising and lowering streets. What's the possibility of contouring easements so they serve as natural waterways to transport water?
If the situation allows, it depends on the watershed. It depends on what's draining over it. If it's a high area, it wouldn't have that much use. But if it's a lower area, if it's a lower area, we would look at options and opportunities to use anything that we can for best management practices. We're trying to set a storage we're trying to set storage capacity, whether it's underground or above ground. And if that helps us, we will certainly take a look and apply that.
I was looking more for transport rather than storage. Basically, for the water to be flowing in this particular, call it a valley, so to speak.
There have to be public easements. That would be more applicable if we were designing open channels, you know, like concrete open channels.
I'm talking about basically not great difference in gradient, but sufficient since water doesn't take much to go downhill.
Well, but to some extent, you do that when you have curbs and gutters, because at the end of the day, those sorts of things direct water by gravity towards the various drainage points that you then where it then enters the system.
I guess I'm not explaining myself very carefully, or clearly, I should say. What I'm saying is, we're basically draining from east to west. Is that correct?
That's yes.
Yeah, that's okay. So therefore, as long as it's higher in the east than the west, the water will go downhill. So I'm saying now, can we recontour streets and basically not every house, not every, not every easement, but to have water flowing besides pipes, flowing down the easements to the bay.
I think that will be taken into consideration when we redesign the system and when we redesign the streets and use all the LiDAR data that we've been collecting.
Right.
Yeah, so all those things are to be taken into consideration in order to get water to drain
naturally
towards
Surface
specific
transport and
minimize the
surface
pipes,
storage is
minimize
going to be
the
a
cost.
critical component of our
Well,
model.
What we need to do is make a decision now so they can get to the next step. Obviously, their decisions.
Your motion, I seconded the motion. Let's just,
But
the motion
to
is
approve
to,
their recommendation.
to move
They're
it.
up there.
To accept this and to
They were
approve.
briefed there, and they will bring those
Agreed.
kinds of things.
All right.
Motion's to accept AECom's recommendations for the
Yes.
presentation.
For
All those
action.
in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Before you all sit down, may I say something? Because now that you have all four, and first of all, for the record, Madam, for the minute, because it was said very lightly at the beginning, you have had 2 town hall meetings, correct?
Yes, sir.
And, things are available because, as you recall, when I gave a full entrustment to Councilmember Moss when he took the task of doing the ordinance, and he did 10, it seems. So I don't want any of you all out there, and of course today, we have to use sometimes these mics to try to also get help from our residents, that you have been given an opportunity to have input, and we'll continue to do it. You said it very lightly, and I want to emphasize it. And you said something also that goes along with that, which is expectations. We have a very peculiar kind of residents, including myself, and we sometimes want things done, overnight. And even though I'm not passing judgment on the previous little item in terms of 210 and 220 Cypress, but I am concerned, and we have a great challenge ahead of us on the new council to start educating in a good sense, though we're not in the consenting, but informing our citizens that this can be a disruptive thing in our daily lives, but it's something we need. I have a sense that a lot of people say, well, we're going to go away for a long 4-day weekend. And you come back, please make sure you have the thing.
Please dust everything off when you're done.
And all clean. I mean, I'm joking, but it's there. And, and we have a very active group of residents.
Participatory.
So I'm just setting the tone that, hey, on this case, you've had plenty of opportunity, like you did with zoning with Mr. Moss, and you will moving forward, and sort of get with the game that this is going to require some inconveniences. There's no other way.
Well, any work we've done, the sewers, everything else, it was inconvenient for the residents, but at the end of the day, it enhanced life on the key. That's always the goal. Protect our property values and enhance life. Councilmember McCormick had a question.
I was just going to say, and another thing to keep in mind for our residents, this work is crucial for protecting property and life safety, but we have to remember that we live on a barrier island and that water is coming, and that we do need to live with some quantities of water sometimes. And it's one of the sacrifices we make to live in this amazing place. And clearly, we're here committed, a 7-0 vote, to design a system to a really high level to do our best to make it as the impact as minimal as possible for our daily lives, and certainly to protect property and life safety. But at the end of the day, the same way we talk about the sargassum, that there is some seaweed we have to live with, there is also going to be some water that we live with. But that we are all here committed to trying to put forth the best possible system that we can.
In support of everything that you've just said, we're going to continue to educate. We're going to continue to have town halls. We have a third town hall that we're going to do based on this presentation and this discussion as it relates to K-8 more specifically. And I would encourage residents to constantly come to these town halls to learn about what's going to transform and and what's going to be happening over the next 10
Roland, what's
10
the
years.
next step you need from us? What will be the next step?
Well, you just gave it to
No,
us.
that's it. And we're not going to see anything until it's in the ground. I mean, what's the next step for this council? Not
When are you
for
coming back
public
to us
outreach.
with something?
Next council meeting, we're gonna likely come back with the work order 2 to AECOM to start the design criteria
For the case, right? Beautiful.
That's
Because
going to be.
the only reason why I'm saying this is that there's still the function of cost and feasibility that needs to be looked at very closely by our manager and our staff and financials. We have debt caps. We have all kinds of stuff that we have to deal with to pay for something this large. So of course we want to design to this, but you don't want to start putting pipes in and you only can do 1/8 of this whole project and we're done. And it's like, well, we capped out.
Well, that's
so
gotta be
what do we
taken
need to
into
do now? So I think we need to look at this from a financial standpoint too and make sure that we're all on board.
Well, go ahead, Mr. Manager.
Yeah, so we're a while off from any construction right now.
Okay.
I think what we're going to ask them to do is really this initial design criteria that obviously is going to focus on the KA stormwater basin, but it's also going to give us an indication across the entire island of what we're going to have to do. So I think coming back after that, you correct me if I'm wrong, is that we'll have a much better idea as to what that cost is. And I know we mentioned a couple costs this past week. I don't think we're ready to talk about that yet until we do that design criteria.
Yeah.
And that's what we're asking you to do.
But that's a parameter that we're not deciding on tonight.
No.
That also affects a lot of things.
That's
out there,
absolutely.
so
That's correct.
that we need to talk about. Okay.
We'll come back next month to kick that off. And from that study and information, then we will come back with an estimated cost.
And if they don't line up, what do? They go back to the design board and make
talk about
adjustments?
We can adjust with that. That's one of the reasons why I asked to
Okay.
put up that slide,
figure it out.
slide rule slide, so to speak, is so that you can see how you can move it
The
back
different
and forth and
variables
adjust
and how they
costs.
impact
Just want
costs.
to make sure we can still move variables around.
Yeah.
That's all. All right.
Yeah, we always can.
We've just directed them to do, we haven't committed to any.
You're probably looking at an average cost of less than $20,000 per household on an average basis. Obviously, some people pay more, but less, assuming about $150 million. So then 20,000 financed over, say, 30 years. And that's what it looks like to me, offhand. That's $700 a year plus interest.
I'll tentatively accept your maths.
Okay. It's a busy
Thank
night.
you all very much.
Thank you for
Appreciate
taking
it.
the time.
Great presentation.
Very good, thank you.
Next item.
The next item is an
Mayor, may-
ordinance
may I-
of the Village of Key Biscayne,
Just a
Florida.
minute. I wanted to say something. I have a confession to make to all of you and to the manager. When we hired Roland Samimi, I was a little, you know how I am. You remember?
I will not
You know
comment.
how I feel about consultants and all of that stuff.
You're a big fan.
You know? And I said, "Oh, okay, here comes another intellectual," and now and I'm into doing things, right? Well, I was wrong.
Yeah.
I was totally wrong. I am just floored by the practical aspects of his work, also his patience with our citizens, which has, very difficult, and reaching out. I think we have a really good team. And
I agree.
I stand corrected. I think we made the right choice, and
Excellent.
wonderful. Sorry, but I needed to say that.
Next item.
Next item is an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Section 23-33, Board of Trustees of Chapter 23 of the Village Code of Ordinances to modify the length of terms of board members of the Police Officers and Firefighters Pension Trust Fund Board of Trustees, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
And I'm going to open this for public comment. If anybody's here
I'm
would
sorry,
like
who
to.
is the second?
Frank.
Yes, Frank did.
I think Frank
Wait,
seconded.
I'm sorry, okay. Maybe who first?
Frank.
Dave,
Davey,
Mayor
Frank.
Davey
Yes.
and Councilmember
Kaplan.
Kaplan. Thank you.
Okay, and so I'm opening for public comments on this issue. Is anybody here to speak to this ordinance? This is the first reading. We will have a second reading, but you are welcome to speak to this. Pete, do we have anybody signed up online who'd like to speak to this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okey doke.
Mayor, I wanted to.
Yeah, I'm going to close public comments, and then I will, Councilmember
You
Lurie,
want
you had a point, and then Councilmember London, and then we'll get direction from staff on this.
I wanted to see if we can accomplish, support something moving forward. The board of trustees is so important of the pension fund, and it really is a first-class, high-quality people who have served historically. I submitted for your consideration a resident who has super qualifications, Adolfo Enriquez. who,
Mr. Enriquez, you just said?
yeah, he's willing to serve. And so I thought if we can, appoint him, there's one vacancy, full vacancy.
But there were 2 vacancies now.
Right, but one doesn't want to be reconsidered.
Right.
And so he would fill
Wes,
it
and
like
he gave me-
just because we also have to build in a staggered thing. If we can appoint Mr. Enriquez for a 4-year term and reappoint Bill Stevens for 2 years, that would give him 4 years, and then thereafter it would be staggered. It's a way to get them full speed, and I agree 100%. In terms of 2 years is even, in fact, their certification process, I learned, takes them sometimes a year and a half. Well, you know a lot about that. And because we want to maintain that kind of level of real.
Just to be clear, I thought we had
political
2 spots open tonight.
Well, we do. I'm suggesting there are 2 people there now. One says he's served and he has very well. He doesn't want to be considered, so I'm proposing Enriquez for that.
Which spot?
It would be
For Wes's spot.
Yes. And then Bill Stevens has only been there 2 years, to reappoint him tonight for 2 years.
10 years.
And then.
He's been there for a number of years.
10 years, maybe.
Yeah.
He's been there forever.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm primarily one to put it at Adolfo.
Because I thought we had.
I think we should consider separately. Why don't we consider first Adolfo Enriquez? I make a motion that Adolfo Enriquez be appointed to the pension board.
Second.
Vice Mayor made the second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Before we go to anybody else, can go on in the actual resolution.
Yeah,
itself.
I thought you were going to make the staggered term thing. That's why.
Yeah, no, but I.
That's fine.
I thought he was.
And then Ed, go ahead.
So when I'm against the resolution completely. I think we should stay with the 2-year term. We can keep reappointing people, but there's no reason to put somebody in for 4 years and then it works out that they're really not best for the person for the job and we're stuck with them.
Okay.
Because we're not going to impeach anybody, so I don't see any advantage of making it a 4-year term. I mean, Bill's been there, he gets reappointed all the time. So I don't think there's a problem there. Enriquez is just coming there, a 2-year term. If he wants to stay more, I'm sure we can reappoint him. So as far as I'm concerned, everybody should stay at a 2-year basis. I'm the liaison to the pension board.
I understood. So you don't think, because, Councilmember Laredo just brought up certifications.
What kind of certifications?
I don't know.
But why don't we have?
I thought you had to be certified.
What kind of
Can you speak to that subject? I learned about, but I'm surprised. I thought that you would, but I obviously have to trust you because you know more about this.
Tell me about this, Ben.
Good evening. The Florida Division of Retirement puts on a certified public pension trustee certification.
Okay.
I'm familiar with the process. I was a trustee. I've done the process myself. It takes 1.5 years to be certified.
Right.
So with a 2-year term, by the time you've attended the fall, winter, and another fall to pass the exam, you'd only really have about 6 months left. So.
But we could reappoint.
Has
that
anybody
person
ever been
as his-
certified?
Yes.
Who?
I believe that Wes was certified, and he went to the program.
I mean, basically,
Are we gonna
I
make
served
it a
on the
require-
board. I was chairman of the board. I was never told about certification. Nobody ever went.
It's not
to
a
become
requirement.
certified.
It's something that obviously we recommend.
Is it a
So
requirement?
It's not a requirement,
Okay.
but the board does spend time and money to send
But
people.
that wasn't the issue, though. I mean, the main issue is continuity, and that's what we spoke about.
There's a
right?
host of. That's just one of the reasons for the recommendation. The
What
other,
is your recommendation is 4 years?
yes. For the reason of certification, also to have continuity and to be able to, as Ambassador Laredo talked about, staggering so you don't lose that institutional knowledge. And the third is now the pension board, as of September 30th, it's exceeded, I think it's about $52 million in assets. So this is 1.5 times larger than our general fund budget. So it's a very serious fiduciary responsibility of those trustees to get acclimated to the board, to understand they have their own attorneys, their own EIN, their own actuaries to really be able to do a solid job. I think the continuity would, and the longer length of tenure would help.
So let me, to Councilmember London's point, what is the process by which we would remove somebody theoretically during this 4-year term? What, is somebody, we're paying for this person, I assume, to be certified if we would so require, or they would so desire. What is the process of removing somebody if somebody's a train wreck? Somebody
I'll
gets
defer
in
to
there
the attorney if there's something in our code about how the council could
the
remove.
code says that each resident trustee shall serve as a trustee for 2 years unless he sooner vacates the office or is sooner replaced by the village council at whose pleasure he shall serve. So
we can do it anytime.
So, but Ed's point is that we don't do that. So I'm sorry.
No, that was the question I was going to ask, so you already got to it.
Councilmember.
I don't see any continuity in the sense that basically you can keep reappointing somebody. So you have the continuity. The only time you don't have the continuity if you don't want that person to be there.
And let me ask you a question. I'm serious. I'm not being funny. For example, this council, which, you know, we have to oversee a lot of things, and it's part, you know, I mean, even I've been here 40 some years, but still, and I was a founding member, but you know, it takes you a year and a half or two, you know, I mean, 2 years is short. And I think what I wanted to highlight is that, and I think we made a great choice today, is that generally we've had great choices. I think this is probably the board that we have to devote the most time to make sure we don't fall into political things, because I mean, this is like, and I thought 4, so I'm a little shocked, not shocked, but surprised that gives us, including, you know, it takes a while to convince some of these people to devote their time. Believe me, they have other things to do.
Why encumber them for 4?
Well, no, they can always quit, but it's like 2 years. I don't know. I just, even as a councilman, that's why we have 4-year council terms.
Let me ask this question. We should not be appointing anybody to this board, to this pension board, who has to be trained. We should not be appointing anybody on this, because we're looking for basically people with investment.
I take it back.
Yeah, but it's certification, it's not training.
I heard that as one, but I was coming with that mind regardless of that. I misunderstood that it was a requirement. That's an option. Yeah. I'm just saying, from even board that you and I have been on, and bank boards and stuff, you know, it takes you.
And let me ask you
a year and a half just to.
Ed, you've been on the board, and because I have not. I'll be perfectly honest. I've not been on the board. I don't have. But so to Councilmember Laredo's point, I agree. I think it takes time to get ramped up. And does it assist you? You've been on the board for a while. Does it assist to have the same people go through the process? You know, does it have any impact? I guess as you're talking, the CBA doesn't. But if there's anything, does continuity assist with the process, or is it a nullity?
Basically, you're looking for knowledgeable people when it comes to investment decisions. Okay. The getting certified does not help them one iota. I mean, that's good. They go for these things. And one of our members just loves to go to any kind of free, what do you call it, seminars and everything else, on being a trustee for the stuff. But what makes the decision is, how do we allocate our funds? It's portfolio allocation. And that's what really counts. And basically, we've been very successful because we reallocated, I guess a couple of years ago, we went to equities. No, we could have made a mistake, but we did that realizing that in order to meet our goals and our targets, we couldn't be in debt. That'd be debt. So that's what we did. So basically, like we're appointing Adolfo Enriquez. This man does not need any training. He doesn't need any.
No, I understand that.
But he doesn't. From day one.
Ed, I already withdrew my comment. It was like I did. Maybe I made a mistake.
No, you didn't.
It was at the end of the day. I thought.
Make a mistake.
No, I think that. Why don't we just pass it on first order? And now you make me think.
Why bother? I mean, why change something that works fine?
It's like, look. I'm. Either way, for me, is fine. I think the 4-year is just getting a commitment from the person who's serving on the board, who's good, that they're going to stay longer and not duck out after 2 years. You get a little bit more.
Somebody on the board doesn't want to be there.
But
exactly, because they're going to quit anyway.
But I'm okay with the 2 years because it gives us flexibility, and if they're doing a good job, you just keep extending.
Exactly.
So either way, for me, I'm fine.
I see no advantage in 4 years.
The one drawback to 4 years, I think you just hit the nail on the head about getting commitment from someone for 4 years. What scares me is that the high level individual that you're looking for is maybe not willing at the get-go to give you 4 years. To Councilmember Laredo's point earlier, that it's sometimes hard to convince this caliber of person to do it. Maybe, you put your foot in the door because it's only 2 years, but once you're there, you realize, oh, I can handle this. It works into my regular schedule, and which is maybe why it has worked. I mean, I could go either way. I'm just trying to listen to what everybody's saying.
Philosophy is, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. Yeah. Okay.
Make a motion.
I don't always agree with that. I want to be on the record as not always agreeing with Ed London.
I always sorry, and I think I can be fine with 2 years. Yeah. Is that the kind of quality of people that we're talking about, including the candidate who's available, they really are embarrassed about, having to come up for reappointment. It's like some people don't feel comfortable with it.
Well.
But anyway, I
So what?
I get.
Why don't we reappoint Bill Stevens? Is that the other candidate that wants to
There's
continue?
Bill, who is it? Bill,
Bill
Ed,
wants to go.
Yeah, Eddie wants to be still.
Eddie's still. I haven't talked to Bill Stevens about this. Is it? I'll reach out to him because there was somebody actually that
Bill loves this.
What's that? He does love this stuff. So, it is.
He loves this. Okay.
No, he's very meticulous about it. So.
We'll just.
No, we already appointed Adolfo.
Think about it.
There was the guy that was recommended.
That's Adolfo Enriquez.
No, okay, okay. Oh, all right, then fine, then that's it.
Right? That's it.
Yes, sir.
I thought there were two people up. All right, then that's
So we're going to vote this?
Are we saying no to changing the ordinance? What other changes were there in the ordinance other than the 2 to 4 years?
That was it.
Okay, so we gotta have a vote.
You see that our heart is in the right place. Okay. The support is strong for the quality of people.
Okay, motion, call the question, please.
Vice Mayor Moss?
Nope.
I'm sorry, what's the motion?
Well, the motion is on the ordinance.
To approve first reading.
Right, to approve first reading, so.
No.
Councilmember Segurola?
No.
Mayor Davey?
No.
Councilmember Kaplan?
No.
Councilmember Laredo?
No.
Councilmember London?
No.
Councilmember McCormick?
No.
The ordinance fails on first reading.
Okay, good. Congratulations to Adolfo.
Yeah, that's good.
He's appointed. All right, next item, please.
Did you reappoint the other two? Do we need a motion?
No, there was only one there was only one. Do we have to appoint everybody?
Every 2 years.
Let's do it for 2 years, yes.
Okay, then-
I
then
moved. I
move the board as
I
is
moved
with the
Bill
addition
Stevens.
of Adolfo. Well, let's move them all together. Let's just do one
But
vote.
the other ones are selected by we only select
Yeah, we only do 2 people.
2 people, Bill Stevens.
That's right.
Eddie Easton is put in by whom?
Oh,
By the members.
By the members, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so move second, Bill Stevens?
Second.
No, I second Bill. I just seconded him.
They got third
You
and
put
fourth.
him up. What are you guys doing to me? It's getting late for these guys. All right.
Yes,
Councilmember Laredo made the motion. I seconded the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
And
Motion
the
carries.
motion on the ordinance was to approve that that failed. So
Yeah.
Correct. So
we're
the
not going to do another affirmative.
no, we're not
motion. We're
doing,
just
there's
not
no,
bringing
that's
back.
it. It's over.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, it's after 8 o'clock. We need to move to the manager's report.
We have resident here, Mr. Manager, we have a resident here who's here for the variance request. Would you be willing to?
I'm perfectly happy to, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. All right, next item, 10A.
Next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving a variance request to allow installation of a 10-foot wall in the rear zone of the property located at 131 Island Drive, providing for findings, providing for recording, and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
So moved. Second.
I'm sorry, may I have clarification?
I moved it.
I moved it. The mayor moved it.
And second?
Me.
Thank you.
Mayor, this is a quasi-judicial hearing, so all witnesses have to be sworn.
Correct.
So if
Just
anyone
wanted-
is going to
Anybody
be,
who wants to give testimony?
Let me help you.
Okay, yes, please. I'm sorry.
Yes, I
'cause
know.
I'm
Okay,
the
so
one
you're
for the
going to come,
variance.
you obviously want to speak. So does anybody else wish to give testimony here today? In this in this one resolution? Okay, so you're the only one, so if you could please swear
Okay, do
the.
you swear and affirm that the testimony you are giving this evening is the truth?
Yes.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Name and address for the
Yeah,
record.
thank you.
My name is Helena D'Amato. I live in 131 Island Drive. And I'm the neighbor, and my property is bounded by the CVS, the AC Hardware Building. And he has, I understand his business, and there's a lot of work there. But he has 5 AC machines and open to the air, and they run 24/7, unstopping and on and off all the time. So I request a variance to build up to raise my fence, because the second problem is that his property is higher than mine, almost 2 feet, and we have a lot of disturbance noises with his machines. I have greenery that does a little bit of work, but even though with the greenery you have 63 decibels in the property all the time during the weekend and day and night. And also I have my impact windows, and I still have to wear ear tampons for your plugs for sleeping. So it's very disturbing. So I would like to request to raise my backyard wall to be able to ease the noise.
How tall is your wall now?
It's 4 feet.
4 feet, and you want 6, just add 6 feet up to?
Yes,
Okay.
6 feet up.
Okay, I'm good at math. See, it's 4, 10, it's 6.
Thank you for coming.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I
Thank you
walked through
for
the whole
this.
area.
Right.
And
no, I get it.
I'm very supportive of what you're doing, but I like to give the privilege or the right also to there are about 4 other properties because it really is bad.
Well, but the variances here is just for hers. I mean, I understand
Okay,
what you want to do later. Yeah, let's be clear.
It is.
So I have a couple questions just as to, I mean, this was not approved with conditions the last time it was brought to us. It was denied, and I was actually going to challenge that at the time because I understand, but I have a question as to why it's now being approved with conditions. Also, the condition is, should the subject property in the future be filled to a higher elevation than the existing grade at the time of this application, the 10-foot wall should be removed or altered to conform with contemporary regulations as amended. If Jeremy, if you could please speak to that, because I just want to be clear. I want to understand. Does Jeremy have to be sworn in?
Yeah, he was sworn in.
I just want to make sure.
And before he speaks, I just want to note, because of the change in the staff recommendation, one of the whereas clauses would also have to be.
Okay, perfect.
So.
All right.
So just so you understand, the reason we made the change was because we did a site visit and were able to get on both sides of the property. We were able to visit on the
commercial
hardware store, commercial side, and the home side, and actually did a measurement, found that it's actually a 32-inch grade change between the hardware store. And so what we want to say is, you know, there's a reason we have the restricted wall heights, because you end up with sort of these billboard-sized walls. In this case, raising it to that 10 feet is effectively, I mean, it's a little bit more than the 6 feet that's allowed by typical code. It's within the realm of what would normally be a staff variance even. But if you raise potentially that grade up to even with the hardware store, you wouldn't want a 10-foot wall necessarily then that starts to become visible and would set a bad precedent in terms of what would be allowed. And you wouldn't need it to solve the noise issue in that case anyway.
Why not?
I mean, just from acoustically, you probably wouldn't need it. Otherwise, we would need a 16-foot wall here.
Well, that was my question. I guess that so you're saying if the two properties were even, and again, I'm not a builder in any way, shape, or form. So if they were even, the wall as it exists, they'd have to remove the 10-foot wall.
And they would be allowed to have a 6-foot wall per code, which would effectively be similar to what they have now.
You mean you're
Hold on. We have a whole bunch of points. I know Ed, and then Frank, and then McCormick, and Segarola, and then Moss. Try and remember where you were.
In my opinion, the whole problem is there's no transition zone behind 40, 30, 50, and what's the thing called? The hardware store on Mashta. Everywhere else is a transition. You go from commercial to basically the street, then you got duplexes, then you have single family. This is the only area that does not go to single family, goes commercial, single family, there's nothing in between. I happen to build 50 West Mashta. Well, I did with 6 foot.
Problem right there, you
no, so I did with a 6-foot fence.
I was a tenant there. I will agree
but
with
they
you.
built a 7-foot, wall, excuse me. So what's happened? If you look behind those buildings, you'll see someone, like the neighbors, they went ahead and built an ugly wood fence that's still on top of it to go up to 9 feet or 9.5 feet. Did you go back there between 30 and 50, Jeremy? That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, we walked along the whole of the property there.
I'm talking about walking down Mashta to the next office buildings. I don't know if you saw that or not.
I saw it from the hardware store.
Well, if you went back there, you would see this ugly wood fence that the neighbors built there to block the thing, okay? So instead of having an ugly wood fence, this woman wants to build a nice masonry fence. And it's really our, I guess, Brett, when we did the rezoning thing, we should have set the 6-foot wall with the exception when it's a commercial zone, and then it could be a 10-foot.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So I think that's where the situation is. I think that basically she has a good point. It would really be ridiculous not to do it. And then after a while, she's going to put up an ugly wood fence. For what reason? Just, it's not good.
Councilmember
To end
Kaplan.
the suspense, I support this. I did the last time as well. Chad noted there's a typo. The other thing I've noted in the reso, it doesn't deal with the condition at all, and it probably should, but that prompts a question, or maybe two, and a suggestion. The suggestion is, it seems to me better process to go out and do these site visits prior to making a denial recommendation. And I regretted the last time that this came up that had happened, because it causes dismay and anxiety that I think could have been avoided, and I'm sorry for that. The other thing is, your response, this self-help solution, is because there's a noisy condition right outside your property line. Is this going to help abate that noisy condition? And if they really are in excess of the noise limit, where's our code compliance?
So I actually inquired about that as well. I think I can answer on that. And after several site visits, they found the noise, it didn't exceed the noise ordinance, but it was like right at the limit. And I know we're of a differing opinion on that, but or maybe even differing facts, because it could be it was close enough that like the direction of the breeze could make a difference, right? Because the noise ordinance, I believe, is 60 decibels, and I think he was like 59. So it was
65, and there was 63, 64.
Yeah, so it was
sometimes 67.
It's always been
my green.
It's loud.
If I almost told Dario that I was gonna take out all the greenery, and I was gonna stand in by my wall to be able to measure that, because to me it was so clear that we are in a paradise island, and I live with a truck in my backyard.
Yeah. Councilmember McCormick, then Councilmember Cigarola, then Vice Mayor Moss.
So I had the same question as Frank. Do we think this is going to solve the problem? Like what made you come up with 10 feet?
What I can tell you from a little bit of training as an architect in acoustics is that the best thing you can do to solve for a noisy thing is to put a heavy thing. Okay. So a masonry wall is pretty effective.
That's what they do in highways.
You've got, sorry?
They do that in highways.
Yeah, right. They do it. It's the reason a highway sound wall is what it is.
Okay.
If you have something that's a slightly resilient and heavy thing, then you can be, it's very, very effective. So you'd expect a masonry wall to be helpful.
And we're between 9 and 10 feet on the next two adjoining properties.
Okay, so, but my next question is this idea of if the grade changes, that she has to take it down, she has.
Where's that? I don't see that.
So that's one of our conditions.
Put that in there.
Where is it? Part of the reason we find this acceptable as compared to what our typical ordinance is because of the grade change, right? This is effectively close to what if the grades were even, we'd have a 6-foot wall, and so she's asking for a 10-foot wall. Normally, we wouldn't find that acceptable. In this case, it's effectively a 6-foot wall, so it's acceptable.
But the question is, why remove it?
No, that's actually not my question, Mike. But
that was I didn't say it was your question.
For me, when this came the last time, the issue that I had was that everything all the reasoning talked about a residential area, and I see the property line at the back of her house not as a typical residential area that we should be working to comply with our regular code. She's back to a commercial transition area. Yeah. So to me, that was the special exception. And so changing the grade, I think she still may want this wall. The neighbor up the street needed to put up a wood fence to be able to stay in a residential area and block out the commercial area. So for me, I'm not comfortable with the condition.
But that's not in the resolution.
It's not in the resolution, but I want to make sure it doesn't go in. I don't want to approve it with this, because to me, the big sticking point is the fact that she's zoning out a commercial zone.
I think that's right.
You're right.
Okay. I agree with you. Councilmember Segurola, Vice Mayor.
I also am happy to see that the recommendation changed because I don't understand how we can not grant this kind of variance. It just makes no sense given the situation. And that notwithstanding, my problem is also with the condition that's being discussed. Whatever date in the future, whether it's 1 year, 10 years, 50 years, requiring the wall to be taken down, I don't think is so much a factor of the grade change, but what's on the other side of the wall with the AC units at that time. You don't know if there's going to be larger ones, noisier ones, maybe completely quiet ones. It's an unknown variable that we have. There's no way of knowing what's going to happen. So to require from today tearing down that wall on some future action, I don't think it is reasonable. I would be for permitting the 10 feet, and if there's ever a grade change, okay, you can't increase the wall without coming back for another variance, but not requiring to tear down the wall.
So that is exactly my point, though, is if they change the grade with this on the books, they will be able to rebuild that wall then 4 feet higher or whatever the grade
that would be a new
change is.
wall. It wouldn't be this wall.
This wall wouldn't be touched. We're granting them permission to build a 10-foot wall.
No, we're granting them permission to build this 10-foot wall, not a future 10-foot wall.
Correct me if I'm wrong,
Well, yeah, no,
but
let's-
what we're granting is a variance that then runs with the land.
Right. That's the concern.
So then you're saying if it comes down later, you raise the grade, you can then rebuild the 10-foot wall.
Then
what my condition was trying to do is what you're describing. Is that the wall basically can be rebuilt at the same height if they raise the grade, but it can't go up 10 feet from that new grade.
Is there
could they leave the 10-foot wall there?
Is there a way to measure from some sort of baseline the height of what the new wall would be and not allow it to go?
Yeah,
above
yeah.
that?
I think we could redraft the condition to say built at that overall height, at this overall
Right,
height.
something to that effect.
Yeah.
Sorry, but were you, I think this goes back to also your mindset, not you, our mindset, the last time this came before us, before we were informed of this grade differential between the two properties. For me, at that point, I was already okay with this particular property because it was a barrier between commercial and residential to be 10 feet high, which tells me that even if they were to raise their property to be even, they still would need that to block it out the way the neighbor put the wood fence.
I agree that allowing a 10-foot wall when there's an immediate change for residential to commercial is reasonable. I also sort of see the point that's being made that if you raise the grade 5 feet and then you have a 10-foot wall on top of that, now you're looking at a 15-foot wall. I understand the reasoning behind that, but that's why I wouldn't require tearing down the wall. I would just require not to increase it from its overall height now from whatever baseline figure. So that you can't just keep going up, but not tearing it, actively tearing it down is a problem that I have because you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah. What's the great difference?
Wait, hold on. Vice Mayor Moz has been sitting patiently, and Councilmember Laredo also wants to.
So we did an estimate using a string level and a yardstick.
Yeah.
Okay,
We
so
said
this was not
32
a
inches,
professional
so.
surveyor.
It's okay.
And we saw 32 inches.
Which was higher?
The hardware store is
The hardware
32
store is
inches
higher.
higher.
So we put 10 feet from the hardware store up or 10 feet from her property?
From her property.
But the stores next door, the two properties, 30 and 50, when I give you those dimensions, they're from the commercial side going up. In other words, it's with the 6 feet, 7 feet wall plus the 2 to 3 feet wood going on top of it is from the commercial side.
Yeah.
So what you're saying 10 feet from her side and you're taking off, what, 2.5 feet?
Roughly, yeah.
Or 2.5 feet. So basically, that'll be only 7.5 feet. So that'll be lower right now than the existing walls next to her.
Well, that leaves the question for the homeowner, is that going to be enough?
That's what I'm saying. It should be measured from the high part.
I spoke with my neighbor. He changed one of the machines. He claims that the other is new, but it's super noisy. And I can't obligate him to change. Or
No.
we tried I brought a sound specialist there to try to convince him to enclosure or see a solution on his property. He didn't accept. So that's why on my side, the only thing I can do is try to raise that.
I'm of the mindset to allow you to have whatever height you need to enjoy your home quietly. I just want to make sure you're asking for the right height. Is there any way to test?
Before I can go to a professional company to analyze and see, and I can come back with.
Well, you're going to have if you build a 10-foot wall and it's 2.5 feet different, so you're really only adding 7.5 feet, and then you realize, ooh, I should have gone a little higher. Then you got to come back and do it all over again and tear down the wall.
Which is my point. I know I'm going to speak out of order because, first of all, Mr. Manager, this is lost in all of this conversation is how great staff we have. He went out there. And because I did, and I said, this is a no-brainer.
I did too.
This is a no-brainer. I mean, I give her 12 feet. By the way, anything over 10 feet, taking in your argument, does not offend anybody because she's just covering up more ugly stuff. and no, I mean, let's be serious. You know, so I wouldn't. It's not like you say you call it transition. I didn't know it was. It wasn't like he's abutting somebody else. It is. It's eyesore. We have this problem when we did the rezoning of what you did of the Sonesta, you know, the homes. But you know, she should have 10. I mean, I'm willing to go 12. But what I like to do aesthetically, if they want to, because we don't want to, is to we can discuss it another time. The other 3 properties, I looked at the picture because then it would be really nice, actually, if you were looking from the purposes of the. But as far as she's concerned. You know, I was going to vote against you last time because you were recommending against you, but I commend you for, like I corrected myself, I made a bad judgment on Dr. Samimi, saying, let me go out there and, you know, there's nothing like getting out of your office and seeing, oh, now I understand what she wants 10. Heck, I would like, my wife would have liked to have 14 feet, you know, and no offense to the people who are running the business behind you, you know. So I don't believe we should have the condition, and it's nothing, you know, and you're doing a great job, obviously. Thank you for, you know, standing up for us too. But I think this is very unique. And I think 10 is what she wants, and 10 is what we should give her and keep it simple, stupid. Kind of thing.
So I have hold on. Can I go ahead and talk first?
Oh,
you guys been skipping
because
me.
now
man.
you're the mayor, you can't talk.
Yeah, I need the gavel. Give that over to me. So there is a condition that is similar to this, right? And it's on Fernwood against the CVS. What size wall do they have there? 11 feet there. So
I measured.
I measured it too. I measured it too. I think I got 10.8.
Okay. So we're going to call it. We're going to call it 10. We're going to call it 10-10, right? We'll take the middle
Let's
route.
call it, yeah.
But we'll call it 10-10. Now they probably have the similar issue there, but you're roughly going to have close to about the same height. So I don't think you're going to have a big difference in the sound. You might have some reflection going on, reverberance coming off the face of the wall. It could happen. But, you know, I think that for me, I was already ready to approve this last time it came through. I would move I'll make the motion, go ahead and approve it, and I will take out the condition, because when I do read the condition, it's very confusing when I read it, right? So I say we just let this go, and if she raises her back lot up, goes up a couple more feet, I don't think it's going to be anything tremendous.
Why don't we do this?
It'll be like Fernwood.
Agreeing with what you're saying, but measure the 10 feet from the commercial side. If you do that, it brings a straight wall between the hardware store all the way down to 30 and 50, and the wall height will be the same. There's this wood wall, and they have a 6 foot, a 7 foot, and then the wood wall on top of that going down.
Well, I don't even know if she would want that,
wrong.
because it'll be a 13-foot high
On her
wall,
side.
so it depends on how that
But it
looks
would
in
be
your backyard.
consistent
You
on
know?
the commercial side and block out more ugly building.
I would just say that I believe, I'm not sure about the Mazda addresses, but at 30 and 50, that the commercial property adjacent there is actually the finished floor is elevated, but it has parking below.
That's correct. Right.
So I think what you're talking about is that the top of wall height be consistent.
Correct.
Yeah.
No, but one is 6 foot,
Yeah.
one is 7 foot.
That's right.
But
How
then
about
they have
no-
wood on top
What
of
he's
it.
saying, I
condition of
think,
no
is
higher
that they
than
have
that?
added an additional wood fence on
Yes.
top of the wall, and he would like her wall in line with their wood fence top.
And I think what she's asking for would put it roughly
there
in line with
Why don't we put a condition not higher than? Why don't we just put a? Would you want to put a condition there, just saying not higher than the wall next to it?
Basically 10 feet from the commercial side. Measure them.
Yeah, but she may not want to go that high.
She doesn't have to go. She can go up to 10 feet.
Up to. Yeah.
From the commercial side.
Measure 10 feet. You can go up to 10 feet from the commercial side.
But not to exceed the height of the adjacent property.
Yeah.
Well,
as it stands now at the date of the variance.
Hold on, let's get control.
Wait, I was there. I don't. You threw in this monkey wrench here, this wooden fence. I don't remember anything being.
That was Ed.
That was Ed that did that.
Oh,
there's two properties down.
No, I've been there, Ed. It doesn't.
Here, I'll show you the picture. I took all the pictures today. Okay.
I walked through that. Was before, and there isn't anything high.
Yes, there is. Here it is.
It is high. Those
Here it
fences,
is.
they are higher because my property is lower. That's why I wanted to get onto the top of that.
But it's still those at that height is still not very good at blocking out the ugliness.
No.
Are you going to be?
So what you're saying is
your height of the wall is going to be close to the same height as the fence of the properties down, or no?
So you want to make sure that it's all the same.
Guys.
I saw that the other fences, they are much higher than the wall and my wall specifically because my wall is super low.
Okay.
So that's why.
Guys, we cannot tonight, this is site specific, this resolution, so we cannot make this for all the other properties.
Yeah, I understand.
And we can make the change, and I'm happy. I think
We're trying that, Mike.
okay, but, well, that,
No, we're talking about her wall. with
I understand.
So she asked for a 10-foot wall.
I know that.
Let's make a motion to approve it without any condition. Is that okay
Thank
with
you.
you?
Yes, thank
Yeah,
you.
that's
you
already
amend
there.
it?
I'm waiting for a second.
I'm sorry, there was,
Second,
twice, and we have to open for public comment.
From the commercial
Commercial
side.
side.
Say
We
again?
need to open for public comment.
I already opened,
From the
oh, no,
commercial
okay, I thought I did open for public
Yes, you
comments
did.
on this.
You did.
I
Just
don't
do it.
All right,
remember
I'll
Peter
reopen for
reading.
public comments. Is there anybody here who would like to speak to this issue on this resolution?
And can Peter read the virtual comments, please?
Thank you, Jocelyn. I certainly appreciate your help.
Sorry.
In the meantime,
Pete, can you read the instructions very quickly?
Elena,
Not quickly, so that people can
Are you-
understand them?
while we wait.
Yes, Mr. Murphy.
Okay with 10 feet.
For those of you watching us remotely or on TV, if you do wish to comment on this variance, please dial the following phone number, 305-365-7569.
It's from the
Then
other
please
side.
enter the meeting ID of 231-627-8415. Once you're in the meeting and you wish to speak, please dial *9 on your telephones or raise your hand within the Zoom app.
Okay. Got anybody, Pete?
Mr. Mayor, I have no one signed up to speak.
All right, I'm going to close
All right.
public comments. Let's have the vote.
Can I
There a
should I
second?
accept the amendment
I
on the
seconded-
motion?
I second.
But of the 10 feet on the commercial side measurement.
I'll,
So I'm going to go ahead and
Send the
add that
motion.
to that motion.
Okay, and was there a second for your original?
yes, I
motion?
second.
And no condition.
No conditions. 10 feet is measured on the commercial side.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All
And
those in
fix
favor?
the, and fix the
favor?
reso to say
Aye.
that it's recommended approved.
I'm sorry?
Fix the resolution so that it says not denied, but recommended.
And it's also, I think it's consistent. I think what it should say in the whereas is it's consistent, but Chad's got it, so. Good. All right.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Let's go.
Motion carries.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
The next item is a capital project authorizing resolution
Well,
of the,
Okay, I thought we were going to do the reports and
Oh.
recommend, I thought we were going to
Do
go
the
back and do the
Yes,
manager
I'm
side.
sorry.
Manager.
reports and recommendations, village manager, manager's report.
Who's your first up?
Yes.
First is the police.
Mr. Mayor, I thought we were going to do 13A at this time. Isn't that what we?
Well, no, you'd ask that it wasn't under yours, it was going to be before yours, but it's 8 PM, your report. If you're willing to waive, we can go to that item. I'm happy to.
13A?
What's
I thought
that?
that was your wish.
Well, no, mine was that it was after public comments, but before your the manager's report, but the manager's report is not supposed, no later than 8 PM. So you're up.
Ready to go.
Okay.
Are you gonna, the first one is gonna be the police?
We will.
Can we take a 2-minute break? That's gonna be or no?
That's up to the mayor.
We'll take a 5-minute break.
Is that okay, Chief? Yes, sir. It's been buoy. Yeah, he said it was fine. He's fine with it.
Next item, the manager's report.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, you gave me authorization to let my hair down, so what I'll do is ask Roland Smee to come forward and talk about kite surfing. Unfortunately, Roland cannot let his hair down.
If I had some hair to let down, put it that way.
You got a little in the back. Sometimes he does let it down.
It's getting a little shaggy back there. I got to get a haircut. Okay, so as far as the kite surfing program update, we did, the last time I was here, I told you the same thing. We secured all the permits from the Corps, from the Coast Guard, from the FWC, from the FDEP to be able to deploy regulatory buoys to further demarcate the vessel exclusion zone.
Right.
Kite surfers are vessels by law. So therefore, once this is further delineated, then the kite borders are intended to go out the channel that's there and then kite out beyond these regulatory buoys. It's going to become a challenge of enforcement. Again, I mean, it's always about enforcement. To that end, Todd has been doing his best to get people out onto the beach through his staff and folks that he can get access to sit out there and enforce the rules. But again, he hasn't been able to find people to be out there on every windy day. And so that's still a challenge for us, but something that he's working on. As far as where the regulatory buoys are going to go, and I think that has been sort of a question with certain peoples, they're going to go right now as it's permitted between the permanent markers that are out there, of which there are 5. And it's something that was discussed with FWC and with the Coast Guard, and they indicated that it had to be between the markers. Otherwise, there's a conflict in terms of what a boater is meant to abide by. Should they abide by the regulatory buoy position, or should they abide by the marker position? So if we were to move the regulatory buoys beyond those existing markers, then we'd either have to cut those markers down or move the markers, which becomes a very challenging proposition.
So, I'm sorry, to be specific about the markers, you're talking about the marker?
The posts.
The pilings?
The pilings, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we don't want to take those.
Right.
Roland, hadn't we realized that the pilings were not adequately far out, some of them?
Well, again, you know, the position of the shoreline changes.
Yeah, sure.
So this is always going to be a challenge, whether it's today or 5 years from now. The line of the shoreline is moving back and forth, and at the northern end of the beach, it's been moving out. Right. And so, whereas the piling might have been 320 feet off the beach, right now it's something like 285 or something like that.
But I thought that when we did this move to get the new markings,
the regulatory, the floating
one of the drivers was to fix this issue of the vessel exclusion area being where it has gotten too small. That even sometimes when a boat is coming in and it's right next to the piling, it's like, it's really where swimmers are.
Right, but I would say that at low tide, a boat really can't get in there right up close to the piling because it's too shallow at low tide. I think the northern end of
at the
beach,
northern end, yes, but you can get in. You've got
even in
8
front of
to
the
10
beach club.
feet at the from just north of just south, sorry, of Oceana. Right out there, it starts to drop off pretty dramatically. By in front, the piling in front of the beach club, it's 8 to 10 feet at the bottom, and then from there all the way up to the towers.
Yeah, it's deep.
It's deep, so they could.
Yeah, so they can get up close to the piling, but again, the regulatory buoys that we're going to put out are going to be in line with those pilings. Okay. I think the main concern is that it's shallow, close to the piling on the northern end. I think that's the concern is that it's shallow, so people can walk past the piling.
You can walk well out. I mean, the sandbars extend, especially.
So if we wanted to push the regulatory buoys out further, we would then either have to cut down that piling or move that piling out to be in line with the regulatory buoys.
Gotcha.
So maybe this is a silly question, but does the piling really have to be cut down or removed? You just can't remove the signage?
Well,
And
I
it
mean,
just is a piling?
According to FWC, if there's a piling there, it has to be marked so that boaters know what, it's because it becomes a navigational aid in a way. So if you have a marker there, a boater needs to know, what does that marker mean? What does it represent? You can't just leave a piling with no sign on it.
Right.
So if you want the regulatory buoys at the northern end to be out far enough that people can't walk past them, then you'd have to either get rid of that marker or move the marker. Otherwise, people walk past the vessel exclusion zone, then they're at risk, just like any other beach that has regulatory buoys that demarcate a vessel exclusion zone. If you swim past those buoys, you're setting yourself up for a problem. So we decided, based on talking to FWC and the Coast Guard and DEP, that we would put the regulatory buoys in line with the markers, because in FWC's mind, the markers are really the best solution because they're the most permanent. Regulatory buoys have a tendency of getting lost during big storms.
Right.
And then they require a lot more maintenance. So in truth, the people who first dealt with this issue and decided to make the investment in getting markers out there, which is a big deal because you need a barge and you need to drive them in, and it's a much bigger deal, did it the best way in FWC's and the Coast Guard's mind, because they put pilings out there, they have signs out there, the pilings stay, and a storm won't take them out. Right. And so that was a good thing. So, let
me ask you, I don't know if these guys, if anybody knows up on this dais, do you remember when have those pilings essentially always been there, or do you know when they were put in?
I don't remember I have excuse me, I have the actual date of the permit that was first let out by FWC. Okay. I think it was like 1995.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't that long ago. I mean, it wasn't like back in the 60s or 70s.
No.
Okay.
It was like
that's interesting.
Like in the 1990s.
The second question, and I literally was stopped by, I think it was an FWC boat while I was swimming the pilings one time. They told me I was supposed to have a flag. Is that true? If I'm inside the pilings, am I required to have a flag?
I couldn't tell you, but I know that swimmers that train off of Hobie Beach within the vessel exclusion zone, they all swim with like
the floats. I know.
That they drag behind them as a marker for.
It makes sense. I'm curious.
Whether it's a.
I didn't say I'm smart. I want to know if I'm doing something illegal.
Yeah, no
idea.
I don't know. I mean, Chad would know better than I would, but I'm not
just
that
another
familiar
aside.
with the law. So the question then becomes, well, how to handle the fact that people can walk past the limit of the vessel exclusion zone.
Okay, well, I think what are your recommendations?
Well, I mean, look, I think that the markers are the most permanent and the most prominent things out there.
The pilings, you mean?
The pilings, yeah, those pilings. And we're putting FWC, excuse me, FWC is telling us that we need to replace the signage, which we are because it's weathered and non-reflective, and people can't tell what the pilings really are for. And some of the pilings are missing signs. Yeah. So we're doing that. We're replacing all the signage on the pilings, and we're adding the regulatory buoys in between the pilings so that you have a very clear line of buoys from north to south. I think we budgeted for like 15 regulatory buoys, and that's what we had FWC permit us to put out there. And we're right now planning on putting it in line with the markers, with the thought that just about like at any other beach, if you walk past the vessel exclusion zone line, then you're opening yourself up potentially to having an incident, which we don't want to have.
But at the same, to your point, if I'm walking out there, and I used to take my daughter out there all the time, the water's so shallow, there's no vessel's going to come flying through. Well, hopefully no vessel's going to come flying through there, but you can't.
Look, a jet ski theoretically could, because a jet ski doesn't take too much water. But again, this becomes an enforcement issue.
I was about to say, I had a kiter go by me a long time ago that
Yeah, so literally it does become, again, an enforcement issue.
Okay.
I have a real concern about this because I think that people are going to walk, and I also think that people want to get to a spot where they can swim. And I thought that we were doing this to give swimmers a bigger, safer area and push the boaters, the kiters further out. So if you're telling me it's adequate through most of the village, I'm not sure that it's what I would do, but if it's what should be done, okay. But at that northern end of the village, I would really want to maybe talk about seeing if we could push it out a little bit, because people do walk out there, and we do tend to get kiters that like to go up that way. And I think it's nice I want to err on the side of safer.
Sure. I understand the point that you're making, and I mean, I can look into it, and I could circle back to FWC and see what they say. That part of the beach is always going to be a challenge because that's where sand tends to accumulate. And that's a sediment transport issue that we're never going to really solve. And so you're going to end up in a situation where every few years you might be wanting to well, maybe we should push it out again.
Or
maybe
bring
we should
it in.
change
Maybe
the
we
position. You know, and that's just a function of the dynamics of sediment movement up there. So, you know, part of me also would say, well, you know, if it's not deep enough to swim right here, well, you know, walk down the beach 10, 20 yards until the water's a little bit deeper and swim there. And rather in this area of the beach where it's really shallow, then
you can't swim out there.
Put out your beach chair and soak in the water because it's so shallow.
I mean, it takes a while. What happens is there used to be a big hole, and actually the hole has filled in right along the beach. The water, it used to be I had an experience with 2 kids who were literally drowning when I pulled them out of the water. But it used to drop off into a hole, and that hole has seemed to have filled in. And the sandbar goes out, but it extends out. You can see it from the shore. I want to say it goes out a quarter mile. I mean, it goes out quite a ways where you can walk, and then you get to a grass line, and then you get to some water.
Because that sandbar that extends
all the way up into the county park,
like around Island House, Key
right,
Colony,
just right at the line of Key Colony. That's exactly right.
It builds and moves out.
Correct.
And north to
and then comes in.
You know,
right.
And then you end up with a shallow, smooth water between the sandbar and Crandon Beach.
Right. Yeah, I don't think you can move. I don't think that one can be moved out.
So that northern end of the beach is always going to be very tricky and very dynamic because that's where the sand starts to deposit when it's eroding off of the beach in front of the Ritz and the Ocean Club and stuff like that. You know, so. I mean, I'll look into it with FWC, but
let me ask you this: if it's not feasible to move it out, and we're going to fill in the spaces, like fill in the gaps, basically with the buoys between the pilings, do you feel like this is us doing the most that we can do to give the separation for the safety that we were looking for when we started this?
Yeah, I mean, you can't more demarcate the vessel exclusion zone than by doing this, you know. I mean,
so it's going to be super clear that you body drag out between these buoys through this little channel, and then you need to stay outside.
Oh, it will be clear. It's just, again, a matter of enforcement.
I understand.
You know, and so if there's no one on the water or on the beach telling people, hey man, what are you doing kiting inside the vessel exclusion zone? Well then, that's going to be an issue. You know, and that's why Todd's working as hard as he is to get someone out there on a regular basis on every windy day. But you know, again, people's availability can be challenging, and predicting when you're going to have a day that is going to be a perfect day for kiters, and at the same time have someone available to sit on the beach for 12 hours enforcing is hard, you know. So we're doing what we can without going, you know, crazy and burning insane amounts of time and resources on something that.
And maybe this is a better question for Todd, but are we seeing less infractions on the days that he has people out there? Is there less work for them to do? Like, is the word getting out?
I'd have to ask Todd that question.
Okay.
I know that we've gotten more people registering with the village, so that's a good thing. And that makes it easier to enforce because then the people that are registered have their little streamers, and if they don't have them, then you can say, hey, why, you can't be here kiting, you have to go register. So that's a sign that something's positive, changing in the positive direction. We have been getting more registrations, so that's good. And I try and get out there from time to time on my way into work, on my way home from work on a windy day, and to check and to talk to people and be like, look, what, these are the rules, but I can only do that so often,
Understood.
So I will circle back to FWC though and see what they say, and and then I can come back next briefing and let you know what they indicated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You wanted to speak about this?
Yes, please.
Okay, state your name and address for the record.
Julio Diaz, 201
Sorry,
Crandon
wait till you
Boulevard.
get up to the mic so I can get captured.
To Julio Diaz, 201 Crandon Boulevard.
Thank you.
And I hate to disagree with Roland because he's done very good work. This is not a kite surfing issue. This is a safety issue. As you have mentioned, the sandbar, because of Mother Nature, I think, has moved a lot of sand that we put on the beach north towards Key Colony, Island House, and Commodore. And as the mayor say, people walk past the marker, piling, whatever you call it, the marker. And you find families, you find people hanging out, and it's not the kite surfer only, is the boats might come close and they present a safety situation to anyone that is walking on the beach, on the waters of the beach, okay? So I think to ignore that, to ignore the fact that the sand has moved, that the sandbar is larger in that location, and use a piling that was put in place in 1999, I'm sorry, I forgot the exact date, is not the right thing to do. We have to see what we have right now. Right now, we have a sandbar that goes out quite a bit, and we have to protect the people that will be within, on the sandbar, enjoying themselves. And in my opinion, that those buoys should be moved, and the northern section of the beach further out. How far out? I don't know if it's 400 feet. We should look at it in detail, but I think it would be negligence on our part to use the market, the existing market, as the limitation of the lineation of the safety zone, exclusion zone. One more thing, and this is a side of it. Boats with people and whatever they bring with them like to anchor on the sandbars because they can disembark, and there it is, shallow waters. And obviously we have the sandbar, but if we set the markings a little bit further out, it will make it a little more difficult for those boats to jump out into a shallow water. They will have to start swimming or whatever. So I think we get the benefit of that too, because you don't want a bare-cut sandbar situation where you have a bunch of boats, music, noises, maybe drinking, and I think it's not a bad idea, or it's a good idea, matter of fact, to move the buoys further out, as I said before, and in my mind, very limited mind, I don't know that it's so difficult to remove the pilings. It might be DERM and USGS, whoever it is, but I don't think it's that difficult to remove one piling, maybe two. I am not saying, I think the south end of the beach, I don't have, from my opinion, the buoys could be placed within the markers. But as you get to Silver Sands and the two pilings, the one on Key Colony and the one on Commodore, I think those should be more or less removed, if one could do that, and put the buoys a little further out.
Okay, thank you. I guess my question for Roland on the follow-up is what do you think that would cost to put those two pilings out, and how difficult is it to do that? I think I understand what you're saying. I think it's a legitimate concern. Can we do it? Do we have the authority to do it? And do we have the, how much is it going to cost us?
We'd have to go back to the permitting agencies to get their approval on moving them. and then I'd have to get with the contractor and have them bid that work out, you know, I mean, but it would have to be done from a barge, and as soon as you bring a barge.
Yeah,
up
I understand
with
that.
like a
We're
crane,
cost,
but then it starts getting really expensive.
But if you lose, to his point, Mr.
Ballpark
Diaz's point, you lose one person to a boating. Well, boats are dangerous, and when they come and they start camping on the sandbars,
putting the 15 regulatory buoys out there, just in terms of time and materials, is about 39,000, 40,000. So it's going to be.
So you say 3,000 of
it's going to be
piling.
What's that?
So would you say 3,000 of piling?
I have no idea. I'd have to literally talk to the contractor. I've never, I've never
have to move,
priced out deploying pilings in the ocean.
I'm confusing, Mayor. I got involved with the kite surfing and the citizens who were, you know, and Roland has done a great job on trying. We still got a long ways to go and Todd on that. And I was out when I heard about the buoys. So this is not about kite surfing. The first thing I needed to understand. I live there, so as a disclosure, I don't go to the beach much. And I checked again today. I met with some of them again because I wasn't. And from my balcony, I could see it is clearly the smallest area of beach in our island. And also, it's got a lot of people between Key Colony and the 3 buildings of the towers. If you include also the other, what's the other building in between? And Island House, it's a lot of people. An Island House now more younger, but used to be. So when I had met with him, and he's trying to apply the law and apply, but it is we can't run away from the facts. The facts are that it is a unique situation, and sometimes we have to adapt to just like you know, Jerry changed his mind on the zoning before. That it is. I actually went out there and see it, and it's true. It's But I thought it had to do with the buoys moving it out. I was not prepared to even. I didn't know you needed to take out the pilings. They're not mutually exclusive. You can move the line up without moving the pilings, correct? Or am I wrong?
No, because you end up in a situation where, from a navigation point of view, then you have 2 sort of conflicting pieces of information. So a boater,
I got you.
What should a boater do?
Exactly.
Go to the regulatory buoy that's floating out there, or are they allowed to go to the marker?
That's the answer.
And that's what FWC and the Coast Guard are trying to avoid. So they're saying either put them in line, or take them out, or move them.
Are we all in agreement? Can we ask? Can you take a look at what the cost is of doing the piling?
I can look into it.
Okay. That's the safest course of action, and that's what this all comes down to.
I'll look into it on terms of the costing, and then I will contact the Coast Guard and FWC.
Yeah, and also about the permitting.
And find out
what the process is.
To redo the permitting that's already been done.
And I think this sort of goes back to what we were saying earlier when we were talking about, like, let's not skimp out on the stormwater system and then realize that we put a lot of money into building something that was inadequate. I want to make sure that we do this right the first time that we're doing it, and obviously that's now, but especially because we see so much increase in boat traffic. Yeah. And from what I can see, they don't seem to always be experienced boaters. And I know that every time I go over the Bear Cut Bridge almost, I see boats inside the vessel exclusion zone on Virginia Key, and then as you go across the causeway on the left side, and it is so dangerous. And people aren't paying attention, people are drinking. So the better we can do to keep our swimmers and our kids and our residents safe and the boaters separate and far enough away, it's worth the investment. So thank you. I'm sorry that we're asking you to go back when you were so far down the road, but I think it really matters.
I will do the will of the council.
And by the way, you're doing very well.
So
let me tell you something.
You do whatever you want.
To be politically incorrect, as I usually are, I'm very exclusive of my little island. And what hasn't been said is that those kind of people, the things that Bear Cut, as you know, what is happening with violence nowadays, everybody has a gun. And I mean, we don't want to have that right there.
I just don't want people run over.
run over, and if you tell somebody it is too close, we're living through difficult times where. So I think that we need to look at this because that's a lot of taxpayers. Those three buildings.
I'll do the will of the council.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Understand, it's always going to be a challenge, though.
I get it.
No.
It's always going to be a
That's
challenge.
why we put you on it, Roland.
I just want to add that our ordinance provides that it goes out 300 feet from the erosion control line. I think our municipal boundaries goes to 500 feet on that side. So I think we have some room, but I think we should go back and look at why they originally decided 300 feet.
Right.
I don't know that.
I agree.
Sure.
Yeah. But we'll have to change our ordinance if we do move it, which is not an issue, but we just will have to address it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all. Next item. Roland, where are you going?
Oh, you got the police now, no?
No, this is not.
We're going to go back. Sorry, my bad.
Take care of the citizens.
You're out. Sit down. We don't want to hear from you anymore.
All right, now, Mr. Mayor, council members, before we start with the community policing plan, I want to remind the council that back in September, during the budget hearings, I pledged that we would bring a community policing program to the village, one that addresses our youth disorder, traffic safety, and crime throughout the village with community engagement. I mentioned the police presence was essential to achieving our goal of partnering with our residents and to create a more safe and secure village. If you remember, as part of that pledge, I suggested at that time, since we had a new police chief coming on board, that we would wait until we had a chance to assess the village and that he and I would come back in February, which is now, to present our community policing program and also identify the resources we needed to carry out that program. So, Chief, if you come forward, please.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and thank you for having me. So we're going to go over a plan that has been put together by the staff and I, and along with our village manager, in the intent of bringing an actualized community policing plan to the village of Key Biscayne. The goal of this plan is obviously to work in partnership with our community and to solve problems while maintaining the highest level of public safety and quality of life. Providing a safe and secure environment is something that you're going to hear throughout this presentation while meeting our community's expectations. And as we're all aware at the last council meeting, their expectations were made loud and clear to us. And it's something that I took serious and our staff takes extremely serious, as I know all of you do. So the plan really focuses on three pillars. It starts with policing disorder, and somewhere in between policing disorder and preventing crime, we have our traffic and maritime safety, which is something that we consistently hear about from our residents and visitors within the village. And then there's obviously the last component of it, and it's the community engagement. And they all coincide together. But it happens with the presence that our department is going to provide, in addition to participation from our residents. Our participation is a crucial piece of this plan, because our residents are the eyes and ears of what occurs here on a daily basis, and no one knows better than they do when something is out of order. When you look at disorder, it's not just about crime. It's the little things that can lead to the big things. And the way we're currently operating with our staffing at this moment, we don't have the potential to maximize our resources and clearly do all the things that are being asked of us on a daily basis. So what is our plan? We want to maximize our staffing to prevent and reduce crime. And we obviously want to enrich youth engagement, which is something that's been identified by the manager and by our residents through a survey. We want to have a sustained traffic and maritime presence. At this current moment, we can't do that the way we're operating due to our staffing. We want sustained traffic and golf cart enforcement, something that we've initiated since I've been here and we're going to continue working on, and we're also focusing on scooters at this point. Part of this plan is to complete CPTED surveys. For those that don't know what a CPTED survey is, it's a crime prevention through environmental design. It is a certification course that officers get certified in, And what it does is it gives them the ability to assess commercial areas, public open spaces, and roadways to see where our vulnerabilities exist. And we just completed this for Village Green. It's an evaluation that's completed during the day and at night. We make recommendations on how to improve our safety, and we want to do this through partnerships, something I'll get into in a little bit. We want to collaborate between our police, fire, and Parks and Rec. We feel that we have the potential, if we maximize our resources, to be able to work together with other village departments in order to reach out to our kids, to do summer programs, to do programs throughout the year in the schools, more than we're already doing so, to put a name to the face. Policing disorder. How do you mitigate and prevent disorder? I can't stand here tonight and tell you, even if you gave me 15 more cops, that there's going to be no crime in this village. That's just not reality. But we can do our best to prevent and mitigate it. It starts with people, and it's not just on people. I do agree with some of the comments that I've heard throughout my time here and from some of you, that it has to be a mixture. It can't just be within the vehicle. We have to get out of the vehicle. We have to engage. I pledged when I stood here on the first day that I was going to be an active member of this community, and I've delivered on that thus far, and I believe our officers have increased our presence throughout the village, and we're sustaining the efforts to achieve that goal, something that you each have asked of us. Our investigators. I don't think I can stand here at an easier moment and tell you how valuable they are with the quickness that they solved an egregious act within our village. And then there's, how do you get to an appropriate staffing number? Because there is a methodology to getting to this. There's several ways that you can do it. The FBI is the process that I use to look at it. And when you put in our population based on our officer ratio, it gets us to what we're asking for. Relationships are so important because our kids, our residents, our educators, our faith-based groups are so crucial to what we are able to do day in and day out. Communication. We have to be better about how we communicate. That's one lesson that I think we took away from our last event here. And it's not a knock on how we are as a department or through the village, but we can be better about getting our information out. And when we maximize our resources and we can effectively train other personnel on how to do that, I think our communication is going to go elevate to the next level. I actually have a sergeant in a class this week learning how to communicate through media relations, something that hasn't been done before here, because we have to be able to train the future of this agency so that we can go to the next level. We have to have succession planning, something that I haven't heard much talk about when I've met with the officers, and that's part of this plan. Resources. Although I wasn't here at that council meeting, I heard you and I heard our residents. Lighting is an issue throughout this village. I'm pleased to announce, even despite our plan moving forward, is to further look at the lighting. We've already began this process through Public Works. Jake and I have met with FP&L. We've looked at the lighting on needed. We're waiting for recommendations. And part of this plan is to do an overall evaluation of village lighting to see our areas of weakness and where we can improve. Technology. We are fortunate that we have technology within the village, but we can be better. Our focus obviously is going to be around security and surveillance systems, something I heard from you. And we have our first demonstration this Friday. That's more of a long-term process on how we want to do it. But obviously we want to utilize security cameras throughout the village because it not only assists officers in investigation, I think it makes us a more safe and secure environment. Traffic safety and maritime operations. We've heard a great deal about maritime operations tonight here. And the fact is we just can't sustain it at this point because of our current staffing. Our officers operate in a dual role, something you'll hear me talk about here in a moment. It's not uncommon for an officer to come in at 7 in the morning, work their patrol car at 11, and then jump into a marine vessel at 11 o'clock, which takes away a resource from the village. We want to promote boating safety. We want to deter nuisances. We don't want to see an accident, something I just heard each of you say. We want a dedicated unit to be able to maximize the input and output of work. We want to elevate our partnerships, something that I've taken careful consideration along with Deputy Chief Eunice in ensuring that we're working with our federal, state, and local partners to ensure that we have that safe environment. We're committed. Just a few key facts that I thought were important to get out. The call volume since Village's inception has quadrupled. When this village was initially created, we averaged approximately 6,000 calls a year. At this point, we average approximately 24,000. I think it's important to note that we have approximately 4 million vehicles that enter this vehicle yearly, which obviously creates traffic concerns. Since 2018, our agency's investigators, with the significant input from patrol officers and school resource officers, have been able to achieve 62% of our agency's arrests because of information that was provided to them. We are a complex village, and there are complexities when you look at a village such as we are. We have youth disorder that we need to get in front of. We have traffic issues that we need to get in front of. We have several waterway issues that we need to get in front of. And although the causeway may not be the village of Key Biscayne, I don't have to tell each of you, and we heard again tonight, how important the causeway is to the residents of this village and to all of us that come here each day. And Mass Academy, although it is not ours, 1,000 of our kids go to that school. We've had information provided to us because of relationships that we've been able to establish with those kids that have been able to lead to significant case clearances. As I explained to you earlier, our patrol officers operate in a dual role right now that doesn't allow for maximum operations or utilization of resources. Our personnel are stretched thin. A factor that we can't take into consideration that many don't think about is the amount of training that a police officer has to go through each year to maintain their certifications throughout the state of Florida. Something that has not decreased over time, it's actually increased. The goal is to be the top 5 safest city in Florida, something that residents in Key Biscayne have been historically known to achieve. This year, Key Biscayne was ranked 13th. I began to look at our officer to resident ratio with some of our other neighboring municipalities. And I know we could argue this each way and discuss geographic size, complexities, but I think it's important to note when you look at some cities that have 2,900 residents and they have 26 cops, or 6,900 residents and they have 31 cops. Every officer matters, and every resource that we put out there effectively has an opportunity to deal with the issues when they come before us. We want to prevent crime, and that was something that I heard a great deal of at the last council meeting. Increased officer presence is something that I heard each of you say, I heard each of our residents say, and I agree with you. We do have to get out, we have to be visible, and there has to be enforcement. It was something you each asked me in my first council meeting, and I said, give me an opportunity to engage and educate. And if that doesn't work, we go to the next level of enforcement. And we're very thankful for your support in being a partner with us and allowing us to have that support to enforce. As I explained earlier to you, technology is a key aspect of this plan. We are fortunate here that we do have some technology. And as you know, technology is ever changing. It's fast paced. But technology assists our officers in preventing, reducing, and solving crimes, as we recently saw. Engagement. This is a critical component of this. I think it's important for us to develop youth programs, as I stated, with Parks and Rec, to enhance relationships and be able to mentor the future of our community. Our DARE classes, which are a vital component of what we've done and have been so successful in Key Biscayne schools. We're initiating programs at KB8 and St. Agnes to read classrooms and cycle different officers through to be able to put the names to the faces. It's not just about the kids, though. We want to ensure that we're covering everyone in the village. We want to work with our faith groups, our businesses, and our senior population to understand what their concerns are on safety and security. And able to do that, we need to maximize our resources. The engagement component is so critical to our partnerships also, though, because I heard some of you say it. It's important if they see something, say something. We shouldn't be hearing the information secondhand. We're fortunate in Key Biscayne that we have a dedicated communicator here at all times of the day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We want you to call us. If you see something out of ordinary, we want you to let us know. Partnerships. You've heard me talk a great deal about partnerships. It's important that we team up with our residents and our businesses. We don't only want to hear from you when something bad happens. We want to hear from you all the time, good and bad. We want to be able to work in partnership to access their security systems so that we can more efficiently prevent and deter criminal activity. We need to work with our county and city partners, and that's something that proved critical in the last few weeks here. The assistance from the county and other resources from other police departments assisted us in being able to close a case. And that gives us that safe and secure village. We want to partner with our HOA groups and the chamber so that we can more effectively communicate and collaborate our safety message throughout the village. Presence. Presence is more than people. It's a function of all police resources that I've talked about here, technology and capabilities. Additional resources gives us the ability to allow for in-depth analysis of issues as they come forward. It allows us to cross-train our officers, and more importantly, succession planning, so that we can further elevate the future of this agency. I do agree in zone policing. Most of you may be unaware of this fact. We do have zone policing right now. Our village is broken up into zones, and we deploy our officers in these zones. We want more community interaction, as you do, and neighborhood liaisons. We want to achieve an actual and a sense of safety and security. Our recommendations are this. We want to evaluate and install additional street and park lighting to promote safety. We want to improve our security camera system and coverage so that we have access to more feeds. We want the ability to actually hire the 2 additional police officers. We want to increase skills training and professional development to ensure that when we hire a Key Biscayne police officer, that they're staying here. They're not going somewhere else. And we want wide-ranging community policing. You hear a lot about plans, but you don't hear how we're going to execute the plan. We've provided a timeline here, and I'm going to share it with you right now because I think it's important for us to be able to give our residents a sense of how we're going to accomplish this. Traffic modifications and safety enhancements along Crandon Boulevard and the entryway to the village are currently in progress and something that we're evaluating. If we were given the authority to hire these 2 additional positions, it would take approximately 3 to 6 months. As most of you are aware, hiring a police officer is a sensitive position. They have to go through a polygraph, psychological, and an intense background and examination. Deployment of our full community policing program, I anticipate that to occur between July and September, but it doesn't mean that nothing happens between now and then. Deputy Chief Eunice and our command staff have sat and how we can effectively maximize our resources to get this going immediately and augment the enhanced visibility that you've already seen. As I've stated to you, we've already began evaluating lighting throughout the village, and we're going to continue to work in collaboration with Public Works. We estimate that that should take us approximately 6 to 12 months. And lastly, we want to review and recommend our village-wide camera security system. The goal is to have a smart city monitoring, and what that is where everything ties into one system. Officers have the ability to access camera feeds from their vehicles, and command staff has the ability to access it from their desktops. There is a $50,000 budgeted item for a CIP project that was approved already in the budget that the manager has decided to move over so that we can make our initial investment into the security camera system at this point. I thank you for your time, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you.
Councilmember London, we'll start off with the easy ones.
Thank you, Frank. I'm not basically telling Frank or Steve anything that I haven't told him last night, because basically I believe that we should discuss these things ahead of time so no one's blindsided. As you all know, for the last 9 years, I disagreed with the prior police chief. I disagree with the current police chief. Not on everything. We agree on a lot of things. The main thing we disagree on is staffing, manning, etc. Basically, you all have the thing that I wrote in the paper. You also, I gave you, in case you didn't read it, staffing now calling for 29 people. I think we have 37 sworn officers now.
36, sir.
Excuse me, 36. So this would make it up to 38 if you get the additional 2, which is only 9 more than I think you need. But that's okay. So basically, again, as Frank's saying, I break it down into 3 sectors. And I want beat policing, call it community policing. I don't want a cop riding in a car with tinted windows. He's either in a golf cart or some other thing where people know him, he knows the people, he knows the dogs, he knows the cars, and instinctively, he knows that something's wrong in that area. So he knows that something's amiss, and that is his area. Takes 4 people to do that because there's 4 shifts to cover it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And then on top of that, we have a sergeant. These are the patrol officers, a sergeant going back and forth on Crandon Boulevard, which will take care of his golf carts, take care of his speeding, take care of his red lights, and take care of his reckless driving. Not to have cops parked like we do today. Again, as I discussed last night, same thing, parked down by the Esplanade, parked there, other places. I don't believe that does very much. Again, I'm not a cop, and everybody here is going to say, listen, you're a professional, he's not, so don't listen to me, listen to Frank. So, but I'm not giving up yet. And so I believe the police should be patrolling back and forth. Because, you know, when you see a policeman driving back and forth and you're there, you tend to, I mean, you might speed normally, but now you're not going to speed. You're going to observe things. And it makes a big difference. And a car parked here and a car parked there. Because if you pass that car, then you're on your own. As far as going back and forth, what else does it do? We talk about crime. Sorry to say that if you had 1,000 more policemen, you couldn't stop what happened about 2 weeks ago. And so this is a freaky thing. This is nothing we can do to stop it. In fact, I think possibly, and these particular people, what Frank tells me, they were high on something or other, so they just made a wrong turn and got here. So that's not even a normal type of thing. But I believe that the police patrolling the way I'm talking about, you also would have a lieutenant. And basically on the other shifts, you'd have the deputy chief. And basically they would be there overseeing everything, coordinating with the merchants, with the condo managers, the condos, et cetera, and being back up and filling in for the calls for service. Frank says all these calls for service. It comes out, what he just told me, 2 3/4 calls per hour on an average. That's what you just told me, even though it's many more than it was before. So without going to item by item by item, again, we have a boat. Mainly time we have a problem with a marine boat is the summer and the weekends. So you basically have them work 12 hours, till into dusk in the summertime. During the rest of the week, it's one guy in a boat. And again, I have all the numbers down there. You have a DARE officer, you have one detective, and basically it takes about 29 people to do that. And that's where I'm coming from. And the main thing I have with Frank and with Steve, and I love them both. They're both big city guys. And we're a village. We're a tiny village. And you use your ratio, FBI ratios, of course you classify. We got 1.5 miles. Big difference in a big city. A lot of people patrolling great distances. But when you got big city people like you guys, and you can't help it. You think like big city people, but we're a village. We're a small, tiny village. And everything you're taking is like major crime site. I mean, it's crazy, in my opinion. Perfect example tonight. You have 2 police guarding us here. I feel very safe. I have you here. What do I need 2 policemen here every meeting for? To guard what? We haven't threatened anybody. Nobody's done anything. But you need 2 more police. But this is what I'm talking about, planning and using the people efficiently. Anyway, I'm going to lose whatever I say. They're going to do whatever you want. They'll give you any money you want. So I give up. That's it.
I do respect your opinion, Councilmember. I took your plan very seriously. I can tell you Deputy Chief Eunice and I looked at it in great length, in depth. We drew it out, planned it out. The only thing I will say in addition to what you just said, and I do respect what you said, it doesn't matter if I come from a big city to the village of Key Biscayne. The fact is the population here has grown. And I pledge with you what I said to you last night, and I'll say it to our residents. It doesn't matter if you live in a big city or a small city. Everybody wants the same thing. They want a sense of security. And that's my goal as the police chief.
Oh, I forgot to add the other thing. We had a 4-3 vote maybe 6-7 years ago, when we decided we're going to go patrol Crandon Park and the Causeway. Now, you guys who go back and forth every day, you rarely see our people out there. Rarely. Occasionally you see them, but rarely. But the question is, why should you be there at all? We're paying a fortune in taxes to Dade County for them to supply police. Why are we patrolling it? And what you told me is the people want that. I don't think the people said a damn thing. This was people in council when I was there, 1 or 2 people specifically, who wanted it. Nothing to do with the people or the citizens or anybody else. So I think that's your call about your motor patrol or your traffic, whatever you call that unit, which is, what, 2 or 3 guys? That I don't see why we have that. Doesn't make any sense to me. But if Frank thinks we have to have it, then he needs the people. I agree with him.
Ed, may I?
Go ahead, Councilmember.
I wish you would stop. You always, when you contribute, and I take your recommendation seriously, it doesn't mean necessarily I need to agree with them.
No, we don't.
But you just sort of always make the comment like we ignore you. I don't ignore you. And I don't think, to be honest with my colleagues, we don't. I mean, we value and you dedicate a lot of time to it. It's just you don't come up here and just wing it. You do your homework. I always told you. You have a lot of other differences with you, but you come prepared with your opinion. Sometimes we simply, don't agree.
Okay,
so,
I understand.
I want to ask you just one short question,
sure.
And then I'm going to make, which is, do you believe that in the how long have you been here, Chief?
4.5 months, sir.
4.5 months. Do you sense, as a citizen, as people talk to you, that there is a difference in the perception of the police department? And not that we're at where we're supposed to be, but that we're on the right road, including reaching out to you and all of us and all of that. Do you think that there's a sort of a paradigm shift?
Personally, no. Number 2, and I told them on Thursday, the article came out in the paper. one day, 8 people had stopped me walking a dog and other things to tell me they're really enthusiastic about that thing. We'd love to see the police. We never see the police go by. That's an exaggeration. Of course, they see the police go by. The question is, how often do they see the police go by? So that's the reaction I get. But again, you're not going. That's the kind of reaction people are going to get to me. It's not fair because they're not coming to me and say, "Hey, we don't agree with you." There are people coming to me who do agree with me. So it's not fair to say that. A lot of other people might say, "Hey, we do see a different thing," and so it's not fair to criticize Frank or to applaud him based on what I do.
No, I understand. You know, we all have senses. I have fairly good instincts, and I feel it. I really do feel it. It doesn't mean that, you know, we'll have differences on specific deployment, and that, you know, the difference there between you and I particularly is that I really never want to get right into micromanaging. But I respect the thought you give into this. And I give you an example. I mean, the prompt arrest, first of all, the way they handle it, the deputy chief, who I congratulate, that last meeting, which is a very terrible meeting, was very good, and the tone of humility and openness. And the quick arrest, I think, is an extraordinary sign of deterrence. One of the biggest things you could do in policing to prevent is to arrest. I mean, let's not underestimate that the word out there now is this, you know, there's a new sheriff in town and a new methodology. Let's be careful. I think that, you know, one of the things two things that I speak now to our citizens, which I sometimes tell them, you know, you need to be engaged and be engaged all the time, is, you know, community policing, which I've had some experience when I was the mayor, and also with Mayor Bloomberg and Mayor Daley in Chicago for training Latin American mayors, is that it's a two-way street. I mean, you know, it's not their responsibility, it's our responsibility. You know, somebody mentioned to me the other day, and I said, I hadn't thought about it. You know, well, we had that incident that, you know, happened in Masha Island, remember, 2 years ago, and it became, you know, the profiling discussion and all that intellectual stuff. But the bottom line that I hadn't thought about is, how about all those people who live there? They should have called the police, okay? No, because our community sometimes is just, you know, but you got to get engaged, community. And you got to help, because your community policing it literally is a two-way street. And traffic, you know, the expectation, I'm giving this a lot of thought because obviously you and I, you know, the problem is we have so many cars that it's literally, it's almost mathematical. It's impossible almost to, there's not much more. And I can tell you this, the response, because I just pass on comments, has been great from this police department. So, you know, he's been here 4.5 months. We already passed, for example, on the budget 2 positions that I think it was Councilman Moss that suggested it at that time, and I supported him to give him an opportunity. He's come back and basically said, I need it. And so I looked at it, and I trust him. And it doesn't mean that I demean your input. It's just that I really feel good about where we're going. And we can always, you know, this is not you know, that we're going to let you go and do your thing. We're going to be constantly. So I'm for approving the recommendations. And if it's in order, I make a motion.
Well, I trust Frank explicitly, okay?
No, I know.
And as far as seeing police, with the cops parked in the park with the lights on, parked other places, you definitely see the cops more than you saw before. So as far as that saying, yeah, that case I do see him. And I don't want anybody to get anything wrong. As far as the actual officers and the police and Frank, and I know lots of them, I think we have some of the finest police I've ever seen anywhere. As far as the individuals working here, it's just the plan of policing and the manning and how we cover the village and what is efficient and what is superfluous. That's where I'm coming from.
Councilmember McCormick, and then Councilmember Kaplan, then Vice Mayor Moss.
May I have a clarification on the motion, Councilmember Laredo?
I don't think we've had, well,
No, he told me not to do it.
let's hold off on motions or anything until we hear from everybody.
First, I wanted to add on about the idea of the word getting out, that this is a place where you get caught, that this is not a new thing, right? Like, we've seen this that our officers and our detectives have done an outstanding job for quite some time in solving cases. We had the crazy story, Jason, you'll remember the home invasion on Mashta with the sneaker in the car at a traffic stop. One of the people had lost their shoe in the house and they caught them, like just the attention to detail. And I think, you know, we saw it with the bike busting up the multi-county ring of car thefts, and Key Biscayne played a huge role in that and tamping down the car thefts in the area. So I want to start by commending the whole entire force for not just this arrest, but the ones that preceded it, because I do think that, you know, we used to hear this, and I think it's true that the bad guys talk, and I want them to know that this is a place where you come and you do bad things, you're going to get caught. But to speak specifically to the things about that we're discussing tonight, I'm happy with what I'm seeing. I've been happy with what I'm seeing around the village. Specifically, Ed, to what your ideas. I absolutely agree with you. The idea of what you call beat policing, to see the same officer as often as you can, is this idea of building the engagement and getting to know them and getting to be able to understand the area where you are. Where I disagree with your levels of staffing is I don't see how the way you lay it out, I think you're ignoring large percentages of our populations, thousands of people in gated communities that come out of their community or call the police to come in. And I think the community has changed such that we do need the more officers. So I think I share Luis's frustrations that I don't want you to feel that what you say falls on deaf ears. I think you have good ideas. I just disagree with you what I think the needs of our community and the size and the changes of our community, especially the numbers of people that come and drive through our community. That puts demands on our officers, and that takes people away from driving around their designated route. So it isn't that I think your ideas, you know, are inherently bad. I agree with a lot of what you say. I just don't see the needs the same way that you do. And I think I talk to different people and hear what they expect in terms of level of service from the police. And so I disagree with you on the premise from where you're starting your analysis. In terms of the causeway, I do hear a lot of people talk about wanting to see enforcement on the causeway. And while I agree with you, the county should be doing it, we know they don't.
They do it.
They don't do it as often as we would like. But where I really see our officers on the causeway, and I see them there every day almost, is dealing with the issues we've been having with the pelotons. And I hear a lot of satisfaction from our residents with respect to what we've been doing to address the issues of the pelotons. And frankly, in my personal experience, in the beginning, I thought that they would be stopped by the police, and then by the time they got over the Bear Cut Bridge, they were back in the middle of the lane. I don't see that as much anymore. Clearly, the problem isn't solved, but I go off the quay or over the bridge to 3 different school destinations some mornings, so I see different hours and different things, and I do see an improvement. So in terms of policing on the causeway, certainly with respect to what's happening with the pelotons, I see it working. I think that's it.
Councilmember Kaplan and Vice Mayor.
In listening and thinking about all of this, I actually think that what I've heard and read and absorbed from you is very much aligned with almost everything in terms of goals and planning to achieve goals that Ed's suggested for years. I don't think there's any real disagreement on the dais with any of it, with maybe 3 exceptions, maybe 4 exceptions. I think we made decisions a long time ago to police the causeway, to ramp up protection on the waterway, and particularly in the bay, and to have a presence at mast, because if we didn't do those things, the resulting conditions would be unacceptable to us. So I think that there was a degree of real-life, open-eyed, call it maybe desperation, because it wasn't going to work to our satisfaction if we didn't fill in resources and a presence in those environments. And I think those were the right decisions then. I think experience has proven out the justification for each one of those decisions. And I suppose the fourth element, and this is the habitual disagreement with Frank's predecessor and now with Frank. You think staffing ought to be at a level, and the police chiefs don't agree. And I think your summary this evening, talking about, among other things, dual roles and switching functionality and the resulting stresses is what we've heard for years. I believe it. I rely on it. I think it's if you say so. I can't say otherwise. And it's all good. I mean, the idea of the police in a car on the road causes people to slow down. You know, the behavioral responses, whether or not you're encountering the same officer on a golf cart or not, there are behavioral responses, and we're all seeing them. What we've been contending with this year are real problems. You know, it's not just the cheesing of the cars by these obnoxious kids. The traffic conditions are just awful. And we're looking at some radical changes necessarily. And we need an adequate police force to stand up with us and accomplish these things. And I guess just in summary, pleased with what I've heard tonight, and I thank you for it.
Thank you, sir.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Chief, for putting together this plan. I think it was well thought out. I really like the idea about improvement in communication. The community engagement, I think, is extremely important. I'm really looking forward to that execution of that part of the plan. I definitely think that enforcement, I've always said since I've been up here, and I think pretty much every council member has been behind strict enforcement, pull people over. It sends a message, even if it's a warning when they see the lights. I agree with Councilmember London, driving up and down the streets can do much more than just parked. Because, you know, I see every day going to school, the police parked in the same spot. After a while, they become a tree, right? It's just, you're just passing the same thing over and over, and people aren't even thinking there might even not be a police officer in it anymore. They don't know. But I think that when you start to see movement activity, people start to pay attention. When it comes to adding the officers, I'm a very strategic person. I really like SWOT analysis, looking at how you guys look at yourselves internally through your strengths and weaknesses, and how you understand the external environment around you with the opportunities and threats. One of the biggest threats that Key Biscayne can face is sense of security being lowered. I mean, that is probably one of the top reasons why people live out here. It's one of the top reasons why when you're sitting with somebody and you say, hey, I live in Key Biscayne, they say, oh, is that nice? I say, it's great. My kids can walk around. We don't have to worry about security like you do almost anywhere else in the Miami-Dade area. And for that to be threatened in any way is a huge concern to all of the values of why we live in Key Biscayne. So I think that's extremely important. I think that the questions that you are challenged with is finding out what level of service it is that this community wants when it comes to policing and security. I think that you also need to look at what resources do we need in order to achieve that level, and what process or how can we achieve this more efficiently than we are doing it now, or are we optimized completely? And last is finding out what the village is willing to pay for, because this can be as large as we want, as small as we want, and we can come up with that. So when I discussed that we were hiring somebody new, a new chief to come in and take a look at our department, I really wanted to see if we can break it down and really find out what's going on, because you know, a lot of times when you bring somebody new into an organization, even a private company, they're looking for bottlenecks of efficiencies, right? There might be other ways of doing the same thing that you start to find that it starts releasing more resources, which you may have already done. I'm not saying you haven't, but those are the things I'm looking for that help me get behind really strongly that you may, because the way I'm looking at it is that you're saying, yes, we need those 2 officers, right? But I have a feeling in your head, we need more than that. But you're just saying 2 because that was what was budgeted, correct? So what is that number? But that number can't just be any number, because you're talking about dual, what did you call it? Dual roles or?
Dual roles.
Dual roles. I mean, if we doubled our staff, then everybody would be off of dual roles and be on single roles. But then, you know, what does that change in level of service? How much does that cost? All of these things are things that we would look at, and it would all go back to a SWOT analysis saying, are we moving our weaknesses over to our strengths? Are we getting rid of threats? Are we taking care of opportunities in order to have the most efficient and best of what we want? So that's what I'm kind of looking at in order to make those decisions, because I have a feeling 2 is not enough in your head right now. But at the same time, I think you have to also convince us that it's 6 or 5 or whatever it is. But why is it? What's the strategy? How do you see our internal departments, and what are you trying to fix with that? And what are we going to feel as residents, and what are we going to see?
Well, I can assure you, Vice Mayor, that everything you said, we've taken into account. And just a quick comment, I can tell you this, the job of Deputy Chief Eunice, and I know you all sing his praises, but what he does with this department, and what I appreciate is when I came in and asked him questions, he didn't give me the answers. He said, you're going to figure it out. And now that I've been here for some time and I ask him something, he'll nod his head, and it lets me know that I've figured it out. But I can tell you we're in an exciting time here, because not only if we're given this opportunity to get these 2 positions and actually staff them, we have a sergeant's exam coming up in a couple weeks here that's going to offer for 2 new first-line supervisor promotions. We're going to have a lieutenant promotion. That creates a change in culture. It creates a change in the department, and kind of your SWOT analysis goes there, because with new energy comes new excitement. And that's something that I brought in. It's been able to re-energize Jason and the command staff, and we know what our community expects of us. But we can't just look at calls for service. There are so many things that the police department is asked to do on a daily basis, whether it be pickling lights to see if we can improve traffic in the morning for school, whether it's handling a traffic detail, going to Village Green to talk to the kids at soccer, going to special events. There's a lot of things we're tasked with. And hey, every police department's tasked with that. I understand that, and I recognize that responsibility. But I firmly believe with this new opportunity of being able to staff these positions, promotions coming up, and laying out the expectations to the officer. Remember, we're all going through a cultural shift. They have a new boss, new beginning, but we're going to do it the Key Biscayne way. And this department is a great agency. We're going to elevate it to be even better.
Thank you.
Councilmember Segarola.
Chief, I wanted to thank you. This is the first time I've seen a comprehensive long-term plan since I've been on the dais. I think it covers visibility, surveillance, and operations. I'm sure it's going to be modified and tweaked as time goes on and we see how it operates, but I'm happy to see a comprehensive plan, and we'll see how it works out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I want to echo, well, much of what I want to say has been said, but I'll say some of it anyway. What Councilmember Laredo said, I do listen to you. I know you don't think I do, but I do. And I've been there. I think I voted with you against the patrolling of the causeway back in the day. But the fact is our residents have enjoyed it. It has worked to our advantage. One of the things that I do appreciate about this police force is, you know, the individuals that come out and you get to know over the years, and you see them, and I see when they're dealing with issues in our community that are sensitive. You're dealing with a young person who's having problems. You're dealing with something. These police officers take the time to really get to know who they're dealing with. They come out. I've seen, we've had incidences in my neighborhood where certain individuals have problems, and these folks, our police officers are there, and they're handling it respectfully, and they're handling it kindly, and they're giving of themselves. That said, if more spots, if the chief comes back and says, "Oh, I don't want 2, I want 6," he's going to have to prove that to me, because there is a fine line. And I understand, Ed's very suspicious of this, and justifiably so. He wants to make sure that every penny, the great thing about having Ed London up here is that every penny you want to spend, you got to fight to get out of his hand. And that's a positive. And I don't mean that against anybody else, but with police and fire and things, he makes staff work for this. But at the end of the day, I trust our manager, and I trust the folks he's brought in. I trust the chief to come to us with the recommendations that he thinks are going to help us better serve the expectations of this community. Because when the vice mayor said it's exactly right. One of the perceptions we have in this community is that we are a safe community, and that we look after I forget the term now, but you used it, safety and security, safe and secure village. And people want that. People want that. They expect that when they're here. And frankly, it helps us. As my investment in my home is assisted by that, because when people see it's Key Biscayne and how safe we are, they want to be out here. They want to be part of this community. And that's what I really appreciate. So I appreciate the service the police and the fire and all our staff give us. I know how hard, to the point Councilmember Laredo made earlier about Roland and everybody else. I mean, the manager, how long have you been here? 9 months, 10 months?
Has it been that long?
Yeah.
It's been that long.
But I mean, we're seeing the fruition. What we wanted, we're seeing come to fruition, and it's exciting. It's an exciting time to be up here to see things moving forward. I think the things coming out of this meeting today, I mean, the ACON and the things we're doing are going to have we are going to be able to look back at this and see what we were able to contribute to this community by the work we're doing on this dais right now. And I'm proud of that, but I'm proud of the staff for pushing through, because we're not easy people to deal with. We're type A plus personalities out here. And so I do appreciate everything you all are doing. So I do support, you on the 2 officers and the community policing. I would like to figure out how we can get to Councilmember McCormick's point about the getting into Key Colony, getting into Grand Bay, getting into how do we do that so those people know our officers? Because I know our officers. They see me, they watch me to make sure I pick up after my dog. But they're out there, they're doing their jobs. But I'd like to see more of that sense of community policing in those gated communities, because I think it does happen elsewhere. Yes, sir.
It's interesting to listen to everybody, and I didn't expect much more, but it's also interesting when you all say we all agree with everything else. But you know what? And you need 2 more people. But none of you asked for a staffing of what he has today. None of you have said, who covers what? Who sits in the office? What's happening? How many people take their vacations? How many people take their sick time? How much you overstaff because of that or understaff? Has anybody asked those questions?
I feel like we have.
No, I don't think you have. Not one. I didn't hear one person ask that today. So, but yet you say he presented the thing, and you do a beautiful presentation, Frank. I take my hats off to you. Yeah. My point being is, no, I doubt if anybody has seen a staffing for the police department. Has anybody seen it? But you all say, I think 2 more people.
Your chart? I've seen your chart. You're talking about how they staff the positions.
How he staffs it today. He needs 2 more people.
I think we've seen that repeated.
Yeah, but I think that
you haven't seen it.
Might not be something that you want to put in the public either.
Never mind.
Did you want to make your motion, or?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to accept in full the recommendations part of the program.
I would second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries.
May I just say in final word that to all of us and to the public, one of the highest qualities that is feel is that he knows how to listen. He knows how to listen.
Absolutely.
And so that's a big deal in management. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Everyone. Thank you.
Well done, Frank.
Next item.
Thanks, Ed.
All right, Mr. Mayor, in the spirit of saving a little time, we're going to skip over Sargassum. We'll come back to you in that in March.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to Crandon Boulevard. Before Jake comes up here, just want to talk, before he talks a little bit about the project and where we are. As you know, we're trying the best we can. We're doing everything we can. We've adjusted the lights twice. We've moved the crossing guard to the south. We had the police out yesterday and today controlling the lights at both Harbor and also at Key Colony. the bottom line is, I think it's been mentioned here a number of times tonight, we have too many cars at one place at one time. So, Jake, come on up and talk about our plan ahead and what we're going to do to address particularly the entry block and the Key Colony intersection.
And Jake, I don't know if you can speak to it, but can you tell us what's gone on the last 2 mornings? Because it seems to be a poop show of sorts.
Yeah.
The lights were out and people were, I know our officers were trying to direct, but
No, we were controlling the lights.
Yeah,
So
they
that,
were
that,
controlling
that was a test to see if we could control the lights and actually improve the traffic.
Yeah.
We actually did for the people coming into the village.
Well, I can tell you the people going off were not pleased with the
Yeah.
situation because I got plenty of phone calls.
I got so many calls.
I
did
too.
You know why I didn't call you in the morning? Because I didn't have any traffic, okay?
Anyway, go ahead, Jake.
No, it's just a test. And we found
Fair
out in
enough.
some cases it worked, in other cases it did not, so.
Living Mayor and Council, Crandon Boulevard overall project is going on schedule. I'll just provide another summary. We have 2 segments. One is design and the other one is planning. Currently, dedicated right turn lane from Crandon Boulevard to Harbor Drive, as well as extension of Q lane to Key Colony is under design. We are on schedule. We believe the design is going to be completed in sometime in May, and we're going to bid it out, and hopefully, as soon as the schools are closed, we're going to be in construction. So those 2 are happening. Now,
I'm sorry, as soon as schools are closed, so June? We should be in June?
July
Okay.
timeframe,
Perfect.
you're going to be in construction and get it out of the way.
Okay.
That's our plan. Besides that, we are working on a number of different planning elements that it's going to come before this council as a policy decisions for this council to make. And that includes Fernwood Road and Harbor Drive circle, adjustments to that circle, entrance or exit to Key Colony from Sonesta Drive, speed reduction on Crandon Boulevard from 30 mile per hour to 25 mile per hour.
Where? On Harbor Drive or on Crandon?
Crandon Boulevard. We are working on speed limit reduction from 30 to 25. That's one of the plan analysis, as well as removal of some of the crossings on intersections.
Let me ask you this. If we're considering Crandon reduction in speed, and I don't think I'm in favor of that just right now, I mean, you may be able to convince me, but why wouldn't we reduce the speed on Harbor? Because I think if I'm going to choose between 2 roads that I want to reduce the speed on, I want to reduce it on Harbor as opposed to Crandon.
So this was a recommendation from coordinator's report that was done a number of years ago. And again, this is an analysis. We don't know if it's going to be warranted, but it's been something we looked at. And if it's warranted, it will be before this council to make a decision for us to go forward. Again, these are not for action for us to take, but only to bring before the council to make a policy.
No, we'll want to do workshop.
Right.
We'll workshop it with
Yes,
folks
yes.
and
But
get a lot of.
you want to come back with decisions. Analysis and results so they can make an informed decision. So
Okay.
that's where we are.
Fair enough.
So that's pretty much what's going on in Crandon. And Mr. Manager, may I provide an update on septic as well while I'm here?
I got it.
You got it? Okay. Yeah.
No, and as with everything we do, and I think you've seen that that's our protocol, and the way we do business is we make sure we bring everything to the public. So without a doubt, there'll be a public meeting about Crandon Boulevard and the new plans. The reason why I wanted to take septic to sewer is I just want to give kudos to Jake and the Public Works team. We are now down to 11. 11
Who are they?
left.
Who are they? Let's all go get them now. Let's go to those houses.
Well, I'm
they've
glad
all
you
been
said
having
that, because what
enforcement.
we plan to do is we actually plan to write an article.
Is Ed London number 11?
I cannot disclose it at this point, but we do want to, and we are going to write an article, and it's going to talk about the good news story. Taking care of the bay, taking care of water quality. We may drop the 11 names in there, maybe in
I was joking. I didn't know.
block ink or something like that. But no, of course we won't. But I seriously, I want to give kudos to Jake and his team for doing.
You guys have done an exemplary job on this, so thank you.
Next, I want to go to, I'm going to make this as an ad because I think earlier, Mr. Mayor, you asked if I would, our state agenda status. And I just want to do an update from what you and I were working on last week. And I also got additional updates from our lobbyist yesterday on this as well. So currently, as the state budget is moving, and it's moving relatively quickly, right now we still have a number of items still in the budget. Crandon Boulevard for additional $550,000. Stormwater quality initiatives for $275,000. Sargassum seaweed removal and composting for $450,000. We're also requesting a add into FDOT's budget, which would be $150 of maintenance fees per year for the maintenance of Crandon Boulevard since it accesses a state park. And those are the 4 budget items that we still have in the budget, and the additional grant that we are still waiting feedback on is a planning grant for a resilient infrastructure strategy and implementation plan for $624,000.
Excellent.
That's what we
Steve, what
stand.
was the dollar amount for the maintenance for Crandon Boulevard?
We're asking for $150,000 a year.
Okay.
For the maintenance of Crandon Boulevard.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Anything alarming about what's not in the budget any longer?
For ours?
Not at the state.
Everything's in.
Yeah. Well,
At this point, everything's in. Last week we did not have SB's numbers, but we did get them last week.
Right.
So we've got both sides, both House and Senate.
Good.
Well, Steve really was working it up there. It was good.
Too bad we'll
Nice-
be
nice to
preempted
have
from
somebody
doing
up there
anything at
who
all.
can talk the talk and the acronyms and all that stuff. All right, next item.
All right. Talk about acronyms, and so I get to talk about Corps of Engineers stuff. And I want to go through this very slowly because we actually had a meeting today, and it actually is going to make a major impact on the village. So I want to make sure I get this right. And Roland and I were down at the county today, and this was taken to very high levels. Jimmy Morales, the chief operating officer, was there because this is now at the mayor's office to approve and to move forward with her recommendations. So let me walk you through where we are and then where we believe this is going. As you know, we are currently in the tentatively selected plan. We've talked about that before. And then what that is the reinforced dune system on our shoreline with the tieback walls coming to Crandon Boulevard. We are coming to what they call the agency decision milestone, and I'll save you from saying ADM, but this agency decision milestone on February 17th. That is when the Corps of Engineers will decide what exactly the tentatively selected plan will turn into the final plan. So that's a big day for us. The issue we are facing right now is that the headquarters has some concerns as that they install the front side and protect the front side of the island with a reinforced dune system. Our ability and particularly our timing to be able to protect the backside. So what they do is they create what they call a benefits area, which is primarily to the east of Crandon Boulevard. And what they want to happen is to ensure that we have completed the backside before they complete the front side. In other words, we will not invest until we know our investment is secure. And that's basically what they're telling us. They have said, and probably the only reason why we are still in this project is that they are fully impressed with our commitment and the work we've done to date. The team that we have, and again, you know, it's been kudos to Roland tonight. This guy's been unbelievable working with me side by side as we've been going through this. Additionally, the dedication of our residents, both verbally as well as financially. I'll tell you that, you know, the approval of the GOB has gone a long way in the ability for us to leverage that we are clear supporters of what the Corps is going to do. And also, truthfully, the plan that we're putting together. They see it very clearly, and they support that. If it weren't for all that, we would never be here at this point. And to be honest, they continue to find ways to keep us in this project. I find that kind of odd, but I kind of like it. These guys come down, they visit us. I think they're like Miami. They come down about every other week. They make sure we're still in the plan. It's good news. One of the guys' daughter goes to UM, so perhaps that might be a reason. But anyway, what was important today, and they brought up what I think is going to be the final course of action, because it does sound like this is where the county wants to go. And obviously the mayor is the final authority as to what the county wants to go. Because remember, we are part of the local sponsored plan, and we are part of Miami-Dade County's plan. And what this course of action would mean is that the county would continue on their regular path. They don't want to slow down. You know, they want to keep moving on the timeline that they want to move. What would happen is Key Biscayne would still stay a part of that project, but we would be kind of a branch of that overall project. And that project would then turn into a back bay study, which would then assess our back bay, understand how we can protect the back bay, and then would lead also to an investment in our back bay to make sure that they protect the front side and the back side simultaneously. That sounds great, but that comes with a price. That back bay study, number one, requires a waiver, which has to go up to the Corps of Engineers, the headquarters Corps of Engineers. the good news is that this plan and recommendation does come from headquarters, and they have also found a precedent. They have found a precedent, which actually worked out in Puget Sound, and maybe Roland and I have to go out there to check it out. That has happened before, so that's good news. It comes from the Corps. But the cost would be a waiver, which would be a second waiver for us for Key Biscayne, and it would come at a cost of $2 to $3 million. Two funding options can occur. The first one is there is what is it called, the bipartisan. BBA. Yeah, we'll just go with BBA on this one. Bipartisan Budget Act of 2018, which is where we got the additional $1 million to do our project. There still is some money left. How much is left, they don't know. So that would be the first place where they would go. Then whatever the residual cost is after that would be a 50-50 federal local split. So assume it gets down to $2 million, feds would pay $1 million, local sponsor would pay $1 million. We would then have to figure out from the county what our part is and what their part is. This is moving fast. As I mentioned before, the decision will be on the 17th, and the Corps wants to have their final plan completed in May, because then that moves forward to actually get into what they call the Water Resources Development Act, and that'll go forward in 2024. It has to be submitted by this October to roll into that authorization at the federal level. So, good news is that would actually address both the front side and the back side. Concern takes a little bit longer. Other concern, that'll cost some money. So we're still working through that. I believe that's the direction the county is going to go. I'm going to get back with Jimmy Morales tomorrow and Lee Hefty from Durham to really truly understand what the mayor's recommendation is going to be and exactly how we would split that funding. And then I would bring it back to the council.
Right. What does waiver mean?
It's just something that is different than the original plan. Like originally, when we were not in the original shoreline protection project, in order to bring us in, they had to do a waiver that adjusted that plan. And I think $1 million came with that to do the additional study. So this would again be a second waiver, and then that would approve the additional funding.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, thanks for doing this. I mean, I know how hard you're working with these guys, and just keep at it. We've had our trips to DC and other places to meet with them and try and get the light yellow, green, and mustard money.
You would have loved today, Mr. Mayor.
Oh yes, I'm sure I would.
I'm not sure I even understood what they were saying today, to be honest.
So keep going, but let's do what we got to do. This is important to us, and I do appreciate. Again, I keep saying it tonight. Keep going. You guys are doing important work.
Yeah. And the good news, they didn't have to convince us. They really had to convince the county, because in the end, this is Mayor Cobb's decision.
Right.
To keep us in.
Good. Let's make sure if there's any question. I don't think there are anymore. I think the county
Jimmy said
had those conversations. I thought, her letter was going to come forth.
Yeah, they're going to draft a letter. So we'll get a chance to take a look at that. Excellent. And they'll go forward. So
all right.
That is good news.
Some lucky confluences.
Yes. No, absolutely.
Everything works
out. She's been very receptive. The mayor's office has been very receptive on a number of issues, and definitely have to give them credit for that.
No, very, very good on us.
All right.
With that, I'd like to turn to Benjamin on item 6A. And if we would, Mr. Mayor, as we follow on that, since I have Benjamin up there, if we could shift to 10B. To go ahead and go through that resolution right after Benjamin does his presentation.
Absolutely. Once Benjamin finishes this presentation, we'll go right to 10B.
Great. All right. So this is an update on the non-ad valorem assessments for solid waste and stormwater. It was about a year ago at this time that we passed the resolution and ordinances to move both solid waste and stormwater collections to the Miami-Dade County property appraiser and tax collector. So I'd like to bring you forward now, it's been a year later, and give you an update on the success of that program. So we're now 3 months into the new fiscal year. The tax bills went out in November. Printing here, you'll see the collection rate is about 80% for both of them. I just received the numbers from the month of January, and now they're about 86% each. Wow. If you look at where we compared in years past, our solid waste collection rate was generally around 60% for the 3 years preceding that. So it's quite a big improvement on the solid waste side. And for the stormwater side, what this allows us to do is we terminate a relationship with WASD. We're collecting the money up front at the beginning of the year when the tax bills go out. So when we start looking at doing stormwater projects and bonding with that money, we'll be in a much stronger financial position if we collect the money ahead of time. And then we'll use that to fund the debt service on these projects. So I commend you on that decision. The program is working very successfully. Already 3 months into the year, the numbers already back it up. Additionally, not just financially, this frees up additional staff time in the solid waste Department of Finance, where we would send out 1,300 bills a year, stuff envelopes, mail these things out. So we're going to dedicate that time that we used to do that and go after our past due collections. We have about, once we've accounted for penalties and interest for some of our delinquent payers, that amount's now reached $750,000. And the county's not going to accept our past due balances. So we're going to reallocate staff time in the next 2 months and really go after those delinquent accounts to try to bring money back into this fund and pursue those collection efforts up to the lien procedure if we have to go that far. We're going to start gentle with reminders, but eventually we may have to pursue that lien process in order to collect what's due to the village.
Great. Well, I guess if we're going to lien them, then we can get everybody. We should get almost 100% plus.
Could take time. So
Yeah,
usually when a property is refinancing or they're going to sell the
Right,
property.
they're going to sell the property, but there's a lien. We know we're getting something for it. Right. Yeah, we can. Well, we're not going to, yeah. Right. Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure.
Anything else? All right, no, now the resol.
The next item is a capital project authorizing resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving the purchase of one vehicle from Allen J. Automotive Management, Inc. for an amount not to exceed $23,204, providing for authorization, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date.
Moved. Second.
Thank you.
Councilmember London.
Previously, in fact, if you looked at the minutes that Jocelyn just supplied at the early part of the meeting, we said that we weren't going to do anything until we got a complete listing of all the vehicles, who they were assigned to, what they were, et cetera. I haven't received a copy. Has anybody else got a copy?
So if you turn to Exhibit C with this resolution, there's a chart, colored chart right here.
Where is it?
It's in your agenda packets as well.
Right here.
And that's the complete inventory of all village vehicles divided by, color-coded by departments.
The
You guys can
last
see.
page in tab 10.
We have cars that are older than mine. I like it.
Exhibit C. That one.
What?
Which is made so you can't read it.
Yeah.
Confusion to the enemy.
You know my technique.
So there's the exhibit there, the complete inventory. There's also the exhibit, which I promised to provide at the last meeting in the minutes, which was our fleet policy as well. So we've got those both side by side. And as you'll notice, there are many vehicles here that both exceed the village policy in terms of years and mileage, which are well due for replacement. The resolution before you tonight is only to approve that one Ford Ranger truck for the Public Works Department. In terms of the purchase, we are using a Sourcewell Fleet Auto contract. It's 16% off, lower than MSRP. As you guys know, car industry right now, everything is, you're lucky to get MSRP. So I think we did a great job trying to procure this one vehicle. There were multiple options for this department. We picked the cheapest one that was able to obviously meet the scope. It's a lower priced option, faster lead time, and obviously meets the demands of the position. This is a boots on the ground position, and we'll need a pickup truck to be able to do the maintain our village beautiful.
What does vacant mean? When you look to the right side, it tells you what they're assigned for. Sometimes they're assigned to vacant. What's that mean?
There's fleet cars. So if, for instance, there's one assigned to somebody, I think this is in the police department where you see that. If a car is getting serviced, it's useful to have an additional car in the fleet.
5.
Yeah.
5 cars that are vacant. So we have 5 extra cars for the police department?
Wouldn't call them extra, but in any fleet, you have additional cars should there be repairs and maintenance on one, so your officer's not totally out of duty. It's very common.
The vacant ones have 130, 125, 181, 113, and 107,000 miles on them. I think, you know, they're not exactly creme de la creme.
Additionally, we have some new positions that are going to get filled. We're obviously going to hold them back. So obviously, low man on the totem pole would get the older vehicles, but that's.
So if we have those vacant cars, why do we have to buy a new car?
Well, we just approved 2 positions.
Yeah, but you have 5.
Yeah, but you need cars.
But you also need,
TF3.
as I mentioned, there's repairs and maintenance that could happen to vehicles, especially as old as they
Here
are
comes
here.
Frank.
He'll give you a better answer.
We have currently 3 vacancies in the police department, and with the 2 additional vacancies, we're at 5.
Gotcha.
Missed it by that much. All right, next question. Anybody have questions?
Call the question.
20, yeah, go, call it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Next item.
Mr. Mayor, we will go ahead and bypass the CIP project update
Justin,
tonight. However, we do have the packet in the back for you all to look over.
Yeah, we've got it, and we've got it here too.
Got an updated one.
Perfect.
Fold out, and you also have a highlight of 4 projects
Got
as
it.
well for your.
Thank you for your work.
Did we do the motion?
All right.
And then lastly, the manager review of strategy and budget alignment. Again, if you all would read that, it kind of gives you an idea of my timeline between now and the end of the fiscal year to begin to do strategy.
Okay.
And to begin to develop the budget as we go forward.
We will do
and
so.
part of that will be some strategy sessions with the administration, and if it's proper, also to do that with the council as well.
Awesome. Thank you for that.
Next
All
item
right.
is public comment.
Public comments. Is anybody here who wants to speak to anything? Nate, is anybody still online?
We have 2 members of the public still online, sir.
Ask if they would like to speak. Give them the instructions, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, watching us on TV or streaming us live via our website or in the Zoom meeting. If you would like to make a comment, please dial the following phone number, 305-365-7569. Then please enter the meeting ID of 231-627-8415. Then please dial *9 on your telephone or raise your hand within the Zoom app.
Okay. Do we have anybody signing up?
Mr. Murray, I have nobody signing up.
All right. I'm going to close public comments.
Next item is a motion regarding the Rickenbacker Causeway. Mayor Tavy.
Right. So, look, we've all talked about it, but what happened with the causeway is a good thing. It also, I think the collaboration with the county that we went through helped to create a relationship over there. It strengthened our relationship over there, I think is more accurate. And so what the manager and I did Friday was we had meetings with our commissioner and the mayor to make sure that by doing this, we weren't stepping on any toes, and to let them know, we want to come forward with what we think would be a good design for the causeway. We're not saying it's the design, but it's something that we can conceptualize, and then we can take it around to different stakeholders so that we can all kind of get on the same page and move forward with a project that works as well as possible for all of the stakeholders who are involved. There's a lot of us. So this motion would be at this stage simply to do 3 things: to direct the administration to immediately begin working with Miami-Dade County as they develop the Bear Cut Bridge report due to the Board of County Commissioners within 60 days, as they were directed by Commissioner Regalado on January 19th. Secondly, begin working with key stakeholders and the public to develop a scope of work to contract with a planning and design professional to create a Rickenbacker Causeway concept that portrays the village's interests and facilitates coordination and further engagement with Miami-Dade County and other potential collaborators. And finally, to bring back at our March 8th council member a scope of work and plan to contract with a planning and designing professional. I did bring this forward a while back. I think it's important to invest some money, put some money where our mouth is. We said we didn't like the process on the Z plan. Fine, let's get it together. Let's work as a community and let's come up with a concept that we think serves our needs and is something we can talk. I actually spoke to Mayor Suarez, City of Miami. I ran into him on Sunday. He and I had a little conversation. He liked Plan Z. But I was able to talk to him, as was another member of the community, and he came around to thinking, okay, maybe this helps alleviate some of the conflict that we've had on Virginia Key as far as events going on, them doing what they want to do and us wanting to get on and off our island. So I think this is important for us to do. I think we've got support to move this forward. I know I've heard talk of a task force. Frankly, I think this is the task force. We are the people. I do want heavy engagement with our public. I want to do workshops or charrettes or whatever we want to call it, because this is critical that we get the input we can from our community as we move forward. So I would ask for your support to do this so that we can get started.
Well, since it's in the form of a motion, I'll move it.
Okay.
Second.
Councilmember London?
I mean, do you think it's reasonable, since in my mind, maybe I'll be completely wrong, but I assume Plan Z will be the ultimate provider of these services and will be the one contractor or leaseholder that does it. So my point is possibly to talk to them, to talk to Ziskovich and find out what they have in mind, what they've changed, how do they want to work with us.
I'm happy to talk to them, but I think it's important for us to get input from our community. We have a lot of people here who are
saying,
including the bicycle community.
Yeah,
we should be first step, talking to him, see what they have to present to our community to see if we like it and what we would like to suggest.
Yeah, it was interesting. Somebody here said that Ziskovich wanted. I'm happy to reach out to him or have the manager do it. But I would like this, as part of this. This motion can be for the administration to do that in tandem. I don't think they're exclusive, but I'd like to get going on this.
Yeah. I would like to
suppose
the first paragraph, I'm 100% in agreement.
Likewise.
The other two, of course, when the two of them have consultants all over the place, and you know how I feel, I'm allergic. And maybe to whatever is a reasonable time with the manager. I think we should probably have a special meeting. I'm burned out right now.
Okay.
And also there were some suggestions that may or may not be worth. But I think we need to today at least pass the first paragraph. And maybe, is it possible to meet within the next week? Just a one hour meeting with us? And I don't understand the idea of contracting. I think to be two contracts. One to design the contract specification.
No, he's not contract. I'm sorry. He would not be contracting. He would be bringing everything back to us to discuss it, but bring us a scope of work, bring us things to talk about so that when we have a meeting.
I'm just worried about the 60-day clock. So I wanted to do a special meeting maybe next week or something.
Well, that's separate. The Bearcut Bridge is a separate issue from the Rickenbacker.
If we don't do.
No, I'm talking about your resolution.
Yeah, I understand.
The first paragraph talks about the Bearcut Bridge.
Correct. That's a separate issue from the Rickenbacker.
That's the one with the clock.
Right.
Right, and that's what I want. That's the thing that I think we need to do right away.
I think
so we go on record because we have a clock on that 60 days.
We have a clock on that, but
I'm just not comfortable with carte blanche approval of one or two consultants.
No, let's be clear. No consultants are being, this is simply for him to develop something to come back to us so we can have subsequent discussions about if we want to bring in, but this is about a scope of work that we would consider putting out. He is not getting carte blanche to bring in consultants at this point.
We just have to do that. There's a vacuum if we don't. I think that we're helped by the fact that we articulated our reactions and objections very empirically. And the process of developing them led us to conclude what we would propose for a design. So we're ahead of the game on that. But we need to move this forward.
I think we need another meeting, a short meeting.
Vice Mayor?
No, I was going to say that if we put the word potentially, so begin working with key stakeholders and public to develop a scope of work to potentially contract with a planning and design.
I'm absolutely fine with that.
Makes it a little bit more.
I'm not. Yeah, this was not advocating to contract with anybody.
That's what I understand. That's just what I just want to make sure it's clear that what we're asking is for the manager to come back with a scope of work. If we're ready to get in that position, we're ready. We have the scope of work ready to go.
Then I would only add to the manager's discretion if we need a meeting before March 8th.
If he feels
I'm cool with that.
Yeah. I think it's too important not to.
Right now, it's we've been here since 5:30.
Yeah.
So if with that potential.
Potentially contract. That's absolutely fine.
Meeting at your your convenience.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be so specific, but I mean.
Yeah, we can work on that. Obviously, we've got we've got the vision board next week, so we'll work.
Right,
on it.
it's gonna be a little tight after that.
Okay.
And
You get those
you have a trail.
amendments?
You made a motion to add potentially,
Potentially.
and is there a second for that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I accepted the friendly amendment, so I don't know if it's necessary to. All right.
And
Call the
instructing
question.
the manager to come back with the possibility of a meeting before March 8th, exclusively on this.
Okay.
Call the question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Next item, we have discussion items.
It's next steps, Rickenbacker Causeway, so I think
I'm sorry?
that's been covered.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I
Next
really.
one is solar-powered streetlights, Councilmember
But Mayor,
London.
did you postpone two, right?
Yeah, I postponed two.
Okay,
One
good,
was
good,
redundant
yes.
because of my motion.
Right.
So
I'm
two,
on the board.
so three solar powered lights. I like it.
Basically, I agree with Frank. We need more lighting, and people want people to walk. So it's unusual. I do agree, Frank.
Wow. So I would move.
Anyway, so
Can you come back with something?
No, but the main thing has always been, let's wait until we have the underground electric.
No,
Why should we do it twice?
Solar.
There's
I
no
like
reason to have solar. Your purchasing department, I talked to you about a couple weeks ago, did they figure anything out on solar yet?
We can do that.
Sorry?
We can do that.
You did or you will?
We will.
So I mean, is everybody in favor?
Yeah,
of
no, that's what I was saying. I
putting
make a
same
motion that-
streetlights everywhere in the village now, not to wait till we have underground electric.
agree.
But have them go solar.
Let's take a
When
look at it.
I discussed it with Steve. He also mentioned, well, there's some places might be a problem because shades of trees, et cetera. And he also likes
Cut
the
down
idea.
the trees. I'm
Yeah,
just kidding. It's a joke, Ceci. You were sitting right there. I couldn't get. Come on.
Invasive trees.
He also
It's
likes
okay.
the idea of direct electric rather than solar. So in the future, we could always wire them up when the electric is put underground.
And
So is
what I
everybody in
want-
favor of that?
No, I like it. Let's look at it.
What I want to do, council member, is we met with, and I think it was last week, correct, Jake, that we met with FPL. I wanted to get their view on it first as to how quickly they could actually do the electrical. Looks like it's going to take about 6 to 12 months. So if there are certain locations, and we'll work with the
Start figuring it out.
We
The
can
main
figure
thing-
out maybe there's some short-term
But not to
investment.
do 6 to 12 months, just put the solar in, it goes on automatically, just use the same type of lights, the beautiful things you put down West Mashta.
6 to 12 months. I was talking for the entire village. But if we want to target certain locations, and we'll get that with potential crime data, and we can locate
Great.
those locations.
Let's take a look at that stuff.
Well, no, I'm going to dissent because I don't want to agree with Ed because if
Don't-
we want to break the no because then
General
he's going to be inconsistent and we don't pay attention to him. Let's just be consistent.
You'll
All those in favor?
conveniently forget this one.
All those in favor?
Aye.
There you go. Community policing. I think you've yelled at Frank enough today. Ed, you're cut off. Next item.
Next item, Mass Academy, Councilmember Segurola.
Real quick, I reached out to the principal of Mass Academy. I haven't heard back from her. I'll report back.
Dr. Coleman, what were you calling about? Just out of curiosity. I'm
It was
a master.
the workshop that we discussed, the potential.
All right.
workshop.
Okay, good.
I'll reach out to her again.
I may have a sunshine with you about that then. I forgot. I didn't. I'll try and set something up.
Golf cart ordinance, Councilmember Segurola.
I heard there might be an update today, that there's some news on the golf cart. Chief, was that you or?
If we would, council member, and I'll let the attorney kind of give us an update as to where we are. We have an ordinance, and I believe we're going to be ready to bring it on March 8th.
Okay.
All right.
And you can circulate that
Correct.
sooner rather than later, if possible. Is it ready or not yet?
No, we're refining it. We met last week. We're close to coming forward with an ordinance to address some of the chief's concerns.
Can you send me what you have so far, even though it's a work in progress?
We'll send it to you once it's a little bit further. We're still refining it, so, but yeah, we'll have it shortly. So.
Okay. Councilmember Loretta, your next item.
Expansion
we
of
spoke.
beach exclusion
No, we
zone.
already took care of
I
it.
just want to make sure. I don't know if there's anything.
Discussion.
Okay.
We
No,
already took
next
care
item.
of
Yes. Okay, swales,
Swales and curbs. Okay.
Mayor Davey.
Right. So we heard from ACOM today about swales, curbs, and those sort of things. We heard from our residents about the curbs that were installed. I agree with the residents. This needs to be a decision that we make up here because it's a policy. You go back, I mean, you guys were here, I wasn't here, but in 1995, we had the master plan committee that put everything together. And one of the things they fought about was curbs versus swales. And they came down, and there were some brouhahas apparently about this. And their decision was they wanted swales for safety issues. I think Servando Parapar talked about 2 trucks passing too closely because, well, you had no room. If I'm on the street and I'm riding my bike because we don't have sidewalks, there's a lot of streets. And so I think if we're going forward, the curbs are where they are. I don't know if we can remove them or not. I don't know how much that would cost us or not. My point is, when we're going forward, what I would like us to do is take into account there's a lot of institutional knowledge out on this island, and just think about those things before we install curbs. I know, look, the curbs were done in the best interest of the village by our staff who work hard and try and figure things out. But I don't think it was the right thing to do in this case, my opinion. Now, again, I'm not an engineer, so I don't know, and I think I get too far into it. I'm micromanaging where there should be curbs, and where there shouldn't be. But as a policy, I think we need to do a more comprehensive discussion on swales and curbs and how we're going to proceed. It's going to be part of what we do for stormwater going forward. But I wanted to put that out there because I understand the residents were frustrated, and they're right. Those decisions have to come from us to establish whether or not we're going to start utilizing curbs for this purpose. That has to be a discussion we allow them to take part in a public forum. Vice Mayor, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted, I spent some time on this as well. I'm sure many of you have. It's an issue that's village-wide. I can tell you easily from the comments that I was getting, people want them. People don't want them. They're all over the place, right? And when you drive down the street, you'll see people with the little sticks everywhere, which is not even that great of a solution either, right? And it happens in my house. The male people just go right across my swales and damage it constantly.
Not your swales, it's our swales. You're just allowed to use it.
I try to take care of it. I mow the swale, so yeah, I have to. Well, they damaged my irrigation 4 times, so we had to put something up because they kept hitting it, and every time my sprinklers are turning on, it's shooting 20 feet up in the air and just water everywhere. I mean, and it's because these guys, they just don't care. They drive over it. But curbs have a huge impact on the characteristic of the look of what we have in the village. And this is, I think, a village-wide thing that we as policymakers need to go back and look at. Correct. And see if there is a change that we need to make. And if that is a change, we need to know what we're doing. This can actually tie into the vision plan that we're working on next week, because this is something that can be village-wide. But I do think that there's a lack of standardization that we have right now. Jake is trying to solve a problem of ponding. He put something in, but there's no real standards that we have of which type do you do, what do you use, right? But the swales considerations more than just ponding. We have flooding and the ability for the swale to hold water. We have the characteristics of the neighborhood. We have parking issues because we use the swales for parking cars. We have pedestrian safety. Obviously, kid on a bicycle, cars coming, they need to swerve off. That can be an issue. And also the swale in general and the upkeep because it's constantly being damaged. One of the things that I had a long discussion with Jake about it, and he knows my stance. I disagree with that particular curb because that's a type F curb. And I actually.
Yeah, I was about to say. You
so
sounded
type
like Steve.
F curb is that shape. It's 2 feet, 6 inches high with a gutter connected to it, right? I was actually in a neighborhood in Miami Beach, and they have curbs everywhere, but they're using actually, I think it's called a type RA curb, which is basically like a gutter like this, right? So you can actually drive straight over it into the curb, but it also helps solve the problem of ponding and directing water, but it allows water to go back into the swale, allows people to park over it, allows safety. And I think these are types of options that we might need to look at so that when we're deciding on putting in a curb, it might just be, yes, maybe we do need curbs, but it might not be that type of curb. It might be this type of curb because we do rely on the flooding. And flooding was my biggest concern in this instance because when we design the front yards, we design it with the swale going down and then coming up to the street. If you go there and look at it, what it looks like now, they're 6 inches higher now than the street. So when water is being backed up into the storm sewer, it needs to displace, but that is not actually carrying anything. So that gets displaced into the street and into all the other swales. And if you're doing this village-wide, you're creating higher and higher water into the streets. So I think these are things that we need to really consider all together. And I'd love the idea of bringing this back and taking a look at it. And by the way, I think this curb, unfortunately, has to be removed. Doesn't match the color that we have in the village. So I think it has to be removed no matter what, but I don't think we should do it right away. I think we should come up with an idea first. Correct. And then when they do and have to fix it, they would follow the standardization that we set as a policy. Okay.
Wait, Councilmember, what's your name, London? And then Laredo.
No, we talk about micromanaging, and basically we have a director of public works who's very competent, who's an engineer, who put in this curve to solve a problem with the best of intentions or anything else. I also understand, Sassy, that you wanted a curve and you didn't get upset so you didn't get a curve. That's what I was told. So I'm sure that's not the truth, but that's what I was told. But that's what I was told. And I understand Nancy Davis, how she wants a curve also, and nobody's getting a curve for aesthetic reasons. You put it there strictly for ponding reasons.
Sassy.
Anyway, so basically, at this point in time, are we going to start micromanaging? Or are we just going to anyway, or are we going to
setting policy?
Set policy at this point. But Jake basically goes ahead, does what he wasn't told not to put curves in.
Correct.
He used to get a solution. He felt it was the best solution for ponding, and he put it in.
Correct.
And that's fine.
With all due respect, it's coming up on 11 o'clock.
I know. Just let Ceci have a minute. She wanted to respond to a comment. You have to come up to the thing.
Obviously, she didn't do it. That's also.
Ceci, come up to the count. We have to be able to hear you.
260 Cypress Drive, Cecile Sanchez. I come to say the following. I really was surprised to see that because I don't see, and I've traveled all over the island, there are no curbing.
I know that.
I remember when the village was considering putting curbing on Crandon Boulevard and how everybody got all upset thinking about safety. Now, the neighbor across these two houses, he's having a hard time trying to back out of his driveway because the cars are being parked on the street and there's not enough place. Because why? Because service people or anybody that goes to visit now, somehow they don't go into the people's driveway, into the house's driveway. Mm-hmm. They park on the street. So now we are a one-lane street because cars are being parked there. All that I'm saying. So to my protection and Nancy Davis, as he said, if they are getting swale, do the whole street. Do the whole street with swale. We don't have any flooding
with curb,
problem.
I think you're talking about, right?
But we want to protect ourselves from cars, not because of ponding. Okay. Look at Nancy's house. She's protecting her swale.
I know. Well, you don't speak for Nancy. You speak for yourself, okay?
And then Ed. The little thing, so everybody's doing something.
I know. I understand. We're trying. We're
the swales.
Yes. Come on up, Ed. You wanted to say something real quick, and then we've got you got about.
Sanchez, 260 Cypress. I want to tell you something. I've lived in Key Biscayne since 1960. I've lived in Cypress since we were incorporated. There was no bonding in front of 210 and 220. And I would challenge anybody to provide any evidence.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Laredo?
Withdraw.
Well, I think we have two more items. We have.
And please tell the mail, I don't know how we can talk to the U.S. Postal Service, but they're just helping destroy the swales like crazy. Yeah. So we need to talk to them.
Well, we need to have a plan. We need to figure something out with the swales. And we need to do it, I think, comprehensively. So let's start with the vision board and then go from there. Traffic control, we've talked about.
May I have a motion to extend the meeting?
Move to extend for 5 minutes. So 11:05.
Again, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
All right, traffic control was whose issue?
That was my issue, and just to reinforce that the police, whatever they were doing the last 2 days, seemed to make it a lot worse for our residents, and we were getting a lot of complaints. So
10, moratorium on bayfront lot construction.
This week. Basically, this ties into what Steve was saying. The Army Corps of Engineers, possibly the Bayside project, seawalls might have to be raised. And I think it'd be completely unfair if we issue new building permits to people now and say, hey, go build your house, build your seawall. Oh, sorry, got to come back, add 2-3 feet to it, and you got to pay for it. And so what I'm saying is, if they want to go ahead and build today, there's a moratorium. But if they want to sign a waiver that in the event that the seawall has to be raised, that they're going to pay for it, not the village.
We give them something that they've signed. I agree with that. That's reasonable.
So, you know.
I would move that, to move direct.
Move it? Can you bring that back?
I move it.
Move to direct and bring that back?
Yeah. Can you
would
bring
be an
that back,
ordinance?
Chad, like some sort of policy on that?
On the moratorium?
Yeah, moratorium, well, a waiver, so that they have to execute it. Basically, it's an acknowledgement of risk.
It's not a moratorium.
Yeah, it's not a moratorium. It's an acknowledgement of risk. Basically, they are signing a document that says, "Hey, I'm building here, understanding that I may have to rebuild my seawall in 2, 3, 4 years, whenever we get this thing done."
At their
It's
cost.
a condition of development.
Putting them on notice. that-
Exactly. It's
a condition of approval.
Acknowledgement of risk.
Because we might have to pay for.
Yeah, because otherwise they'll come to us and say, "You approved my plans,
That's all.
even though you knew there was something coming
I
down."
got you. I got you.
All right, perfect. Come back.
The motion to adjourn that I'll make, I just want to say that looking back, today is Super Bowl week.
Yep.
And looking back at 2021, today was a perfect example. We had in 2021 one hell of a draft year. The team that we have on board is A+. So, and therefore commend you again, all of you, and
Motion to
move to adjourn.
There we go. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night.